Well, I tell you what, I don't want to get too far behind, and it is past the hour. So can everybody hear me okay? Thumbs up there. All right. Well, I'm just going to go ahead and wish everybody. Let's see. Is one other person? Okay. Powell.
I get this bigger.
Right.
This one?
Yeah.
Can I X that one out? No, I don't think so.
Well,
There we go.
Molly, is anybody having any technical difficulties getting in? I know we've still got a handful more that are yet to zoom in.
I haven't heard anything so far, but it looks like now we're at 12 members in the meeting.
What about Christian Adams and Matt Brainerd? I don't see that.
Well, let's see here. Bruce, Darlene was going to give an invocation. I know we're not quite there yet. I was gonna, if she doesn't jump in, would you mind?
Happy to.
Okay. Well, let's go ahead and get started. Good morning on behalf of myself and the committee. I want to thank everybody for zooming in today. My name is Shaw Blackman, Chair of the Governmental Affairs Committee in the House, and we're going to call the meeting to order. I will have a few remarks that I'm going to read and hopefully add some perspective. We'll hear from our Majority Leader Burns, and then we'll move into today's agenda. And if Representative Taylor is not here, Secretary Williamson, would you mind opening us first up in a word of prayer, please, sir? You're muted.
God could hear me.
All that matters.
Let's pray. Gracious Heavenly Father, Lord God, thank you for the gift of this day, Lord. Lord God, we just pray that you would reveal truth through the testimony today, and that's all this bipartisan committee wants, is to hear the truth, to stand on truth, Father, and that may everything that comes before the committee today be seasoned and tested by the Spirit, and we just ask all this in your precious Son's name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much. So earlier this year, some of our colleagues had concerns about election processes and policies. And Speaker Ralston tasked this committee with investigating to ensure that we conduct fair and transparent elections. We did so and made a number of recommendations that I think were positive ones. However, the 2020 elections, like all things 2020, became a next level challenge. We raised concerns about the conduct of this election early this year, and I think some of our fears were realized. The Speaker has now tasked our committee to reopen the elections investigation in order to answer new questions and discrepancies in Georgia's voting system that may have led to illegal votes being cast and counted in this year's elections, and to propose fixes required to close potentially glaring loopholes in the process. The Speaker has stated that Georgians deserve to trust and have confidence in their elections, and that Georgia must get it right. And we agree with that. Our purpose today is to gather information of what went wrong and how to fix it. That's the problem of the legislative branch here, to look into evidence of problems that warrant changes to the law, as we did earlier this year, Perhaps our suggestions, old and possibly new, will be better received now. So picking up where we left off, COVID, new voting equipment and mass absentee by mail voting led to many of the problems we witnessed back in the June primary. Similar and new irregularities emerged in November. Therefore, we seek to hear from various experts and examine evidence presented from witnesses and other stakeholders. Should we uncover anything criminal, that will go to the proper authorities for prosecution. And just as a reminder, we're not in a courtroom. No one is on trial here aside from the integrity of our elections. But it's clear something went wrong. Numerous reports of potential problems and failures in the general election in November have been alleged, some of them quite serious. And we intend to get to the bottom of it. So on a personal note, my wife and I have gotten to know many of the frontline poll workers and local officials, and we know how hard they work to conduct fair and efficient elections. We really admire and thank them for their dedication, and we don't want any of the conversation today to malign the character of these workers and volunteers who really serve us with great integrity. And just wanted to add that a quote from somebody who posted something on social media last night from Thomas Sowell. He said, when you want to help people, you tell them the truth. And when you want to help yourself, you tell them what they want to hear. So let's be expeditious, but thorough and fair. And let's be respectful of one another and the time we have allocated. Leader Burns, turn it over to you, sir.
Now, good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Good morning.
Well, good morning to you, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair Jones, members of the committee. Thank you for this opportunity to let me be with you. Enjoyed being with many of you last week, this week, and at Biennial in Athens, and look forward to the second Monday in January when we will convene again. Mr. Chairman, I have a brief statement and some information I'd like to present to the committee, and then we will be sending something to them for their review. But before I do that, Mr. Chairman, a minute of personal privilege, if you will.
Of course.
Chairman Blackman has graciously let me come on this Zoom call this morning, and I am in Atlanta. I will be headed to Statesboro as soon as I get off this call to celebrate the life of Harrison Deal. I think everyone on this call and the sound of my voice has heard the tragic story of Harrison losing his life last week in an automobile accident. Our thoughts and prayers go out to this the family and the community of this fine young man who was a committed Georgian, who was making a difference in our state, and certainly his life would have made a tremendous difference. But I can tell you the legacy of Harrison Deal with his friends, his family, his community, and all of those he touched will live beyond his days, and will have an impact on many Georgians that knew him, that will learn about him in the days that come as they learn about his life and what he stood for. So, Mr. Chairman, thank you for that. And certainly we'll all continue to pray for that family. For my statement, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, many Georgians, including many of you, my colleagues, have had serious concerns and have serious concerns about Georgia's elections. As we approach a critical election on January the 5th, 2021, it is clear to me that Georgia voters must have confidence in the election process going forward. To that end, myself, along with over 100 current and newly elected members of the Georgia House of Representatives, submitted a letter to Secretary of State Raffensperger and to the State Elections Board. In this letter, we made two common sense suggestions for improving the security and efficiency of our elections process for the upcoming January 5, 2021 election and beyond. First, we suggested that the State Elections Board issue a rule to counties requiring that they allow independent observers from both parties to participate in the signature review process on both paper absentee ballot applications and the absentee ballots themselves once returned to challenge any invalid signatures. Secondly, we also suggested that the Secretary of State or the State Elections Board work with other state agencies to contract for additional support staff for county and precinct level elections operations to ensure compliance with all elections regulations and laws. We also pledged that as a General Assembly, we would provide any financial, fiscal support to help them carry out that process. Mr. Chairman, our suggestions to the Secretary of State and State Elections Board are simply to have every legal vote in Georgia counted. That is a bipartisan request that supports every Georgian voter, no matter which party they participate from. I believe it makes sense. There's a path forward, there's precedent for issuing this guidance to the counties, and I believe, and I'm very hopeful that the Elections Board and Secretary of State will soon move forward with these recommendations. Mr. Chairman, I will submit a copy of this letter to the committee by email to you, Chairman Blackman, and ask that you distribute it to the committee for their review, that it be part of the record of this hearing. Thank you for your time today, all of you. Everyone be safe when they do travel, even on a Zoom call when you travel. So we ask everyone be safe and they have a joyous and happy Christmas holiday, and that we continue to do the work for our state and for our communities that we're bound to do. So, Mr. Chairman, I thank you for the time and for the committee's time and this chance to bring this forward.
Thank you very much, Leader Burns. Very much appreciate you being with us this morning, and appreciate you presenting those. And certainly we continue to pray for the Deal family.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I noticed that a couple of people have their hands up. I'm going to go through a little bit of housekeeping, and then hopefully we can get to that point. There are a number of questions, I'm sure, for our presenters today. And if you will message me and Molly, we will put those questions in the order in which we receive them. Obviously, we're working with technology here, so we'll be doing the best we can. We may run into some issues, but if we do, we'll try to take care of those the best we can. I know many people have asked to testify and be a part of this process. We got as many today as we possibly could on the agenda, but we didn't get them all, so we'll have some more left over. This is our first meeting, but it is not our last. Also like to share that we did invite the Secretary of State to appear today, but they declined, and so many of our committee members had questions specifically for them. So we were going to budget some time at the end of the meeting so that everybody had a chance to make some comments. I say everybody, members of this committee, had time to make comments. And I see Chairman Fleming and Chairman Trammell. If that's appropriate, I would defer then to those comments so that we can get started on our agenda today. Mr. Ray Smith, did you have a statement that you'd like to make first?
Yes, Chairman Blackman, thank you very much. I'm Ray Smith. I am counsel for the President of the United States. There are two witnesses that you're going to hear from in the next few minutes, Christian Adams and Matt Brainerd. They are designated experts in the President's case of Trump versus Raffensperger et al. And out of an abundance of caution, they will be reading affidavit reports and will not be taking questions. However, if there are committee questions that want to be submitted in writing or by email to us, we'd be happy to try to get back to you all at a later time. But we ask that they just read their statements today. And then, of course, we'll be presenting a summary of our case at about 11 o'clock. So I just wanted to read that statement for the record. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you. Mr. Adams, I think I noticed you were on the call. Are you ready?
Mr. Chairman.
Would,
Mr. Chairman.
yes, you're there. So I would just asked if you start by, maybe telling us who you are, a little of your background, and the floor is yours, sir.
Right. I don't want to tread on Representative Trammell. I think he had something.
I was, still has his hand up. I have two hands up. I said Chairman Fleming and Leader Trammell. So let me, I didn't get a message from either one of them, so I thought they'd be okay at the end. But let me go to Representative Trammell first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just want to object for the record to what is about to happen. Offering witnesses without the opportunity for members of this committee to ask questions is fundamentally unfair, and it bespeaks a sham process. We are, to the extent that this is an investigation to get to the bottom of it, we can all read. If they want to submit written statements, that's great. But I would ask that the witnesses be available for questioning. I also would like to state from the outset that the characterization of this is a bipartisan effort is simply not true. The recommendation to the State Elections Board, to my knowledge, no Democrats, at least no Democrats on this committee, are part of such a request. We had a successful election here in Georgia. Our Secretary of State has said over and over again that there aren't problems. To date, 55 cases in 8 states in 37 days have been dismissed. And I think that's a very important point to make from the outset. I fundamentally think it is unfair to the state of Georgia for us to hear testimony and not have an opportunity to examine these witnesses. And furthermore, it is a violation of what we understood we were going to be here today. So I object to that process from the outset.
Noted. Chairman Fleming.
Mr. Chairman, I think my raised hand earlier was an inerrant hit on my screen. I apologize for that.
Understood. Representative Turner, did you have a comment?
Yes, sir. I would like to kind of piggyback off of what Leader Trammell is saying and ask you, Mr. Chairman, are we allowed to discuss amongst ourselves during this committee some of the things that are going to be presented here? Because I think we are very informed in this committee, since the majority of what is Georgia law today has come from this committee. And so if we hear something that isn't quite right, can we talk about that?
Well, I think both of our witnesses or the testimony presenters provided this morning, if they see fit to not answer any of the questions that we have, then they will have to be able to state as much, and we'll move forward and hear what they have to say, and we can ask them some questions. And if they are compromised and unable to answer, then that'll be something they'll have to let us know. Thank you, Representative Turner. Mr. Adams, you may proceed, sir.
Thank you, Chairman Blackman. My name is J. Christian Adams. I am the president and general counsel of the Public Interest Legal Foundation. That is a 501c3 charity that is devoted to this issue 365 days a year. We worry about election fraud and election integrity. I am today appearing wholly in my capacity as the president of the Public Interest Legal Foundation, and my remarks will be confined entirely to topics which have nothing to do with any expert affidavit which I may have been filed in a federal court case in Georgia. I was formerly an attorney at the United States Department of Justice in the voting section, where I reviewed a wide variety of issues, including your own Georgia congressional redistricting over a decade ago. I was a presidential appointee to the President's Advisory Commission on Election Integrity. I am currently a presidential appointee to the United States Commission on Civil Rights. I confine my practice exclusively to election litigation across the United States and even across the Pacific to Guam, where I have had a case involving voting rights for the last 10 years. I would like to talk to you today about two things. Number one, problems with mail balloting that generally occur around the country, and secondly, fixes to some of those problems. So let me start with mail balloting generally. I have 8 topics. I hope that I can keep your attention as I go through them. I will keep them fairly short on each topic, but there are 8 general problems with mail ballots. In summary, a mail election is probably the worst possible way to run an election, the worst. And I have 8 reasons for you. The first is that mail balloting disenfranchises voters. When you run an election in the mail, you are turning over your vote to the people who regularly deliver you your neighbor's mail. The post office itself says that their error rate is at best 5%. They have a goal in the post office for political mail of a 95% success rate. Well, you all know that that is a 5% failure rate. If you are 95% of the time successful with mail ballots, you fail 5% of the time. The Public Interest Legal Foundation has been monitoring mail balloting around the country, and there's some very fascinating data. For example, coming out of Nevada, where we were able to track in the primary and delivered this information first, that in Clark County, for example, 1.3 million mail ballots went out, 233,000 bounced because of the bad voter rolls, which I'll get to later, and 310,000 arrived. So it gives you a sense of what actually occurs in a mail election, but the bottom line is that mail balloting disenfranchises voters because 5% of them are lost, and even more of them are not counted because of errors that cannot be corrected. The second major problem with mail balloting is it destroys transparency. In other words, there is a value to having both sides watching the election, and that value is there's confidence in the process after it occurs. Now, isn't that interesting? One of the things that characterizes the 2020 election among many people, if not millions of people in your state, is a lack of confidence in the process. One reason that occurs is because mail ballots are voted outside of the view of election officials. Transparency is a good thing, and when you go to mail ballots, you lose transparency, which takes me to the third problem with mail ballots, is that ballots can be voted by other people. What I'm about to tell you is not speculation. I will give you a direct citation to a federal court opinion that discusses this in great detail. If you want to see how voter fraud operates with mail ballots, if you care about these issues, please read a case that I litigated in the Federal District of Mississippi, the Southern District, called United States versus Ike Brown. I represented the United States while at the Department of Justice. I have a citation for you. It's 494 F Sup 2nd 440. I'll repeat that. 494 Federal Supplement 2nd 440. The case is United States versus Ike Brown. In that case, you will find page after page after page describing what happens when mail ballots go to people who are on the margins, who do not have economic power, who rely on the local government for their jobs, for their livelihood. And what you will find in that case are swarms of notaries, swarms of ballot collectors, voting ballots for people. This was live testimony in federal court by the victims who testified that other people came to their house and voted their mail ballots. This is not speculation. This is not a conspiracy. This is a judgment in favor of the United States of America. And you could read the details of which. One particular victim was named Susie Wood. She was regularly having other people voting her mail ballots. They would bring them to her house out of the mailbox, and they were regularly voting her ballots. When the judge interrupted our questioning of the victim and asked Susie Wood, why on earth would you be doing this? She said something I'll never forget. She said, Your Honor, the person coming to my house always knows who the best person to vote for is. That's in the opinion that I gave you that you can read. It's not isolated. But the third reason mail ballots are bad is it creates vulnerabilities in the system. The fourth reason mail ballots are bad is because they're going to bad addresses in Georgia. I can't speak entirely to the Georgia process, but I can tell you about Nevada. In Nevada, we went, and you could see a video if you Google Public Interest Legal Foundation Nevada video. We looked at the Nevada voter rolls, and we went to the addresses where people are registered to vote. And what we found are vacant lots, mines, liquor stores, pot shops, casinos, and other places like that where people are improperly registered to vote. And here's the important part. Mail ballots are being sent to these locations. Now in Georgia, we can tell you exactly how many people on the voter rolls there were dead, duplicated, living in other states, or had more than one registration. In fact, we use the most rigorous protocols possible to arrive at these conclusions and we've been doing this for years at the Public Interest Legal Foundation, directly figuring out which are the improper registrations. We did that for Georgia well before the election. So the fourth reason why mail balloting is bad is because it ends up having ballots being sent to bad registrations. The fifth reason that mail balloting is bad is because it creates storage problems. Now, there's been lots of news stories about ballots in suitcases showing up and so forth, but I will tell you, none of that surprises me because ballots have to be stored somewhere if they're all coming in the mail. And that results in a wide variety of zany solutions, such as suitcases. And so what it does is it creates storage problems and it creates paranoia about when people actually see how the ballots are being stored. If you're in a busy election in a room and you have a lot of mail ballots, sometimes they need to be put in strange places, like under the desk or over in the corner. But people without election administration experience don't quite understand how hard it is to run an election sometimes. The sixth reason why mail ballots are bad is because you cannot cure them. In other words, if somebody's sitting at their home on the kitchen table mistakenly votes a mail ballot and fills it out wrong or does the envelope wrong, they can't fix it. They mail it in, and these are the sorts of ballots that get rejected, that they get disenfranchised because it's hard to cure them. Contrast that with in person. When you vote in person and you make a mistake, your ballot can be fixed. You can change something. You can spoil a ballot under Georgia law, but you can't do that with mail ballots. Seventh, voters don't often know if their votes are not counted when they mail them in. They check out of the system. They don't follow up. They don't have time. They expect their ballot to be counted and would be shocked to learn how many ballots are not counted that are mailed in. So voters don't even know that they're being disenfranchised. Let me leave you on the list of problems, number 8, with probably the most important one. I saved the best for last. When you have a mail balloting system, election officials are not in charge of the process as much. It is decentralized. There's no central authority watching the system take place. You can't see it. You can't observe it. You can't fix it. You can't make it better. It's almost like you've created a system of chaos. And so election officials should be on top of the process directly, not 3 days after it mails if it gets to the office. It's important that the very good election officials in Georgia have a greater role to play, and mail balloting takes that away. So those are the 8 problems that I've observed around the country over the years with mail balloting. I urge you to please read U.S. v. Ike Brown, because it will show you how a system breaks down when it comes to mail ballots. Now, I don't want to testify to y'all and not have a fix. And so I have a number of solutions that I would suggest that I want to go through with you very briefly. But I'm going to give you the most important suggestion that I didn't talk about, and you might wonder what it has to do with mail balloting. The single most important thing that the Georgia legislature can do is to ban private money from being used to pay election offices. That happened this year with the Center for Technology and Civic Life. It's an easy fix. I have written this legislation already to be introduced in other states. Now, why is this important? This money was being paid by billionaires into Fulton County, DeKalb County, other counties, because they knew the vulnerabilities of mail voting. They're well known by anybody in the election administration. But when you have private parties funding government election offices, like happened to the tune of nearly $500 million this last election, it is unfair and builds structural bias into the system. So that is the most important thing, in my opinion, that the legislature can do, is to ban private money from running election offices. The second thing that can be done is absentee ballots should be requested, not auto-mailed. The reason that is important is because the voter rolls have problems. And if you auto-mail ballots, you're mailing directly into those defects, into those problems. Next, absentee ballots should be requested for each election. People move, people die, people go into other states, they move away, they move within Georgia. So you should not have a system where you can request an absentee ballot for a primary and that carries over to the general election. Now, I'm aware that there was some litigation involving the Justice Department that relates to a runoff, but that's a different story. What I'm saying is, for a primary, the absentee ballot request should not extend to the general election. Next, signature matches must be real. They must be real and not given the short shrift, because it's one of the few things we have to protect against what I described was happening in the case of United States versus Ike Brown. I had the occasion to review all of those signatures, and I started to notice a pattern that the signatures of the people notarizing the documents as a witness or requesting them were strangely similar. The notary and the voter looked a whole lot alike. And so signature matches give law enforcement and election officials a beachhead to start to confront problems when the system breaks down. So signature matches must be real. Another thing that Georgia should consider that other states have adopted is having identifying numbers on the absentee ballot or absentee ballot request, such as a driver's license, such as a voter card, some other uniquely identifying information that proves the person voting the absentee ballot is the correct person. This is not expensive. It's not complicated, but it's simple to do. And that is to have some sort of voter ID, such as your voter card number or your driver's license number, part of the absentee ballot process or the mail ballot process. Next, a witness requirement is a good thing. Now, I will tell you, this was attacked all over the country, but it is a good thing when you move to vote by mail to have some sort of witness. Next, you should consider limits on how many ballots one person may deliver. Other states have already done this. Or how many ballots one person may witness if you have a witness protocol. The next thing you can do to both make the system work better and increase confidence in the system is to have centralized, transparent counting. You have to have transparency throughout the election process if you want people to believe in it. And I think wanting people to believe in the election process as valid is essential to the democracy and to the democratic republic we have. And if you have centralized counting processes, they have to be transparent. Next, absentee ballots have to arrive by election day. How about that wild idea? The election day is election day. And if you cast a mail ballot, you actually have to have it arrive. Now, I was involved in litigation in Virginia that the Public Interest Legal Foundation brought against the State Board of Elections of Virginia because they passed a rule that dispensed with the postmark and said you don't even have to have a postmark and it can arrive late. Now, that was in conflict with statute. And I brought a case against the State Board of Elections and was victorious and enjoined the State Board of Elections against following that illegal rule that was conflicting with statute, which raises another and final issue that I'll mention. You have to give people in your state the right to sue for violations of these election rules. How might you do that? Well, one might be a mandamus, that if a county election official is ignoring the law that you pass, that somebody has the right to go in and enforce it. So you might consider your mandamus either common law or statutory rules regarding mandamus. You have to give people the right to enforce these laws, because right now there's a patchwork in many places where the laws are enforced one way and not the other way. Uniformity is a good thing. But I want to close by reiterating how critically important I think it is to ban the use of private money in government election offices, because private money should not be going into how we run elections. We don't allow private armies, and we shouldn't allow private election office funding. So that's my testimony, Mr. Chairman. I thank you very much for everybody's time and attention, and I will close my presentation there.
Thank you. I recognize it was mentioned ongoing litigation may prevent you from answering questions, but I did have a couple of comments, and I think a couple of people that may want to ask a question nonetheless. Chairman Powell, did you have a comment or a question?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
I want to thank Mr. Adams for his testimony. Very clear. Some of us that have been in political office for a period of time have always identified that the number one place for fraud, in our opinion, is the mail-in process or the absentee process. This was expanded back in 2005 in the state of Georgia against a lot of our wishes at that time. Now, that being said, one of the things, in lieu of the fact that the Secretary of State's office is not appearing today, I would like to ask a question of you. Some of us have said that we believe that the best thing that could happen right now, because of the failure of confidence for this election, was that the absentees or the mail-in and mail-ins, there should be an audit done on these to see if there is any organized voter fraud based on matching of the signatures and things such as that. Could you address that? That might be out of your realm, but could you address that possibility of how we could implement an audit on these?
Thank you very much, Representative Powell. Yes, I can address that from personal experience. And look, there's nothing, I think an audit would have value if it's done correctly, but I'm going to tell you this. I had the power of the United States government, as well as my colleagues, in that case I talked about, United States versus Ike Brown. And we had the power of the United States Justice Department to attempt to basically do an audit. And I will tell you that it takes years. It takes enormous amounts of energy and time and manpower. I just don't want anyone to think that you can just start looking at a couple of documents statewide and reach many conclusions very quickly. It doesn't work that way. This is hard work. And look, I think an audit is always good to know the truth, right? But I just want everybody to go in with eyes wide open that these things take time, and it's not always fraud. And that's the other thing I want to emphasize is chaos. Chaos lends itself to its own outcome, and mail balloting creates chaos. And you don't have to have a conspiracy to commit a crime to still get a bad thing to happen. So I would be all in favor of always getting to the truth. I just want folks to know that it can be a long, long road to get there.
Anything further, Chairman Powell? Or?
Well, I mean, I heard what he said, but I guess my specific question would be, in lieu of the fact that we have upcoming elections and we can't pass any type of law due to the fact that we can't go into any type of special session or pass any ex post facto laws, but is there any possible way that we could do a sampling audit of these type of votes to see if further litigation might have some of these votes or some of the areas possibly considered for banning if they were not properly certified by the election officials. I guess that's the point I'm getting to, because if that happens, then that we could take it to the next, possibly through litigation, take it to the next step.
Right. And look, if procedures were not followed in the statute, that is clearly a serious problem that you could audit and catalog. And I think some people have done that. And I'm going to try to steer a little clear of that topic. If I was doing this, here's what I would do. I would take the list of dead registrants that I know we created at the Public Interest Legal Foundation, and I would look to see how many of those cast ballots. I would take the list of people who moved away from Georgia that the Public Interest Legal Foundation produced earlier this year, that moved away from Georgia, and how many of those cast ballots. That's not a complicated thing. It actually could probably be done in a day or two. But it's important to do it correctly, and not, as many people have made mistakes around the country, they don't think there's anybody else with your same name born on the same day. Well, there actually are. Everyone on this call probably has people looking at the board here with somebody with maybe one or two exceptions who have someone with the same name born on the same day somewhere in the country. So I think it has to be done correctly, but that's another thing that people should consider.
So then a step further than that, then, to do a comparative list. So what process would we need to move forward with that? And I mean, we don't have, at this point, we don't know what the intention of the Secretary of State's office is. They had said that there would be an audit done with the recounts, but there was a recount, but no audit. And that's the thing that's been of primary concern to a lot of us. So legally, and I'm not an attorney, but maybe you could give some advice to that. How could we move forward to implement these type of comparisons to the local boards of elections around the state?
Well, that's a very good question. I apologize that I don't have an answer for you for a variety of reasons, not the least of which is I'm not close enough to the Georgia process. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Representative Shannon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Historically, Republicans have been the ones who have really used absentee mail-in voting, as you call it. But in this last election, we definitely did see more Democrats pick up and start to use mail-in balloting. We saw that 65% of Biden's votes in Georgia did come from absentee voting. And we saw that 35% of Trump's voters did use mail-in voting. That's almost 500,000 folks who voted for Trump who actually used mail-in voting. So clearly over time, mail-in voting has now become more bipartisan. And so it just seems kind of odd to me that you are testifying and launching an attack on using mail-in voting, because I just don't remember from other Republicans, I don't remember in general there being such an attack against absentee voting when it was mostly Republicans using it. So it seems to me that this new kind of upspring about Democrats, largely Black and brown voters who are using mail-in voting as of this year so much, it just really seems interesting to me that this is such a hot topic now about why people are using mail-in and exactly the process that goes along with it. I mean, I would encourage everybody to disregard your testimony. I mean, no disrespect to you, but it just, to me, a lot of the things that you're saying just don't make a lot of sense. And it is interesting that you did talk about your civil rights credentials and committees and things that you've served on, because you definitely have said things like you think it's okay to write down license plate numbers of voters.
That's not true. That's absolutely not true. Never said anything of the like.
You've said that people are playing the race card, ignoring the history of voter suppression in this country for Black and brown voters. So I just think that I just want to shed some light on the perspective of which you're coming from. My specific question is, why are you now launching such an attack against absentee voting? Because almost 500,000 voters in Georgia voting for Trump, that's a lot of votes. This is a bipartisan effort to use mail-in voting. So just tell me exactly why you're launching
Right.
this.
First of all, you're
Mr.
making
Adams, please do not comment any further on this.
Well-
She's made her statement. That's enough. We have pending litigation. I would ask that you not respond any further to her.
Well,
please.
I understand that, but she said some things that weren't true that I said. So I feel compelled to explain. I'm not coming at this from a Republican. I'm coming at this from somebody who's watched absentee balloting for a very long time. And by the way, I was against expanded absentee balloting 5 years ago before this was a partisan issue. So that's the first response. Secondly, those things you said that I said, such as license plates, flamingly false, and defamatory.
Representative Turner has his hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What you said a moment ago, you mentioned looking at the list of dead voters in Georgia. Our process here in Georgia at the Secretary of State's office has been following very closely. And even our independent activists in our community who have been critical of his performance during this have admitted that they have found 0 dead voters in Georgia. Their concerns around our voter rolls are more about people who file a change of address form, move out of the state, set up a life outside the state, and then still request a ballot here in Georgia. And they've alleged some 15,000 examples of those. And so while I would agree with you that voter rolls are a key issue in making sure that they're maintained, and there's some things that we probably need to be doing better in that regard, not probably, we absolutely must be doing better in that regard. Because you had said a couple of times you couldn't speak to this exact process in Georgia, I think it's very important that we clarify, dead people didn't vote in Georgia in this election. Potentially, there were people who cast ballots that shouldn't have, that have moved out of Georgia and their residency is no longer here. And so as to Chairman Powell's earlier question about the process of doing an audit, if we were going to start, I wouldn't say dead voters because there just aren't going to be any examples of that. Our Secretary of State pulls the records from every county whenever there's somebody that passes away, and they immediately remove them from the voter rolls. Those reports are going monthly to our local elections officials, and so that process is key. But I do believe we need to audit to make sure that we are following it. And this committee has done a lot of work to make sure that our voting process is 100% verifiable from beginning to end, and that there's a checkpoint and there's a record at every step of the way. When you request when your application is received, the signature match is happening at that point again for the first time. The records of when the ballot was sent out, when it was received, that it was actually processed. If there were problems, we have in our state statutes things that allow the voter to cure their absentee ballot if there are problems that didn't exist 4 years ago as a result of the work of this committee, by the way. So I would just like to kind of bring to light that there are some good things that we're doing there. And if you're going to make these suggestions, I would ask that we focus on the real problem areas, because there's been a lot of misinformation out there that's cast doubt in our process. And that's one of those things when it's a red flag for me when I hear, hey, you could have dead voters voting in Georgia. Well, that doesn't happen here. And we've pulled the data to find out whether or not that did happen, and it's shown that it hasn't happened. I would just like to focus on the areas where there are actual problems, and not some of the things that could take us down a rabbit hole that will lead us ultimately to nowhere and give us a false sense of security, where we should be looking at the areas where there's actually a brush fire.
Representative Nguyen had a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Adams, you mentioned that your group uses a rigorous process to identify potential issues with invalid ballots. Specifically, you cited some of the issues are erroneous registrations, and you also named other instances of potentially folks casting invalid ballots for one reason or another, including double voting. I haven't had a chance to read the litigation that you did mention earlier, and I will take a look at that. But I did have a chance to read about the lawsuit that you filed in the state of Virginia alleging that invalid ballots were cast by non-citizens In that lawsuit, Social Security numbers were shared publicly, which resulted in the commitment of your firm to redact private information, identifying information that could potentially endanger folks that are being accused of committing a felony. And subsequently, your group was sued for defamation because it was found that these voters who were alleged to be non-citizens were in fact citizens in the state of Virginia. Can you share with us how your rigorous process yielded a result that your rigorous process did not hold up for this particular case in Virginia?
Yes, thankfully that was not our rigorous process. That was the Commonwealth of Virginia's not very rigorous process. And what happened there is the Commonwealth of Virginia was removing American citizens from the voter rolls that were actually citizens being removed as non-citizens. And so that is about as bad as a process as you can have. What we did is we asked the Commonwealth of Virginia for the list of all of the people that were declared non-citizens who had been removed from the rolls by Virginia. The Commonwealth of Virginia published that list and gave it to us. And incidentally, they are the ones who published the Social Security numbers initially, not our organization. And we took them at their word that these were people who were declared non-citizens. And it turns out, believe it or not, that the Commonwealth of Virginia, which, by the way, I apologize to all the Georgia legislators who get to hear about what goes on in other states. The Commonwealth of Virginia was declaring American citizens as non-citizens and actually canceling their voter registrations. That's something I think we all can agree should never happen. And we discovered it through this lawsuit by assuming that the Commonwealth of Virginia was acting properly. Well, it turns out they weren't. And we relied on that information and we drew reasonable inferences. If the Secretary of State of Georgia were to give you, Representative, a list of people that they canceled as aliens or foreign nationals, I think you would probably trust it also like we did. And it turns out you can't. You can't trust everything the government does. So, but thank you for that.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Mr. Adams. In fact, if the Secretary of State or anybody else presented me with a list, I would absolutely not trust it. And I would go as far to say, if I were to pursue litigation, I would not take anybody's word on it. I would actually do the legwork it would require to uncover that those people were, in fact, wrongly removed before I followed lawsuit.
And you actually can't. That's part of the problem.
Defamation
and we didn't,
against
by the way, we didn't
those people.
Let me just jump in just a second. We do have two other people that have questions. So I'm going to we're going to move to Representative Jones.
Thank you, Chairman Blackman. We appreciate your time, and I do not want to belabor too many points. I appreciate Representative Turner's focus on the NCOA process regarding the change of address. That is an area where I think we do have to be able to shore up our processes. But I want to point towards one of the solutions you talked about, and we do appreciate. It's one thing to bring problems, it's another thing to bring solutions. And your fourth solution was signature match, making sure that it's real. One of the things you did not mention was providing for or requiring an ID process within the mail-in process. Do you happen to have any type of an opinion on that, or maybe data that this committee could use?
And I actually, that's one of the things I would strongly recommend is some form of identifying number. And it doesn't have to be complicated. It could be your voter card. It could be your driver's license card. It could be a variety of things that the election officials have that you write either in your application or on your ballot to validate who you are. I'm not suggesting photocopying your driver's license. I don't think most people have the ability to photocopy at home. But something that proves who you are when you vote that mail ballot, that gives the election confidence that those are the same people. So yes, I'm very much in favor of something that is easy and doesn't have a financial burden on anybody to validate that they are who they say they are when they cast the ballot.
Okay, thank you.
And final question, Secretary Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Am I unmuted? I think I am. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To Mr. Adams, you already stated that you're not that familiar with our processes in Georgia, but I want to echo what Representative Alan Powell said, Chairman Alan Powell, getting back to the idea of doing an audit of these signature verifications. I would argue that it's relatively easy in Georgia. What both the governor's called for, almost all the members of the Republican members of the General Assembly have called for, is an audit of these signatures between the application in which they arrive and the ballots envelopes. They're held for 2 years, according to Georgia law, in the Board of Elections offices. And at a minimum, you could use the power of statistics and just check. And it's all about voter confidence. I opened the meeting in prayer, and all I want is the truth. And the people I represent want to know whether or not it's true. Is there fraud or not? And an audit would reveal whether or not these signatures are matching up with legal voters or not. And I think it's a very simple ask, and echoes again what Leader Burns is requesting of the Secretary of State's office, and that would be bipartisan teams of advisors overseeing the signature verification process every time an application comes in, and certainly when a ballot comes in. So I just want to make sure that I'm on record is absolutely in agreement that we need a verification, audit, if you will, of the signatures in each one of the Board of Elections offices across the state. Some sort of high degree of statistical accuracy. You wouldn't have to audit 1.2 million absentee ballot signatures. But that's all I wanted to say, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for allowing me to have a say.
I got a last minute question. We've got about a minute left. Representative Oliver, do you think you can get it in there?
Yes, sir. Happy to limit myself to a minute. In listening carefully, I'm trying to differentiate these ideas that are maybe legislatively proposed later in 2021. I understand that the Republicans are building a case for legislative reform in the future. But I'm sure Mr. Adams is aware that there's an existing court order in relation to exact match signatures and various other significant procedures in relation to our existing absentee ballots. And Mr. Adams, you're not suggesting, are you, that the rules be changed in the middle of the existing election that comes before us on January 5th? I'm sure you're not suggesting a change of rules right now, because that would create enormous equal protection arguments when we have millions of people that are voting every day. Surely you're not suggesting that, or anybody is suggesting a change of the rules before January 5th.
Well, obviously I can't speak for everybody. I'll speak for myself. It is not my prerogative to time these changes. That's not what I'm here to tell you to do, is the time you do this. I'm telling you what makes sense. Now, my understanding is, notwithstanding a court order to the contrary, that you already have set these rules long ago, that these are legislative rules that were passed long ago regarding how mail ballots are counted. So I would never suggest that I advise you on timing. That's your choice. What I can tell you is that I think you've already done this.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Adams, I appreciate you presenting and taking questions today. Thank you very much. We have up at 10 o'clock here. If he is ready, Mr. Brainerd, would you please, again, just start by telling us who you are and maybe a little bit of background, and then your presentation, sir.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I'm prepared with the statement to go through my background and right into my findings, if that's okay with you and the committee.
It is.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I've been working in the voter data and election administration field since 1996. I've worked building and deploying voter databases for the Republican National Committee, 5 presidential campaigns, and no less than 100 different campaigns and election-related organizations in all 50 states and the U.S. Virgin Islands. I worked for 8 years at the nation's premier redistricting and election administration firm, Election Data Services, where I worked with states and municipalities on voter databases, delineation, and litigation support related to these matters. Also, while at Election Data Services, I worked under our contract with the U.S. Census Bureau, analyzing voting age population. Since 2004, I've worked for my own business, now known as External Affairs, Inc., providing statistical and data analysis for local, state, and federal candidates and policy organizations in the areas of voter targeting, polling, research, fundraising, branding, and online development and strategy. My firm has worked for over 200 candidates from president to town council and over a dozen DC-based policy and advocacy organizations. I started the Voter Integrity Project after the November 3rd election as a volunteer endeavor to apply several methods to pivotal states to determine whether or not potentially illegal ballots have been cast and to discover other anomalies that could impact the outcome of the election. These are our findings from Georgia that I would like to share with you today. 1. From the state's database for the November 3rd, 2020 election and comparing that to the USPS owned and leased facilities report, it is my opinion that 1,043 early and absentee ballots were cast by voters who were registered with a postal box disguised as a residential address. For this determination, I had my staff compare the official list of leased and owned postal facilities provided by the United States Postal Service to the list of early and absentee voters' residential addresses. We identified 1,043 voters that listed a postal facility as their physical address, which is contravenes the law in Georgia. In many cases, these residential addresses disguise the P.O. box number as an apartment or suite number. For example, apartment 5402 when it is in fact P.O. box 5402, etc. Second, from the state's database and the National Change of Address database and other states' voter databases, it's my opinion that at least 2,312 absentee or early voters were not residents of the state of Georgia when they cast early absentee ballots in Georgia. In conducting this analysis, I took the state's database of all absentee and early voters and matched those voters to the NCOA database. The National Change of Address database, NCOA, is maintained by the Postal Service, and the match process is actually run by the Postal Service itself. This identified 15,700 matches of voters to records who had moved out of the state, permanent NCOAs, not temporary, permanent, to the state prior to Election Day. Further, by comparing the other 49 states' voter databases to Georgia's database, I identified 4,926 voters who registered to vote in another state subsequent to the date that they registered to vote in Georgia. When merging these two lists and removing duplicates and accounting for moves that would not cause an individual to lose their residency in Georgia and eligibility to vote under state law, these voters totaled 20,312. The methodology of using NCOA to identify voters who've moved out of state is backed up by research, specifically an article titled A Brief Yet Practical Guide to Reforming U.S. Voter Registration Systems, which appeared in Election Law Journal and was co-authored by author Stephen Ansolabahari, the Frank G. Thompson Professor of Government at Harvard, who is widely published and has a PhD in political science. The article recommends the use of the National Change of Address database to identify voters who are quote unquote deadwood because they moved out of the state. From the article, it is possible to develop comparable metrics of list quality and targets for improving voter registration lists. An example of a possible metric is the incidence of deadwood, obsolete records, usually due to a person moving or dying, on active and inactive voter lists using the National Change of Address and other postal lists, information from marketing firms, past vote records, and the National Registration List. Catalyst has identified records that are deadwood. The data revealed that 7.3% of all registrations records in the United States are deadwood. The methodology for matching Georgia voters to out-of-state voters who subsequently registered to vote in another state was done using full, exact name and date of birth. For example, a Matthew Martin Brainerd and a Matthew M. Brainerd in another state, even if they had the same date of birth, would not have counted as a match for us since it's not an exact name match. Our number for this is likely much higher in reality. Both Georgia and other states, we had difficulty obtaining reliable, accurate dates of birth for all individuals, and since having a full, reliable date of birth was required for the match, there are many voters in this category that we inevitably missed. I would point out that this matching method has also been validated by published research. An article titled ADGN, an algorithm for record linkage using address, date of birth, gender, and name, in Statistics and Public Policy, another journal, also authored by Mr. Anselo Bahari, states the following in his analysis of a database for the state of Texas. Either name or date of birth or name and address identifies nearly all individuals in a database uniquely. 99.6% are unique with date of birth and name. I would also add that according to the official code of Georgia, section 21-2-217A2, registering to vote in another state is specifically indicated as nullifying residency in Georgia, and with it, the right to vote. Number 3, it is my opinion that at least 395 individuals in the state of Georgia voted in multiple states, in Georgia and in another state. For this determination, I compared the list of early and absentee voters and compared this list to other states' early and absentee voter lists that were available through the L2 political database. Comparing these two lists by matching on full exact name and full exact birth date revealed 395 individuals who voted both in the state of Georgia and in another state, a clear violation of state and federal law. It should be noted that not all states have published complete lists of their early and absentee votes, and we didn't look at election day voters at all in either comparison. Thus, this analysis was conducted on an incomplete universe of data and represents a minimum number of individuals who voted illegally in Georgia and in another state. The accurate total figure is likely much higher. The number of matches is further reduced by the same lack of accurate and complete dates of birth, both in the Georgia file that was released publicly and in other state files that hamper the identification of subsequent out-of-state registrations. Now, I'd like to quote to you from an article in the New York Times that was published in 2012. Fraud in voting by mail is vastly more prevalent than the in-person voting fraud that has attracted far more attention, election administrators say. The flaws of absentee voting raise questions about the most elementary promise of democracy. Voting by mail is now common enough and problematic enough that election experts say there have been multiple elections in which no one can say with confidence which candidate was the deserved winner. When just combining my findings alone, the number of ballots that are strongly indicated as being illegally cast surpasses the margin of victory in the presidential election, thus making it impossible to know who the deserved winner is in Georgia. Finally, I'd like to make a point about the influence of out-of-state non-residents in your elections, because it's about more than just the outcome of this election. When someone casts a ballot, not where they live, but where they choose to cast it, they are effectively nullifying the Electoral College. Similarly, I'll ask you to recall the great compromise at the founding of this country, that we were to have two federal legislatures, one, the House, composed of representatives based on a state's population, and the other, the Senate, where each state had an equal voice. Out-of-state non-residents voting in your Senate elections also nullifies this founding principle. To the members of the committee, I am eager to answer any and every question you may have about these findings. I do respectfully request that you allow me to answer certain questions about the specifics of these findings after my testimony in current litigation, which I expect to complete within the next few days. You may email these questions to me for a written response. I'd be happy to answer them via live, over Zoom, over the phone, and under oath. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There are some questions. Mr. Brainerd, if there's something that you can speak to at present, that would be fine. We understand the ongoing litigation. If it is not something, then I would just ask that perhaps you write it down and get that answer back to us at an appropriate time. I'm going to go back. I believe the first request was from Representative Oliver. You're muted, Representative Oliver.
No, sir, I was asking for the previous witness, not this witness.
Oh, I'm sorry. I got another one up there from you. Representative Trammell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My first question would be for, with respect to the affidavit on compensation, It's true you're being paid a flat fee of $40,000 for your testimony.
That's what it says in the affidavit. Although to be clear, that was for another legal organization. And the campaign itself isn't paying me anything.
Who paid that $40,000?
Amistad Project. But again, the affidavit's in a case filed by the Trump campaign's legal organization.
On your Twitter bio, I see a link to a Give, Send, Go, which is a crowdsource funding. And it says that you're raising money for the project that you're testifying about before this committee today. And to date, it's raised $674,696 that it says is going to you. Is that true?
The language is not quite accurate. I'll clarify some of what you said. All the money raised through crowdfunding is not going to me personally. All of it was used to fund this project. In fact, we've created an online spreadsheet detailing every expense that has been paid. Approximately 200,000 of that has been spent on data. Approximately 400,000 has been spent on call centers. We still have invoices to log. When we reached $580,000, I posted and requested that people that were no longer asking for money and that any money that comes in, will be dedicated to the project. I said that when we're done with the project, and we're nearing that point now where we will have no more expenses for it, we will offer anybody who donated money to return it to them because we have surplus. If there's any money that's left, sorry, go ahead. So we'll return money to anybody who asks for it if, given that we will likely have a surplus and that the project didn't cost as much as we received in donations. Any money left over after that will be given to a permanent voter registration, anti-voter fraud effort. And again, that tranche will not go to my pocket personally. It would just be going to pay for other things, but I will not benefit from it personally at all. So we stopped asking for money, and we've had a full public accounting. I'm benefiting not one penny personally from the Give, Send, Go money raised. And that's a promise I made and a promise I'm keeping. Now, attorneys have come to me and asked me to give them my expert, this is what I do for a living. I'm a campaign consultant and an expert in the area of voter data. They want me to sign affidavits, do declarations, interpret things, give them other assistance. I'm more than happy to do that, but that's what I do as a profession. All of the data that I've received, however, or that we've developed through this project has been released at no cost. I have testified at no cost to the project at hearings in Arizona. I've gone to Michigan to testify. I'm testifying to you here today without any compensation. I'm happy to do that. I've turned over data to multiple agencies, including the FBI, including your state government's leaders, your Secretary of State and Attorney General, other states' leadership. And that's been given freely. That's been funded by the public project. So I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, the one question I think on the updates in conjunction with the Give, Send, Go, you had 32 updates fundraising that you would post on there, and on one of them I read that the vendors you weren't disclosing at their request. Is that right?
Because of the tremendous amount of political heat around this issue, the vendors that I'm working with have specifically asked that they not be named. So we're going to provide their receipts, I guess, but with with key information cropped out, like their wire number, their account number. But I'm also intent, and this is a promise I made, that I would have somebody independent of me audit everything. They would then get access to the vendors, verify that the vendors were paid, that they billed us what they billed us, to make it as transparent as anything. And I'm actually completely open to recommendations on who that auditor or multiple auditors could be to ensure that the money that was raised was spent how I said it was spent, how I promised it would be spent. I'm completely open to that, but I'm in a little bit of between rock and hard place because these vendors, some of whom I've worked with for over 20 years, have been like, please do not put our names up there. Like we put receipts up for Chick-fil-A up there. We don't have a problem with that, or Best Buy, or the other places where we've made incidental purchases. But these major vendors whom we've given, spent basically almost all of the money on, we're very apprehensive about being publicly doxxed.
We have Representative Turner has a question.
Mr. Chairman, I have just one more question to ask, if I might.
Please go ahead. One.
Thanks. Mr. Brainerd, two or three nights ago, you were on an interview with Lou Dobbs on the Fox Business News channel. And in that interview, you said that you were working with Georgia legislators. Who are the Georgia legislators that you're working with?
Your colleagues on this committee who invited me to the hearing.
Representative Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Brainerd, you and I have never had any conversations, have we? We never had.
I don't recall.
Yeah,
I don't recall.
I don't think I heard your name before yesterday. As a matter of fact, I don't watch Lou Dobbs. I'm sorry I missed the interview. But and I really don't understand why it would matter who's paying you if the data can be independently verified. Have you worked with any Georgians who have given you any type of leads? Are there any activists who have come to the forefront that you're aware of or have worked with or have told you this is where you need to look?
No, and you know, when other people are bringing different approaches to this, these questions, right? But it was my intent when I started this project that our findings would be geared at nothing that would require any speculation, only hard data that could be easily reproducible by someone else. Anybody, you know, with just a little bit of common sense could actually do an NCOA match on the early and absentee vote. That's easily replicatable. So is the PO box leased and owned facilities. That's all easily replicatable. So we really want to avoid any kind of bias, and that you can decide how you weight certain mathematical formulas. And we didn't do any extrapolations. We did a sample size, so therefore the entire population reflects the same. We never made any of those assertions. I've given names, voter ID numbers, records to other states, etc. Just really concrete things that are I would consider actionable.
So the reason why I asked the question the way that I did was to establish that before your testimony here, I had no idea what you were going to say. And yet earlier today, when Mr. Adams was testifying, I came in to make a very specific comment, and I made a very specific claim that there were some 15,000 people who had change of address forms where their registration didn't match their current address. And that was given to me by two Georgia activists who have been doing data analysis much like yours. And so it really doesn't matter who's funding it. You know, these two guys are doing it because as a passion project, they care about democracy, they care about their country. And they found that there are these problems in the data. And that I said the 15,000 number earlier, and I believe you put the number at 15,700. So I'd say it's in the same ballpark.
I actually hate to interrupt, but I mean, I see what you're getting at. You're trying to say that these numbers came at independently, and but there's actually a much easier way, to further validate that is that I actually have, when you run the NCOA analysis with the Postal Service, you get a receipt, and I have my receipt. If these gentlemen have their own separate receipts, well, I mean,
right
there you go.
So, yeah. So that reinforces the point that. Regardless of who's looking at the data is going to say the same thing over and over and over again. And I think it would behoove this committee, especially as they go into the next legislative session, to be looking at that type of data and making sure that when we, as a legislature, give the authority to certain individuals in the legislative branch, that are actually following through with the responsibility that they've been given. One last question, Mr. Brainerd, and I do appreciate your time and flexibility in answering questions for the committee. As you mentioned that you have turned over, can you, the results of your findings to law enforcement or to the Secretary of State or other elected officials, has there been any acknowledgement of that receipt? Have you been given any indication as to what action is being taken as a result of you turning that over?
Well, I believe the only confirmation I got was the FedEx package that arrived around noon yesterday was signed for. That's the only confirmation I think I've gotten. I believe that's from the Secretary of State's office. I've sent the data to the Attorney General's office. So I've got no other acknowledgement from it.
How about to the GBI or any other law enforcement agency?
I've not submitted the data to them, but if if there's an agency you think in Georgia, the form letter is good to go. The data set's ready to go. It's very easy to understand. And included in all of my submissions is, the open invitation that if any of this is confusing to you or you have questions, I'm happy to answer those questions. I'm happy to help in any way I can to make it clear what these findings are.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I believe Representative Nguyen had a comment or a question.
I do have a question. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Brainerd, I did have a chance to read through your affidavit and look at the exhibits that you attached to the affidavit. And you allege that there are individuals who cast invalid ballots, and you believe the claim you're making is within a reasonable degree of scientific certainty. So I did take a look at the exhibits you attached, and I do want to share with you some of the things that I found that appear to be incorrect to me. And I'll just address these in orders of the exhibit attached, and I'll just, in the interest of time, highlight the most notable things that I found. The first exhibit attached, Exhibit 2, is a list of folks who were registered to vote in Georgia and have subsequently registered to vote in another state. Right off the bat in your affidavit, you testify that you cleaned up the list for duplicate entries, yet on the very first page of the exhibit, there are 3 duplicate voters. So I am concerned about the duplicate entries that may not have been removed from the exhibits. On that same page, what I did was I just took the first 10 names that were listed that are alleged to no longer be a resident in the state of Georgia. Of those 10 names, I found 8 property tax records that shows the voter still lives at this current address listed under which they're registered in the state of Georgia. They claim homestead exemption on this home as their primary residence, and they pay property taxes on their homes here in the state of Georgia. These are 2020 records that I will be submitting to the committee for review. Of these 10 voters that I researched, I was able to reach one voter on the phone. The voter verified that both he and his wife still live at this address in the state of Georgia, and he has only voted in the state of Georgia. He has a lengthy voting history that I was able to pull as well. From this very same list of individuals, one individual is alleged to be registered in both Georgia and Arizona. I was able to confirm her registration in Georgia and match her voter registration to a property tax record to confirm that she still holds residency in the state of Georgia as her primary residence. I cross-referenced her with Arizona's database and in fact did find a voter with the exact same name, and they are exactly the same age. However, the voter in Georgia was born January 17th and the voter in Arizona was born on April 17th. The voter also has a very common name, and I subsequently just typed in her full name, first, middle, and last name. In the state of Georgia, 117 people share this name, according to White Pages, and in the state of Arizona, 54 people share this name. There was another similar scenario with another individual on that same list, registered allegedly in both Georgia and Arizona. First, middle, last name, but they have different birthdays. They're different ages. One is age 48, one is age 49. The voter in Arizona has not actually voted since 2016. I'm going to move ahead in the interest of time to Exhibit 4. And you mentioned this earlier, voters who, in your affidavit, you allege that voters are using P.O. boxes to register and disguise P.O. boxes as their residential address to cast invalid ballots. In this exhibit, I immediately recognize one of the addresses. It's right around the corner from which I live, and I have friends that live in this actual building. It's a condo building with units on top, and it happens to have a FedEx center in the bottom of the condo complex. I reached out to my friend that lives there and informed him that both he and his wife are listed on your exhibit as having committed voter fraud by trying to disguise their residential address as a P.O. box. He subsequently sent me a list of all the homeowners in that same complex, and I cross-referenced them with their voter registration to confirm they live there, And then I also looked on your exhibit, and every single person that owns a condo in that building that voted in this election has been accused of disguising their residency as a PO box. I found a similar scenario for an address that is also an apartment building with a FedEx center in the bottom of the building. I know exactly where that building is because I have friends who used to live in that apartment complex, and a simple Google search will show you in real time that that is a residential apartment building with a FedEx center underneath it. Now, for those two buildings alone, I've identified at least 70 individuals in the first building that are on this exhibit, having been accused of disguising their residential address as a PO box. And on the second list, there are at least 58 folks that are named for that specific apartment complex. In Exhibit 5, this is the list of people who have alleged to have voted twice, one in the state of Georgia and one in a second state. One of the very first names on that list happens to be our colleague, Representative Tyria Nolowitz's neighbor. So we simply picked up the phone and called Representative Nolowitz, and she called the voter. The voter is alleged to have voted in the state of Maryland and also in the state of Georgia. The individual has confirmed that he currently lives in Georgia and has never voted in the state of Maryland. He, in fact, has not been to Maryland in the last year at all. He does have a father with whom he shares the exact same name, a senior and a junior. In another scenario, I was able to find an individual who allegedly voted in Georgia and also in the state of Virginia. The voters share the exact same name and age, but they have different birthdays. The Georgia voter born June 14th, the Virginia voter born June 2nd. On that same list, I happened to notice that one of the
Representative Wynn, excuse me, how many more on your list are
This
there?
is my last scenario. Thank you,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman. On the last, one of the voters on my list happened to be my constituent. I attempted to call her, was unable to reach her, so I actually just drove over to her house and talked to her and her husband yesterday afternoon. They've lived in Georgia their entire lives, have lived in that same house since 1985. They've never even been to the state in which they're alleged to have double voted. Earlier, Mr. Adams did testify that there are circumstances in which voters have the exact same name, first, middle, and last name, and the same birthday. Based on what I found, I'm led to believe that many of the names listed on your exhibits are erroneous. And these allegations are very serious allegations. You've alleged that these voters have committed a felony. When I picked up that phone and I called my friend and let him know he was on that list, he and his wife were very surprised to learn that their names have been attached to a federal lawsuit, and there have been no attempts to contact them to verify any of this information. So these voters, in fact, have no idea they're being accused of committing a crime in a public filing where both their names and their addresses are listed. And these voters are both Republican and Democrat. It's not a partisan list. So to be clear, there are many people who have been accused of committing felonies, and there are many common names in these exhibits: Smith, Williams, Johnson, Taylor, Davis, Miller. In some cases, as you admitted earlier, you use birth years, in some cases, birthdays. But did you use any more specific unique identifiers such as social security numbers or driver's license numbers that would have actually been able to prove that these people are not, in fact, the same people?
Okay, quite a lot of questions there. First of all, I actually want to thank you for helping to raise issues to help better validate the data. It's only with strong scrutiny that we're able to be completely confident in our findings. So to answer some of your questions, first, we never used anybody's just birth year. It was always had to be a complete match. In fact, because the default date for so many birth dates is the 1st of the month or the 1st of January, whenever that's those components are missing, we actually excluded everybody that was born on the 1st of the month or January 1st for any of our matching. Second, you bring up the issue of duplicates. In the total number of 20,300, is it 12, I think, that is a completely dedupe consolidation of lists. while individuals might have had multiple NCOA records, we have a completely unique list of county and voter ID numbers that totals 20,300. Regarding some of the other name issues that you've found and other issues that you've raised, as I mentioned, I'd be more than happy to address all of those. If you'd send them to me, I would give them an additional validation and scrutiny and get back to you on them.
I do have a follow-up question. As you mentioned, you said that you used complete birthdays. Where were you able to obtain those birthdays? Were they, we know that the Secretary of State here in the state of Georgia doesn't provide birthdays. Where did you get those birthdays?
Right, now you've actually made a very good point. Remember, I'm a third party independent of the government. So many of the tools that would be necessary to I would say, catch a lot of the people that we think we've missed and to do further validation, those tools reside solely in the hands of the state government. So the driver's licenses, social security numbers, what I presume would be the state probably has its own list of dates of birth that it's not releasing publicly. It's sort of set up in the scenario that only the state can definitively answer those questions. Now, in my affidavit, I don't believe I specifically accused anybody of committing a crime. I said these were indications over and over again. Potentially illegal ballots has been my language. Indications of illegally cast ballots. I've not accused anybody of committing a felony in any of my affidavits or declarations. But again, many of these tools are only available to the state, and I'd be happy to work with them and give them guidance on how to apply them and to basically prevent illegal ballots from being cast. And I'd be more than happy to cooperate with them on that. So thank you for your questions and raising your points. And I look forward to evaluating the names you've identified and giving you feedback and updating you on that.
Thank you for that. And it is true that it is hard to obtain accurate information because a lot of this information is protected.
I didn't answer your question. Actually, dates of birth. Yeah, sorry. We have 5 different commercial date of birth vendors, each of whom has a confidence code that they use to determine the likelihood of that date of birth being accurate. We then applied our own level of scrutiny to that to do our very best to obtain what is we believe to be an accurate birth date. And I would say that in the research I cited on the uniqueness of names, dates, and dates of birth, it says that it's accurate up to 99.6. I've also in the same research found that NCOA is a valid method for identifying dead wood. So I rely on that research and the methods we have. And again, I've given this data to the state. They are the best arbiters and ultimate arbiters of it. I really just want them to give it the scrutiny it deserves. So again, I thank you for your questions.
And I do have one more final question. I'm sorry. I do have one more final question, Mr. Chair.
Representative Nguyen, we're going to move on. Representative Turner.
Thank you.
Really quickly, thank you for coming back to me. The Representative Nguyen's findings going to people's houses and knocking on doors and making phone calls. Obviously, that isn't going to happen on a wide scale, but there are ways for commercial addresses. The issue where there's a FedEx at the bottom and an apartment building at the top. There's a flag called CMRA or Commercial Mail Receiving Agencies, where a PO box is in the postal service, even if it's recorded on a voter data as being an apartment number, the CMRA is going to indicate that it's actually a PO box at the FedEx facility downstairs as opposed to an apartment upstairs. In your data, did you look at that particular flag? Was that one of the things that you looked at to determine where those folks actually lived, or if it was an actual PO box?
We used a couple of different analyses, and we also actually looked at other just commercial residences or commercial locations that would not likely be residences. But that's a question that I actually have to pull the material up and I have to talk to some of my staff that I worked with on this project. So I'd be happy to answer that one subsequently.
I would look forward to that. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
All right. We're going to kind of move into a quick at ease recess for about 10 minutes, in which we'll come back and begin with the next presenter if they be ready a few minutes ahead of time. Mr. Smith, is that acceptable?
Yes, it would be, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, well, we'll suspend until 10:50 and then we'll get started back again.
That sounds great. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, get back started here. I missed a message from Representative Jones. Is he back on?
Chairman Blackman, yes, I'm back on.
Yeah, did you have a comment or a question for our last presenter before we move on?
I do, but if it's okay, could I table that until after this speaker?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you can ask it later. I missed your message. My apologies.
No worries. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Smith, if you're ready.
Yeah, yes, Chairman.
We'll move on and to your part of the presentation, sir.
Okay. Good morning, Chairman Blackman and members of the committee. As I said earlier, I am Ray Smith. I'm the counsel, one of the counsel for the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. We are here for you all to consider the issues and problems. And there's Mayor Giuliani. He is also counsel to the President. And Mayor Giuliani, if you will, I'll present, or you want to present first, whichever.
Well, I'm all set, Ray.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Please. Thanks for joining us.
Well, thank you for having me. And Ray, thank you very much for the excellent job that you're doing for the President and for the United States. And thank you to the legislature for having the courage to have this hearing. We're quite impressed with, we know the pressures you're under, and we're very, very impressed with the way you're handling this. To me, Georgia stands out in a way and will always stand out in posterity with regard to this election, because you have the thing that's going to live after this election, no matter what, and that is the videotape that proves that anyone who says that fraud is been debunked or there is no fraud is just plain blind or lying. You have live from Atlanta, you've got voter fraud right in front of people's eyes. Blatant, clear, obvious. You have to be a fool to ignore it or worse. I know the propagandists, the big tech, the big media, the crooked Democrats just say no fraud, that it's debunked. And every time you see that video, you say, what are they talking about? I mean, it's gone from the video of last week to, it's gone viral all over the country. Even I get letters and texts about it from all over the world. How can they say there's no fraud? Look at that woman. Look at her taking those ballots out. Look at them scurrying around with the ballots. Nobody in the room, hiding around. They look like this. They look like they're passing out dope, not just ballots. It is quite clear they're stealing votes. And it's bad enough that the Democratic Party is covering it up. It's absolutely worse that your Republican governor, your Republican lieutenant governor, and your Republican Secretary of State persist in continuing in a cover-up of what is a crime in plain sight. In plain sight of the entire country. It's a disgrace to the people of your state. I know they're disgusted. I see the polls. It's a disgrace to our political party that we would stand by and allow this to happen when it's so obvious that it happened. I mean, there it is right in front of our faces, and they are denying it and trying to lecture us that we're pushing fraud when it's all over, the tape. He's making fools of Georgians, he's making fools of Republicans, and the state legislature has to vindicate the honor of the state of Georgia, in particular, because your people were cheated. Every single person who cast an honest vote, whether they cast it for Donald Trump or Joseph Biden or someone else, every single one of them was cheated by what you saw in that video. And we know that's just the tip of the iceberg. And we'll get into that. You've already had testimony on it. You're going to have more testimony on it. This has to be vindicated. It isn't a matter of you want to disturb the country or we want to create phony. This is for the country now. It's way beyond Donald Trump. It's way beyond Joseph Biden. It's way beyond your governor. It's way beyond us. It's about the future of this country. Are we ever going to let this happen? If you don't stop it the first time you catch it, this is when you go down. This is when you go down. There's been so much damage done to our values in the last year. I won't go into it in detail, but you know what I'm talking about. Our value of free speech, our value of freedom of religion. They're being crushed. There's a censorship being imposed on our nation that's unheard of. If you say the word fraud, they take you off YouTube. You say the word fraud, you can show pictures of fraud. You have 1,000 people admitting fraud, or we have 1,000 people on tape admitting fraud. It's not untrue. It's true. In a country like ours, you have a right to speak. You even have the right to speak things that aren't true, much less the truth. What are we letting happen to ourselves? Somebody's got to stand up. And we're looking to the brave, brave people of Georgia, the brave Republicans and Democrats of Georgia, who stand up for the truth, not just, one particular corrupt group. So I would ask that we take one quick review and one look at that tape again, very briefly, that happened on the night that the Democratic officials made sure that they first got rid of all the reporters, all the observers, anyone that couldn't be trusted. They even used a phony excuse that there was a water main break and cleared out the voting area and then went about their dirty, crooked business. And I should tell you, similar things were happening in 4 other places in Democratic strongholds throughout the country, which only goes to prove how concerted this fraud was. Very similar things in Philadelphia, very similar things in Detroit, very similar things in Maricopa County. So if we could just take a look quickly at that tape so we're reminded of it, we can do away with this. Fraud has been debunked. I hope we have that ready.
What would you like to look at it?
Just the excerpts where we show the things being pulled out from under the drawer.
Okay.
We only need a minute or two of it for people to be reminded of it. Ray, maybe you could walk us through it if you have it there.
Sure, we can do that.
Sure. Okay, so as you can see in the upper left-hand corner of the screen, this is about 11:01 p.m. on November 3rd. This is election night in Fulton County at the State Farm Arena. What you see toward the back are the tables that contain the scanners for the absentee ballots. You see at least 5 individuals back there. This is after the press has gone, the Republican observers are gone, the people who are separating the ballots from the envelopes are gone. So these are the only people left behind. At about this time, which is about a half an hour after everyone else cleared out, I believe the workers cleared out at about 10:30. The observers cleared out closer to 10:40. You're going to watch each of these individuals begin pulling cases out from under that black table in the lower center of the screen.
Unbelievable.
This happens between 11 and 11:07. So give him just a second. Here we go. So one by one, they'll be there. And so, you know, according to Georgia statute 21-483B, all of this has to be open to the public. That means the press, it means Republican observers. They cannot do proceedings behind closed doors. Proceedings means counting, for example. If they're going to restart the count, then under Georgia statute, it's 21-493, the superintendent has to give due notice of when the tabulations process will publicly commence. And this due notice has to be continued from day to day until the vote is completed. Again, that's two separate Georgia laws that are clearly being violated here. I'm sorry I'm yelling. Can everyone hear me okay? I'm not sure where the microphone is.
We can hear you.
Okay.
Talking about the pressure.
Okay. So according to our affidavits, our observers left because there was an announcement by the lady in the blonde braids and also by a spokesperson for the Fulton County Board of Elections that they had stopped counting for the night. Therefore, the press packed up and everyone left. Well, later, the chief investigative officer for the Secretary of State told the press there was no announcement that counting had stopped. In fact, checking sites reported that to be true, when in fact, a simple Google search would have shown that the spokesperson told ABC, NBC, the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, and others that they were stopping counting for the night. The press was standing by our observers. This is why they all left. So the press reports contradict the press reports of the words of the chief investigative officer. Also, the chief investigative officer said that the observers could have stayed if they wanted to. In fact, under Georgia law, they only have the right to be present during proceedings. They do not get to stay after hours and stand guard over the ballots. They would be trespassing at that point. They do not have the right to be present after the counting stops. So they had no choice but to leave. And they asked the spokesperson 3 times before they left to confirm the status of the ballot count. She refused to answer, just as she refused to answer the Atlanta Journal-Constitution when asked, "Why are you stopping?" And in fact, there were contradictory reports to ABC News and the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. In one instance, she said, "We're going to stop counting as planned." And in a different instance, she said, "We'll continue counting the ballots on Tuesday night and try to finish." So there are contradictory statements coming from the spokesperson in the press that night, and also contradictory statements coming from inside the Secretary of State's office.
Jacqueline?
Yes,
This is
sir.
Rudy Giuliani.
Yes, sir.
So I think we've covered. That we could look at plenty of this, but I think we've covered the obvious. The 4 of them handing out the ballots, putting them in the back, counting the ballots. The estimate that I recall is something like, depending on how many times, it would be anywhere from 12 to 24,000 ballots that were counted in that short period of time. Could have been more if they were double and triple counting it, which we're going to show later. And all of this illegal. Those votes have to be discounted, taken out, removed. And that alone is enough to change the result of the election, which puts the lie to those people who were saying there was no fraud in Georgia. The important thing to note, so you're not isolated just in Georgia, is that around approximately that same time in Philadelphia, they closed down, maybe a few minutes earlier, a few minutes later. They decided prematurely we're not going to go on with counting anymore. Biden had fallen behind by 800,000 votes. The Democrats in crooked Philadelphia were panicked. They're used to making up crooked votes, but not 800,000. They didn't know how they were going to do it, so they had to close down the center. And all of a sudden, they got rid of everybody. And lo and behold, we see all of a sudden a quick 140,000 votes pumped in, vast majority of which turned out to be all for Biden. And then all throughout the night, they're pumping it in. And then they had to do that for 2 or 3 more nights because they were so far behind in Pennsylvania. The statistical chance of Biden winning Pennsylvania at the point that he was on Tuesday night was something like 0.0000, I don't know, it's like 15 zeros before you get to a 1, meaning it was impossible to make up the 800,000 votes unless you did precisely what they have done for 60 years in a row in Philadelphia, which is to commit voter fraud. Not unusual for Philadelphia, but it happened at approximately the same time you see this cheating going on in Atlanta. In Detroit, a very similar thing happened. They decided that it was getting too late. Everybody was hungry. Everybody should take off. Everybody should go home. And they shooed everybody out of the center where they were counting votes. Fortunately for us, 2 Republican workers either didn't get the word, was somewhere else when they were being shooed out, or didn't go, weren't recognized particularly as Republicans and hung around. And one very, very brave Dominion employee who at that point had become disgusted with the illegal activities of Dominion was also around. And what they observed was somewhere around 4 o'clock in the morning, they heard big noise in the back. They saw trucks, not ballot trucks. It looked like food trucks or possibly garbage trucks were pulling up. They were very hungry. They ran to the back. All of a sudden, what do they see coming out of the trucks? Ballot after ballot after ballot after ballot after ballot, not in the usual official seals that they're in, sticking out of things. Some of them in waste paper baskets, some of them in cardboard boxes. They were shoved on a table. Everybody kind of shooed away, and they started furiously counting, almost without regard, actually without regard to looking at the outer envelope. Some of them didn't have outer envelopes. Some didn't have inner envelopes, meaning the sealing envelope. They were just being ripped out, tossed off. Every once in a while, a ballot was taken and thrown away. Presumably, they believed a Trump ballot because in the calling out of the names of the ballots as they were recording them, they never heard Trump's name once over a 4-hour period. They also observed what I was mentioning before, in some cases, triple, quadruple entry of the ballot. In other words, they take one ballot, they look at it, they put it in the machine, and then they go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. Now, that's accounted for because there are something like, well, in Pennsylvania, there are something like 700,000 more ballots, I believe, or rather in Michigan, there are 700,000 more ballots counted than was sent out, which would be accounted for by quadruple counting ballots. So, and a similar, on a smaller scale, situation went on in Maricopa County and several other places. So this was a national call by the Democratic Party that we better catch up because Trump's getting too far ahead. There in Georgia, you were getting down to 80, 85% of the vote counted, and he was on his way to winning. In Pennsylvania, he was getting so far ahead, it was impossible to catch up. In Michigan, he was so far ahead, it was almost impossible to catch up. I should also mention Wisconsin. He was ahead in all those states. He was ahead in all those states by numbers where those states normally would be called for a candidate, but because the media was part of the cover up here, and we know it is, it wasn't done. This is a horrible crime that's been committed against the American people. Georgia has probably the piece of the most dramatic evidence. You don't have the most cheating. You didn't have to cheat as much. I mean, the margin was only 10,000. The most cheating obviously occurred in the places where they had to make up the most vote, in Pennsylvania and in Michigan. But what does it matter what the level of cheating? Any cheating in an American presidential election is an attack on our democracy, an attack on our country. It's an attack on all of us. It's an attack on the men and women who died for this country. It's an attack on the men and women who fought and created this country. It's an attack on the men and women who come here and risk their lives to come to the greatest nation on earth. Because we let this happen. We let this erosion of our free speech take place. We let the erosion of our freedom of religion take place. Now we let them take away our free vote. Are we America anymore? That's up to you. It's up to you. And unfortunately, your governor doesn't seem to understand what's at stake here. It's just the opposite. I'd also like to focus on the two people that are involved in this, because I spent most of my life as a United States attorney and associate attorney general and a criminal prosecutor. And I've prosecuted, I think, some of the worst criminals of the last century. People shouldn't get away with this. I'm not sure I know the names of these people. I think I do. I think the woman in charge here is named Ruby Freeman. And I think her daughter, Shay Freeman Moss, either was helping her here or helping her earlier. Because earlier in the day, these two were engaged in another apparent voter fraud, in which they were passing out USB ports, which were being used apparently, to infiltrate the crooked Dominion voting machines and get data out of it or change data in it. Or do you have a video of that we can show? Just want to show you, we're talking here about multiple offenders. And I ask, has anybody subpoenaed these people? Has anybody subpoenaed these people? I mean, this is a week ago now. Gosh, I remember a couple of years ago, a lawyer for President Donald Trump, his house and his law office raided at 4 a.m. by the FBI, dressed up in what look like military outfits. And then I remember that happened to Roger Stone, and I remember it happening to Paul Manafort. It doesn't happen here when we see national television stealing votes. Well, I think actually I'll have Phil show that, because he has the right. He has the exact right one, but it's a tape earlier in the day of Ruby Freeman and Shay Freeman Moss and one other gentleman, quite obviously, surreptitiously passing around USB ports as if they're vials of heroin or cocaine. I mean, it's obvious to anyone who's a criminal investigator or prosecutor, they are engaged in surreptitious illegal activity again that day. And that's a week ago, and they're still walking around Georgia lying. They should have been questioned already. Their places of work, their homes should have been searched for evidence of ballots, for evidence of USB ports, for evidence of voter fraud, because they obviously were engaged in it, and it's available to 300 million Americans to watch. Someday somebody's going to say, what the hell did you do about it? Don't you want to protect us, your posterity? Don't you feel any responsibility for the enforcement of the law? I mean, are you so cowed by the American media, the America big tech, the America big mouths, and the America big left that you perspire too much to do your duty? I am so disappointed. Not in what these crooks did. I've seen this coming, and I've watched the Democrat Party since Bill Clinton at the very top deteriorated to a crooked political machine. Not the regular Democrats, not the good people of the Democratic Party. They're very, very decent people. They deserve better than this. But they've been taken over by a cabal of very, very crooked people. And unfortunately, they're protected. And we're demonized for doing the right thing. And unfortunately, it's starting to get to us. And some of us don't seem to have the courage to react to it. And if we don't, maybe we're not up to what our ancestors were. Because we have to fight for this. This is clearly voter fraud. They can take it off internet all they want. They can scratch it away all they want. They can try to erase that video, but we have it. And they can try to erase 1,000 affidavits, but we have them too. We have the brave people who are standing up to it, some of whom are being threatened, but they're still standing up to it. So there are so many more indications of fraud in Georgia. I'll mention one other, and then I'll turn it over to Phil Waldron, who's done such a good job, first of examining the Dominion machines, which he's becoming more and more expert on, but also in going through these statistics and getting them up to exactly the precise statistics. The one that jumps out at me that just tells me that you cannot possibly certify Georgia in good faith without submitting a clearly false statement to the United States government, which, by the way, is a federal crime, is the voter records of your county show that 96,600 mail-in ballots were voted, yet the records don't show that those votes were ever received back. That's an astounding delta. It makes the point that you have all kinds of unaccountable ballots. We don't even need to know the reasons for that to know that those votes should be taken away. And in the case of the votes in that center, the votes should clearly be taken away from the Democrat Party, because the Democrat Party was in complete control of that center. Every single vote should be taken away from Biden. The minute that happens, Trump wins the state by a nice, healthy margin, which is what he probably won it by in the first place. Just like he won Pennsylvania, probably 300,000 or 400,000 votes that they stole. This is a theft that took place right in front of our eyes, and too many of us have been cowered into being afraid to speak up. And I think it's stopping. I think you're seeing a reaction throughout the country with the brave action of Texas, of the state of Texas, and now 17 other states standing with them, saying it is clear that this was a theft of an American presidency, not just a theft of an election. And it's not just Georgia. Please don't feel alone. You were taken advantage of, just like other states were. And by the way, had it been a swing state, it certainly would have happened in my state of New York, probably bigger than in Georgia. So I'm not trying to act holier than thou. We got plenty of crooked Democrats in New York that could certainly match and outshine yours. So I want to thank again our counsel in Georgia. They've been among the best that we've had to work with. They've been among the most effective. They uncovered and found most of this. I want to thank Phil because he's been doing this all over the country. And now I'd like to turn it over to the Colonel, okay? And thank you very much for your indulgence.
Good morning, sir. I think Russ Ramsland was going to review the data and the affidavits first.
Fine with me. He's as good as you are, Phil.
I think Camille, if you could put Russ up. Russ, I think you're muted still.
Okay, am I unmuted now? Am I unmuted now?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Great. Okay, thank you very much. We appreciate it. Because the first part of my affidavit has to do with what I call the background or atmospherics, let me just run through it real quick. I don't want to spend a lot of time on this. I know your time's important. But we got involved in this because we saw some logs out of Dallas in 2018, and my cyber guys were totally horrified at what they saw. We didn't really set out to look at the voting system, but we just felt like we had to based on what we saw. So we started looking into it, and what we found is that the election system is not well understood. More than that, in a lot of cases at the federal level, it's ignored. Some of it may be willful. Some of it may simply be ignorance. I don't know, and I'm not judging. But it's a complex patchwork. There are lots of people who are involved in this, including foreign-owned companies with servers outside this country. And there aren't really any hard standards. There are voluntary standards. Actually, they're called guidelines. And as a result, guidelines are pretty loosey-goosey. And so a lot of these voting companies say that they're in compliance with all guidelines, but they've defined their interpretation of what the guidelines are, since it's all entirely voluntary. And most SOS people do not know what the whole voting system looks like. And we found an incredible number of places where this thing can be injected. And so let me see if I can show you a little about that. This is actually what the voting system looks like at a high level. And can you see my whole screen, or on mine, I'm seeing some of this. Let me just do that. Yeah, that's better on mine. This is where you and I vote. This is your county, where central counting, tabulation, etc., with poll books, with databases, with tabulation software, reporting software, and with Dominion and ES&S and even HART, there's an unofficial database and an official database. And the general story is, well, this whole thing is air gap because this isn't connected here, but it is. And it's air gap because these two are not connected, but they are. And you can see that they are because they both are behind the same firewall. So guys like mine can go in, and if they can get to this unofficial database, and you're going to see there's a bunch of ways to do it, they can also change these numbers. So how do things get changed? Well, let's talk about that. At the voting place, and we'll get to that at the very end of my deal here, you have what I call zealots, and these are people who decide that they want to vote ballots for people who may or may not really have shown up to vote because they're in the database and they know they generally don't vote. It can be in the form of fake ballots. It can be in the form, as you're going to see in a minute, of blank ballots that get voted, et cetera, et cetera. So there's lots of ways that zealots, if you would, at the voting place can change things. The next way that people can change things is directly at central counting. And that can be a number of ways. This entire system is online with all these systems, which also are in the cloud. And anyone who would like to take the results from here that come into here and change them can then backload them right down into here. So when we see these big vote spikes, that's one particular possible culprit, is outside actors here who are backloading. As I said in my affidavit, we see in a number of these, particularly in CITL, we see what's called Q-snatch malware. And that's malware that basically allows these actors to collect all the credentials from all these counties so that they can go back and get into these databases. And that's outlined in my affidavit. So that's another point of vulnerability. Another point of vulnerability simply comes from these guys right here, who can, for instance, set up the algorithm we're going to give you some proof of in a minute. And the algorithm can change the votes that are being tabulated here. They can switch votes. They can move votes from election day votes to absentee votes. They can add and subtract. And you've had some software updates that were not evidently particularly scrutinized And that's a real problem. So that can happen at that level. The next place things can happen is, as I said before, they can tamper with these databases here or here and backload votes in here. So as you can see, there's just a huge number of places, attack surfaces is what my guys would call it, for people who want to cheat in this system. It is an incredibly, incredibly insecure system. I talked a little bit about an affidavit by a guy named Spider. Let me just show you real quick, for instance, how we traced that Seidel actually had servers in Frankfurt right up until the raid about 2 weeks ago. You can take a tool called NS Lookup and look that up, and it will tell you that this is its IP address. And 5.2 right away is set up for Germany, but in this day, it could also have been migrated elsewhere. So at that point, we do what's called a geo, an NS lookup, and sure enough, it says, no, it is over in the EU. We can do what's called a geo IP lookup, and that will tell you that it's in Frankfurt. So the kind of tools that Spider talks about are very well known. They're what's called white hat tools, and those are guys that are computer specialists. You might call them hackers, although that's sort of a pejorative term, except white hat hackers are guys that obey the laws and the rules. And so all of our research was done using white hat hacker techniques. And these are just other tools that you can use to pin it down. For instance, this tells you that it's also in the Amazon cloud, as I talked about in my last one. A lot of people don't understand that they actually are connected to Clarity elections if you're on ES&S or Dominion. The people in Kentucky didn't. We went out there to meet with them. And the first thing we told them is look on your Kentucky State Board of Elections website, click on your unofficial votes. And they said, okay, fine, we're on Kentucky State Board of Elections. I said, no, you're not. Look up here. This is really where you are. You're at Clarity Elections. And that Clarity Elections server at the time was in Frankfurt, Germany. That's where the votes ultimately were being held. And you can change them at that level and backload them all the way back into counties in Kentucky or, in your case, Georgia. All right, that's enough about that part of it. It's important to understand at a very high level sort of how the Dominion system works. It really has two buckets. I'm going to call them the regular bucket and the adjudication bucket. And a lady named Missy, I forget her last name, but we've got the video here. She demonstrated this beautifully, where if votes go into the regular bucket, they're treated one way. But if you put them into the adjudication bucket, you can, the operator can pretty much do anything they want at their discretion, or they can apply the ranked choice voting algorithm. And so it's at its discretion. And in some cases, for instance, I don't know if Georgia has allowed this, but I know Arizona has allowed adjudication to be pre-programmed ahead of time with such commands as 90% of all adjudicated ballots shall be cast for XYZ regardless. Now, it's important to think about these two buckets, because if you've got an algorithm, and we do, and we're going to show you that, it takes the votes and it just puts them in one place or another. It's not actually counting whole votes. It is taking the votes and it's apportioning them out. And we're going to talk a little bit about that. But it's important to know that adjudication can be manual at the operator's discretion or at an algorithm's discretion. Very important to understand that. In any case, it has nothing to do.
Hey, Russ, could you jump to the specific numbers for Georgia that they're looking at?
Are you looking at this one?
Correct.
Okay.
And then the voting numbers.
All right. These are in my original affidavit, we were looking, it was early days, and we were only looking at the number of voting records where the vote was cast and yet there was no record that it had ever been returned or received. Since that time, there's been a lot of work done by some guys that we've worked with, and they've been able to identify a whole host of problems. And they've done that using Secretary of State records. They were dated 10-4. Those were the latest ones. They've cross-referenced some of these things with, for instance, ERIC, which is the Electronic Registration and Information Center, or the National Change of Address Database, or the DPS database. So over here is sort of what they used in order to determine these things. And they found that on the Secretary of State record, there's about 66,247 mail-in ballots that apparently are being cast by underage voters. They found 2,506 voters on the registered felons list. 2,423 were not listed as registered to vote, and yet they still got to vote. We had the same problem here in Dallas. We found 4,926 that were registered to vote in another state, 395 that actually cast votes in another state. 15,700 of them had done a national change of address to another state and yet still show as having voted in Georgia. 40,279 had moved across county lines 30 days prior or more to the election. That actually requires them to re-register in their new county. That did not happen with 40,279, and they still voted. 1,043 used illegal post-off boxes as residences. 98 registered too late. 10,315 were deceased by election day. 8,718 perished prior to the vote being counted. 305,000 ballot by mail app was submitted too early. It was submitted 180 days, more than 180 days. 13 was sent to unregistered voters. 2,664 were by mail app, mailed too early by the Secretary of State records. 50 of them were voted too early, and 217 of them were requested, issued, and voted all the same day. All in all, this is a total of a stunning 461,349 total potential illegal votes. Now, I'm sure that the deeper and longer you have to look into this, you'll find that some of these are overlapping into one or more of these categories. But the point is, it is an absolutely incredible number of illegal votes that were being done under this watch. In terms of the scale of the negligence or the fraud, well, let me put this in perspective. In 2020, there were 1,768,000 mail-in ballots that were sent out. If you look down in 2018, that number was 234,000. If you look down in 2016, that number is 208,000. So you've got 5 to 6 times as many mail-in ballots in this election. And yet look what happened for the ones that were returned as rejected. And what this really goes to, it goes to the fact that an incredibly, stunningly bad job was done in actually checking these ballots to make sure that they were legit. Only 4,400 of 1,768,000 mailed out and 1,300,000 returned were actually rejected. That's a rejection rate of 0.34%, 1/3 of 1%. In 2018, where you had only 234,000 mail-in ballots returned, 7,889 of them were rejected. So with 5.61 more, fewer ballots, you had a 3.36 rejection rate, or twice as many. So you can look at these numbers and you can get a pretty good idea as to the scale of what went on.
Thanks, Russ. I'll take over the screen real quickly and select window. All right. And we'll hit two quick numbers real quick, and hopefully you can see my screen. Just two of the top level analytics indicators that you're probably familiar with. We mentioned it at the Senate hearing last week, but in the morning hours, about 1:36 in the morning of November the 4th, there was about a 200,000 vote batch that was the largest batch in the Georgia 2020 general election. And about 80% of those votes went to former Vice President Biden. And we've got those broken down by the precincts where those votes went in. And this information, I believe, has been provided to you. If not, it will be. But those list of precincts where that batch of votes went in at 1:36 in the morning represented the time after the stop of the shutdown, and it actually coincided with the timing of the video that was produced from a Fulton County at the arena. There's one more. There's a lot of statistical analysis here, but one more thing that I did want to show you that indicates some potential fraudulent batch files that were injected into the voting. And apologize, but I'm going through this for the sake of time. This was with the Edison update. The batches that were across here, and I've got a graphic to show you. The graphic across there represents a pretty flat number of even numbered additions to the race. And I'll provide that, but basically they were batches that were uploaded in batches of 1,000, of hundreds, and they were straight numbers, which would indicate that they were loaded in as batch files. Mr. Ramsland indicated the Democracy Suite User's Guide, and I believe you've all been provided this, but some of the things that you've been told that these were not connected to the internet. All you have to do is look in this. Chapter 5 basically talks about opening an election project, and I'll scroll down here. There are several different areas where connecting these systems to the internet are mentioned, Chapter 5 being the first place. Opening an election project. If you're creating a project for the first time, enter the network parameters. Enter all the data required, the EMS applications, the server host, the IP address and name, the name of the EMS. This is the communication ports in the system. Further down on Chapter 6. Resetting removable medium, loading results from the directory, results loading, and 6.5. Sorry, I'm scrolling there, but this talks about how the RTR, the results tabulating machine, can automatically load results from 2 predefined locations. The results directory from central scanning, and the uploaded results directory. So these are all pathways in the network, how these items communicate. And I can go on in Chapter 13 about defining transfer points and exporting results. Chapter 14, the results tabulating devices have an exposed surface to which remote clients can communicate. And then as recently as last week at the Senate hearing, one of your election supervisors had an issue that couldn't be resolved. The poll pads as well as the tabulators were coded for the wrong voting location. She was able to call Colorado. They remoted into her poll pads and her tabulating devices and changed the polling precincts. So from the beginning, the fallacy that these are air gapped, that these are not connected to the internet, is false. And I would just submit to you, I've got a list of things if you'd like to look through the operator's manual on how these systems are manipulated. There's a lot more that we could go through in the operator's manual, but if you'd indulge me, I'd like to show you a video from Fulton County. I'm sorry, Coffee County, Georgia, with one of your own.
I'd just like to jump in here real quick. When we show any video, I want to remind everybody, committee and presenters, that we don't need to use names, please.
Okay, I believe the lady in this video is self-identified, but we can disregard that. So, okay.
Do you see this to run? Or is this Ruby? There's my mouth.
Is there supposed to be audio here?
I'm sorry, is there no audio coming through?
There is no audio coming through.
Can I get the, Camille, could I send the URL to you and play it from your end? There's audio on this end.
Somehow I feel encouraged. This is really good stuff.
I'll put the link into the moderator, and hopefully she can play from that end and maybe have audio.
We might need to call Jason after this. We should try to get this on Newsmax, on IAN.
Yeah.
And on
You send it
Fox.
to Camille. We can get it played.
Share and then reshare.
Yeah, I just sent it to Camille.
The hearings in Georgia today.
We need to. Mr. Smith, are we going to be able to get that, do you think, or are we, I think there's interest.
What do you need? A video coffee?
The YouTube link. If you could send somebody could send the YouTube video to our video guy here, he can do it.
Would you like me to? I could put it in the chat.
We've got video services is now telling me that they will play it.
Feed these ballots through the scanner. Somebody's didn't go through. Well, when you look at it, it's tore, so we're going to set it to the side because we're going to have to look at it with the review panel. Okay? So now in the ICC system, I'm going to tell it whether I want to discard the whole batch or I want to accept the batch. So I don't see anything wrong with what went through, so I'm automatically going to accept it. All right? So it just told me that I have scanned a total of 16 ballots, but there's really 14 because I did 2 before y'all all got in here to play with it. Okay, so now I'm going over to the RTR system to see if I can find my ballots. Well, here are the ballots that just come through for batch number 3, and it's telling me that they're in adjudication. Adjudication is where I can go. There's my ballots for batch 3. Let me make sure that's them. So I'm going to tell it to refresh because it should be a 4th ballot. I mean 4th batch, not 3rd batch. So it takes it a few minutes to get over here. There it is. Okay. So now it should be in adjudication. There's my 4th batch. For some reason, every one of those, it sent them through. Every one of those. So, did anybody overvote their ballot?
Nope.
Nope. Nobody overvoted?
I did.
You did not?
Did not.
Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to take and we're going to overvote. And why not? Let's just do, you know, a star.
And overvote, what do you mean by overvote?
Overvote is when if there is...
You vote for multiple parties.
Multiple people in a section where it says only vote for one.
Okay.
So now, this is a new batch of ballots that's come in. We're going to scan them again. We're going to scan the 2nd batch.
So you're scanning the same ballots twice. It's already been scanned once.
I've already scanned them once.
Yeah, so you're scanning the same ballots.
Same ballots twice.
So it'll scan the same ballots two times. Okay.
And I went and remarked on them. So here they go. It just accepted every one of them. Every one of them went through the system. So I'm going to say, okay, yeah, I want to accept them. It doesn't show me that anything really went wrong with it. So now we're going to go back over to RTR and let's see and wait on them to come through. because normally I don't do the adjudication until all ballots have been ran. So it's already sitting there for me.
So you should have 5 batches of ballots.
Right.
When these upload.
Yeah, when these uploads, I will have 5. There it is, the 5th batch.
Okay.
It's pending adjudication.
Sure.
So that means there's something that needed to go to adjudication.
Uh-huh.
So now I'm going to go to adjudication. There's my, it hadn't pulled over. There's my batch. I want to adjudicate it right here. This is one that I did right before y'all got here. So we're going to go and say we're going to complete this one just like it is. But if you look, here is a vote that is double voted. It's overvoted. I don't know if when I hit complete, is it going to accept a vote for both both candidates? Or is it, since there's a red box around it, is it going to reject it altogether? I don't know. So I'm going to say it's complete. I could also say hide the box. The box went away. There's a check mark. Did it accept the check mark? I don't know. But I'm going to say nothing needs to be changed. Okay?
Does it tell you what it does after you
No, sir.
hit complete?
No, sir. I'm going to say, I want to take it. No, wait just a minute. I want to go and, I think I want to vote for Jason Shaw. They didn't vote that ballot a while ago. There wasn't nothing there. I think we need to vote for him. And I'm going to complete it. Confirm ballot, save, move to next ballot. Okay. So it pulls up the next ballot that needs to be adjudicated.
So you made a vote for someone where someone did not vote.
I did, didn't I?
And you're the election supervisor?
I'm the election supervisor. I am the person that sits and does the adjudication.
Could
Yes, sir?
Go back to the Trump and Biden race and decide, since both are marked, you just count one of them and not count the other one? Can you decide?
Let's see. Yep, sure can. I think I want to vote for Biden. Let's let Biden win this one.
So what you put supersedes whatever.
Uh-huh.
So you.
But I decided this Al, he don't deserve no votes. Let's not let nobody vote for that. And complete. Okay. Well, here's another one. I don't think any votes need to vote on this ballot. I think this really needs to be just a blank ballot. Complete.
All right, board. I want y'all to step outside with me. Y'all step out. Shut that door.
Mr. Waldron, does it continue?
I believe she's going to show 2 more things. She's going to show how to vote a blank ballot.
And we're going to shut the door to the Jim's room.
That's an up close view.
We're trying to see the screen. We're trying to see what Misty's doing through a window that looks into her office in the Jim's room. And I can't tell. I'm probably around 7-8 feet max from the screen, and I can't tell what she's doing. Can any of you board members see what Misty's doing?
No. Not accurately.
Okay, so we're all in agreement that while we've stepped out of the Jim's room, that there could possibly be some fraud going on behind our back that we have no clue of. Okay. What are you doing in here?
I'm just voting. I'm doing the adjudication. Okay, now I've ran a batch of ballots. I'm gonna do it again. I'm gonna cancel it so y'all can see it. I'm scanning a batch of ballots. Oh, scanner's timing itself out. Wow. Exception found. 4th ballot scanned. Misread ballot, or ballot misread. Last 4 ballots did not count.
So how do you?
So you take it and you go 1, 2, 3, 4, or you say, you can say view the ballot and it's going to show me which one, and then I can go through and find it. Or, as I do, I say discard whole batch.
But you could hand pick the ballot that you wanted to come out of that stack.
Uh-huh.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. So I'm going to say discard the whole batch, and then I'm going to take the ones that went through that it's told me it stopped on, and I'm going to take them and set them aside, and then I'm going to rescan the rest of the batch that was scanning. And while that is scanning, I'm going to be going through these ballots, looking to see if I can see why one, oh, there's one. The barcodes, the scanner, the notches wasn't all the way.
Or the scanner could have torn that.
So, one more thing is what I want to show you. And this is one that totally bothers me. There is nothing voted on this ballot. Everybody agree? It's a 100% blank ballot. I can go over here and tell it to stop adjudication, and I can tell it to scan and adjudicate all ballots. I can go and vote that blank ballot.
Oh, wow. Show us. Oh, no. It's just flaw after flaw. Misty, can you scan a ballot more than once?
I've just done it.
I'm talking about you just.
Yeah.
You just keep scanning them if you want.
I just kept scanning that same.
You just keep sending them.
I just scanned the same batches that y'all just voted. I never got any more until that one.
I don't know why they approve such a system. I don't get it.
So see, as I have it right now, I have it to do ambiguous mark and overvotes. It's supposed to do blank ballots. So let's see if it does the blank ballots like it's supposed to. Let's see. It scanned it. I'm going to accept it into the system, and now let's see if it goes over for adjudication. Or And these red lines show me that these batches were adjudicated, that I touched those ballots, that someone touched those ballots. But it does not know that I, Misty Martin, touched those ballots.
So they can be tracked which ones were adjudicated.
It can be tracked, but it cannot be tracked to exactly what ballot it was.
It can be tracked, but it can't be traced.
Right. So, okay, it sent it to adjudication. And there's my batch, my blank ballot that I want to adjudicate. And I'm going to vote for Doug Collins. I'm going to vote for Bubba. And I am going to complete it. And I just counted that vote.
Holy cow.
It works fine for honesty. Yeah. If you intend to be honest, it works fine.
Say that one more time.
I said it works fine for honest people.
Mm-hmm.
Those who intend to do wrong, though, certainly can.
That's right. All right, I'm cutting it off.
So I apologize for the link, but I believe that the points that we made last Friday to the Senate, that the system was designed to be manipulated. It's got workarounds in the software that can be manipulated. I'd just like to share one more thing. Oh, sorry.
Mr. Smith, we're very short on time.
Will do. So the National Conference of State Legislatures, I believe Georgia is a member of that, has adopted the voting system standards. And this is quite a lengthy document, but the Federal Election Commission voluntary voting system guidelines. I do believe, according to the NCSL, that the state of Georgia has mandated compliance with the federal requirements. The biggest piece of compliance is that voting systems are not able to be manipulated, that a vote shall be represented with the intent of the voter. And this is chapter 2.11 of the voting system standards, security and accuracy. And this is their declarative statements. To ensure vote accuracy, all systems shall record the election contest, candidates, and issues exactly as defined by election officials, record the appropriate options for casting and recording votes, record each vote precisely as indicated by the voter, and produce an accurate report of all votes cast. So in the integrity part, it says that the integrity measures ensure the physical stability and function of the vote recording and counting processes. All systems shall protect against any attempt at improper data entry or retrieval. And I think your own voting officials there in Georgia have just shown that those processes are not possible with the Dominion voting system. So if your own legislature mandated compliance with the voting system standards, based on what you've seen, the ability to change the vote of a Georgia citizen, the ability to negate the vote of a Georgia citizen by voting and accepting a blank ballot, the ability to disenfranchise Georgia citizens by the ability to run ballots through multiple times, it really all underscores the conclusion that you can't certify this election with any degree of certainty that the will of the people of Georgia is accurately represented in this vote. Now, we have developed new technology and new capability to scan the ballot images electronically and determine which of the ballots are fraudulent. Now, machine marked ballots, like the lady did there in Georgia, they're really hard to, that's going to be hard to detect. And you're really weighing in on the individual honesty of the operators or malign actors who gain access to that system illegally or unlawfully. So there are a lot of vulnerabilities. There are ways to at least validate and pull out mail-in ballots that are inaccurate. Those are scanned in as called part of the scanned ballot image. And the cast vote record is an export function of the Dominion system. So with the cast vote record and the scanned electronic ballot images, the results of those, you know, if there were blank ballots that were processed in and scanned in, you'll be able to tell which ones of those ballots were valid and which ones were invalid. For example, the kinematic features of a mail-in ballot can be detected. So if ballots were scanned through as a whole piece of paper, they weren't folded, they had potentially laser printed voting marks, the kinematic features of the ballot will be able to detect that on mail-in ballots. So there are measures that you can take to ensure that the will of the Georgia people were represented, but I think as you've seen this morning, that that's in question.
Well, we're actually over on our time. We only have so much budgeted, and we have some other people that are going to testify after our break to some of the things that we have seen here. So I'm going to ask that we wrap this up. Thank our presenters for this morning, and we will reconvene at 2 o'clock. Okay. Mr. Smith, thank you for.
Chairman, could I just real quick just make a few statements, a couple of statements, and then I'll be done.
Very briefly, yes, sir.
Yes.
We have lots of people that would like to comment, but we don't have time for that.
I understand, and I appreciate the chairman and the committee's patience. And this morning, you all have received a copy of the lawsuit with our affidavits. And I just wanted to state that our lawsuit is more low tech, if you will. It is not so much based on the Dominion system. We've got hard facts, sworn testimony, very detailed complaint. 40 code violations are alleged, hard numbers violations. Representative Turner talked about the 15,000 folks, and there are a lot of hard numbers. I would also note that our witness, Mr. Brainerd's information was turned over to the GBI, and we believe we have one of the strongest lawsuits of any that's been brought in the country, and we believe that it's going to show the strong irregularities that have occurred in this state, and we thank you for your time. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Glad you're feeling better. Members of the committee, we will stand in recess or suspend until 2 p.m. Thank you very much. Like we have most everybody back. All right, we do have Eric Cheney, who's a board member for Coffee County BOE. So I believe it is right at the hour. So Mr. Cheney, if you're ready, and I'll just mention again for everybody's, just so that everybody knows, we do have these stacked up in 10-minute increments. So we're gonna have a limited amount of time, but you know, that's the idea, is to get as many witnesses as possible. And all of these folks have either submitted testimony via our email address, just to put it back out there, gaff@house.ga.gov, or they have been submitted by members of the committee, or possibly even other members in certain instances. So those are what we're drawing from, and I will turn it over to you, Mr. Cheney, and let's hear what you have to say, sir. If you'll tell us who you are and a little bit of your background, and then proceed with your presentation.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon. I'm Eric Cheney from Coffee County, Georgia. I would like to take a moment to say thanks to the Governmental Affairs Committee, Chairman Blackman, for the opportunity to speak before this committee. A gentleman by the name of James Allen said, "Many thinking people believe America's best days are behind us." He wrote this statement in 1775. Many people still feel this same way today. However, I do not. I believe in my county, I believe in my state, and I believe in my country. And that's why I'm speaking to you today. Certain things we do in this life only grant us one opportunity to get them right. 3 examples of those things are skydiving, scuba diving, and holding an election. When skydiving, one must have a parachute that's packed correctly. When scuba diving, one must make sure that they have air in their tanks. And when conducting an election, we must have equipment that ensures safety, security, and fairness throughout this entire process. And I can tell you that the current system does not afford us these luxuries. I'm here to express today the dilemma that we as a board here in Coffee County experienced certifying the electronic recount performed in the November 3rd, 2020 general election. As you know, the certification process requires the election supervisor to swear under oath and under penalty of perjury that the certified votes are a true and accurate reflection of the count or recount. In the instant case, the election supervisor of Coffee County could not honestly make such an attestation given the inherent inconsistencies existing within the electronic summary report generated by the Dominion voting system. The basis for the dilemma is simple. The election summary report for the electronic recount tabulated votes in a manner that resulted in more collective votes being cast for the presidential candidates than the total number of votes reflected within the report. The inconsistent count could not be reconciled. We tried, could not be reconciled. This fact, inherent inconsistency, is simple. The election summary report for the electronic recount tabulated votes in a manner that resulted in more collective votes being cast for the presidential candidates than total in the report. I repeat, the inconsistent count could not be reconciled. That point is very important. When you can't reconcile a count, you must stop and figure out why that count cannot be reconciled. The fact inherent inconsistencies alone was grounds not to certify the election based on the Dominion data set and report. However, the reluctance to certify the electronic recount was compounded where those results were considered in context with the 2 prior vote count results. As this committee knows, a hand count of the original general election balloting occurred on November 16th and November 17th. Coffee County's hand count yielded 1 more ballot than was reflected on the ballot count on election night. At the direction of the Secretary of State of Georgia, if the hand count yields a net vote difference of less than 5 votes, the board was instructed to certify the original vote tally. Coffee County certified on the original election results on November 9, 2020. We certified those results really not being comfortable with the outcome. You see, the Secretary of State says that if we have a 5 vote differentiation that we can work from, that's 5 votes. 5 votes. What if that 1 vote or 2nd vote or 3rd vote was your vote, Chairman, that may have counted or may not have counted? Every single vote in the state of Georgia that is a legal vote, we don't need to regard them as just, we don't have to count them, or we can count them, we may count them, we can kind of get it right. No, this has to be done exactly right, every single time. The election report used to certify the original election results was internally consistent, meaning that the sum of the votes for each presidential candidate equaled the total votes reflected on the report. The hand count also yielded the same internal consistency within the report. If you will see Exhibit 5, it is worth noting that we believe Dominion electronic election reports generated in prior elections were likewise internally consistent as well. The internal inconsistency of the election summary report stands in stark contrast to all other prior elections. I want to read that line one more time. The internal inconsistency of the election summary report stands in stark contrast to all other prior elections. When I mentioned exhibits a moment ago, we have sent in a list of exhibits and a total package of data that we would love for you to look through. Anyone who may.
We do have that, Mr. Cheney. I do have a couple of questions, and I know we're going to run out of time. I don't want to cut any important points that you might have out, but I do have a couple of people that want to ask. A couple of committee members have a couple of questions. So,
yeah.
Representative Bernal, you had a question? You wave. Okay. Representative Turner had a question.
I might have missed it. I heard that you said, thank you, by the way, for being here. I'm going to speak quickly in the interest of time. I heard you say that there was one extra vote in the hand count versus the machine count, but I don't know that I picked up on how far off the second machine count was.
I was getting to that point.
Okay.
And further down my explanation.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
If you wouldn't mind answering the question, please.
Yeah, please continue, Mr. Cheney.
Yes, we have a 50 vote difference, 50 votes in the second hand count that we could not reconcile, could not duplicate.
Was that a hand count or a machine count the second time?
That is a machine count.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Cheney, did you have anything else?
Yes, sir. How much time do I have left?
You got about a minute.
Well, listen quick or I'll speak fast, okay?
That'd be fine, thank you.
Okay, I'm just going to cut out this list of exhibits and kind of get down to the bottom of what I have here. This committee must understand in the same election cycle, we identified other problems with the Dominion system and reported the same to the Secretary of State. On November 13th, a letter was written to the Secretary of State identifying these serious concerns. A copy of that letter and relative documents were also attached. Let me just paraphrase. I had quite a bit of stuff to go on, but I'll just paraphrase. We've saw the house burning for several weeks now. We've picked up the phone, we've called the fire department. No one has responded. We have basically begged Chris Harvey and the Secretary of State to come to Douglas, Georgia, to our elections office, listen to our concerns, and if we perform any way, shape, form, or fashion that is not right, help us correct this beforehand. We have been denied that. Coffee County has been denied any help from the Secretary of State's office, and it's documented in each of our exhibits. We have plenty of supporting documents that speak to this, and we have begged the Secretary of State to come to Douglas, Georgia. It's only 2 hours from Macon, Georgia to Douglas, Georgia. Get down here and help us. That's what we've asked for, and we haven't received it. I appreciate your time. Thank you so much for having me today. And if you have any further questions, my email is included in the supporting documents. Glad to help you any way I can. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cheney. Makes you feel any better? We had requested them to appear today as well, and they declined, although I do understand that they are having a 3 o'clock press conference here shortly. So perhaps that may be an opportunity for some questions to be asked. But thank you again for being with us today, Mr. Stone. I believe you're next with Bibb County.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll mute now.
Good afternoon. I am Jason Stone, member of the Bibb County GOP party, living in North Macon. I want to thank the committee for hearing me today. It's very important.
My testimony is unique in the sense that I was the sole Republican allowed into the tabulation, replication, and adjudication room during the entire process of the ballot opening, scanning, and the adjudication for absentee, military, and provisional ballots. During my time at the Bibb County Board of Elections from October 27th until Election Day, and then again November 13th for the first recount, I witnessed many suspicious activities, including 2 blatant election law violations, as well as being intimidated and ejected from the Board of Elections on November 13th by Janetta Watson, the county election supervisor, commanding a deputy sheriff to do so using law enforcement as her personal bouncer with no formal charges. I heard 2 issues discussed during the Senate hearing that were left unanswered, and I'd like to answer those first. It was discussed referring the pristine ballots seen during the recount that they might be reproduced ballots, but this is not true. A reproduced ballot is printed on a standard size piece of paper with a QR code and cannot be mistaken for an actual absentee ballot. Secondly, there is no difference between the absentee ballots issued from the Board of Elections and the ballots sent out by outside vendors. It was assumed in the Senate hearing that there were obvious differences, but there are not. My personal issues with the process start with the fact that when envelopes come into the building from either the post office or drop box, they're put into the Janetta's office, where she personally, as I was told, matches the signatures to the Bibb County voter rolls. This process is done in private with no Republican or any other observation for that matter. So when the absentee ballot envelopes arrive out into the workstations, they are assumed to be correct. You know, we have no way of knowing if those ballots were legitimate or not. Second, the vote review panel that I was a member of was invited to witness the absentee ballot opening process of the absentee ballot opening during Tuesday, October 27th. It was later that day I was told that the staff and the paid poll workers had been processing absentee ballots since Monday, October 19th, meaning there were 7 days of unobserved absentee ballot processing without any observation. Third, in accordance with the Georgia Code Title 21 of Elections 21-2-386, Section A, Chapter 1, Subsection G, Paragraph 7, it states, and I quote, "The absentee ballots shall be tabulated in accordance with the procedures of this chapter for the tabulation of absentee ballots. As such ballots shall be placed in locked ballot boxes and may be transferred to locked ballot bags if needed for security. The ballots were left unsecured in standard plastic post office tubs under the tables and hidden behind a rolling partition for the entire time I was there, which was about 2 weeks." Subsection G, paragraph 3 of the same document explains that the county election superintendent can only open the inner envelopes on election day unless a letter was sent to the Secretary of State's office at least 7 days in advance and published on the website. After several calls, I couldn't find evidence of that letter, and I'm assuming opening them 2 weeks in advance and keeping them unsecured is a violation of 2 election laws. There is an occasion where I was ejected from the Board of Elections by the county election superintendent, but that since I'm limited time, I'd rather not do that one right now. But in closing, the entire election process has created many problems with Americans, primarily trust in the system. The major problem was the fraud of the left trying to steal the election as they made the numbers too big. Anyone that believes Joe Biden received 10 million more votes than Obama is delusional. The fate of the United States hangs in the balance with the January 5th runoff elections. Now that our election has reached the Supreme Court, it's time to defend Georgia. So I'm calling out to the governor and the Democrats of the General Assembly to call an emergency session. It takes 3/5 votes to do this. For those that don't believe in the Constitution, every single government official, including each of you, took an oath to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States. And we demand that you do that here. You need to defend our election process and protect the runoffs on January 5th by admitting that the level of fraud is so great that there's no way to determine real from fake. The General Assembly needs to be an example to the other states and do the right thing. Join the Texas Supreme Court case. Either take back your power, call a special session, and pass laws to prevent fraud for January 5th, or admit to the citizens of Georgia, America, and the world that you don't support fair elections. It's time to choose a side. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stone. I do not see any questions from anyone. I appreciate you being here with us today. Thank you for your testimony, and we're going to go ahead because I believe Ms. McCarthy is with us today. And
yes,
she's next on our list. If you want to, I think with DeKalb County, Ms. McCarthy.
Hi, everybody. My name is Marcy McCarthy, and I would appreciate that you had me here today. I am a successful businesswoman in the cybersecurity industry. I was elected as a 2020 national delegate for the Republican National Convention. In 2020, I served on the voter review panels, known as VRPs, representing the DeKalb GOP during the June presidential primary, August runoff elections, as well as in the general special election in this past November. Today, I'll share with you how 4 areas in the processes and controls that were either altered or removed entirely for the general special election that were in place for the June presidential election the June presidential primary and August runoffs. This caused several irregularities and inconsistencies within the VRP in DeKalb County. My first point today that I'll bring forth. The role and composition of the VRP changed from a 2-person bipartisan panel to a 4-person panel that was not objective. For 5 days, the VRP had 2 pairs operating independently of each other. My second point, when adjudicating ballots via the scan images on the computer, there were no processes in place to protect the integrity of the original ballot. There were no system or physical controls or paper or system log files of the VRP ability to even lock the vote after it was adjudicated, but still required further review. Computer IDs were shared amongst election office personnel on the workstations that were assigned to perform the ballot adjudication of the VRP. My third point that I'll bring forth to you today is the duplication of the absentee and military ballots did not have witnesses as required by our state's constitution. In the general special election, the duplication of military ballots was done by DeKalb County election office personnel in a separate location and time frame outside the oversight of a VRP. My fourth point today, because there is no checks and balances in the absentee ballots authentication processes, human error caused 2 voters in DeKalb County to be disenfranchised, and that was unbeknownst to them as their absentee ballots were from the wrong election. And the outer and inner envelopes had already been separated by the time we received that at the VRP. And there was an inherent bias in the VRP once working within a single body. So just to familiarize everybody, the VRP is to determine the voter's intent and is to be done so in a bipartisan manner. During the combined presidential primary and runoff elections, the VRP was comprised of a Republican and a Democrat and was truly bipartisan. However, during the general special election, the VRP was comprised of 4 people, 1 Republican, 1 Democrat, and 2 nonpartisans. The nonpartisans were represented by the League of Women Voters, who officially claim to be nonpartisan in that they don't support a candidate or a party, but they share a variety of progressive public policy positions that are in direct alignment with the Democrat Party's political platform. In practice, the VRP composition during the general special election was comprised of 1 Republican and 3 Democrats. Although the Georgia Secretary of State's office authorized a start date of October 19th, 2020, the VRP panels in DeKalb County did not commence their work until October 28, 2020. From October 28, 2020 to November 1st, 2020, the four-person VRP operated as two separate VRPs. The Republicans and the Democrat participating in the VRP only analyzed the general election components of the ballot. The special election for the Senate was adjudicated separately with the nonpartisan pair. There was no oversight for them. During the time frame, over 800 ballots were put into a system quarantine mode and sent to the nonpartisan VRP, again, without any oversight or control, nor any observation and participation from the Republican and Democrat VRPs. This was done to expedite the workflow of the VRPs due to the high volume of paper ballots that were received, a delayed start, and because of the fact there was only one pair of a nonpartisan VRP, but we had 5 to 7 pairs of bipartisan VRPs. Much of the adjudication was done on the computers as the ballots could be scanned but could not be processed due to an imperfection. This could be something like a hesitation mark, a write-in candidate, and or just an overvote. But unlike the earlier elections, the elections office worker would perform the adjudication via the computer at the direction of the bipartisan VRP on the scanned ballot image. We also had to go into a special room and had a paper logbook where we both signed in and out of the secure area. In the general special elections, the system adjudication was done with minimal supervision from the election supervisor, and changes to the ballot were done independently by 2 VRPs for 5 days. There was no system controls, no physical controls in place, and there was no audit control to protect the decisions made by either VRP as the ballots went into a system quarantine mode. There was no way to lock the scanned ballot when being viewed on a computer. So whomever was the last VRP to review a ballot in quarantine could still anonymously edit the previous VRP's work, transmit it to be completed, which would cast the ballot. Because the nonpartisans were operating independently, and the most common error in the special Senate election race was an overvote of the 5 Senate Democrat candidates, there was an untethered opportunity to award that overvote to Raphael Warnock, as there would be no audit trail that showed a modification that was made and when that change was made and who made it. There was no changes in procedure until I expressed my grave concerns to Lane Flynn, who is the DeKalb GOP chairman, on October 29th, following my VRP shift. The most common error that I observed on the absentee ballots was an overvote of the Democrat senatorial candidates. I observed and noted that the computers being used by the VRPs to review the ballots were signed into by various DeKalb election office personnel, all sharing the same user IDs. So there was no possible way to track the identity of who actually logged in into any of the computers and who sat at them. The lack of physical and system controls was just astounding to me. Other than receiving an authorization letter from either the affiliated political party and being sworn in at the time of your first shift, there were 0 records being maintained. Furthermore, the badging was ad hoc at best, where some of the VRPs had the laminated badges, but most had sticker badges. It's important, in fact, that the military.
Ms. McCarthy, excuse me, I don't mean to interrupt,
Yes.
but we're got about a minute left.
Okay, well, I have a lot to share with you, and I hope you would lend me a little bit of additional time, because I think you're going to be very interested in what I have to say next.
We most certainly are interested. Take an extra minute, but we can certainly welcome you back and take that testimony in writing as well.
So I want to bring to your attention, I appreciate the extra time and leniency. And an important fact, military ballots cannot be read by our scanners in Georgia. The Special General Election DeKalb County Elections Office accepted 1,878 military ballots out of 25 initiated. During the time frame of the general special election, there was a significant difference in the duplication process of the absentee military of the COA ballots. For the summer elections, the VRP did the duplication of the absentee and military ballots. But during the special and general election, the duplication was actually performed by unobserved election workers. And to provide clarity, to describe what a duplication of a ballot is, it was done in the summer by a Democrat and a Republican. And it was done because it could not be read by the scanner. The work was labor intensive and very time consuming, and it was overseen by the DeKalb County election supervisors, but it was completely bipartisan. During the time frame of the special general election, the VRP did not duplicate ballots at all. That was again done by election workers, which is against our Constitution in terms of there. They were also serving as a glorified VRP because they would only give us the rejected ballots that they felt that they could not transcribe directly. Okay, and this was done during our special general election without any oversight. I think that should make everybody here very concerned about the integrity of our election. This decision was made by Erica Hamilton of the Director of DeKalb County Voter Registration and Elections Office. So I would like to also share one other point with you. We had a voter review panel that finally got together as one body 5 days into the process. We found 2 absentee ballots from the wrong election in our pile of ballots that we were to manually adjudicate. One was for Donald Trump and one was for Joe Biden, but it was from the presidential primary election. I have to ask everybody here today, if we're doing a verification and authentication of the signatures, the ballot, why were 2 ballots in the same pile presented itself there and were from another election? So unbeknownst to 2 DeKalb voters, they did not know that they were disenfranchised, but were. There was absolutely no process in place to handle that because the ballots and the envelopes were already separated. My final point to bring forth to all of you is the bias that was inherent in the voter review panels. There was one instance where there was a paper ballot that was wet and had dried and the ink had run everywhere. I was the only Republican serving on this voter review panel, and they all lobbied around a vote that did not exist for Raphael Warnock. When I really seriously disagreed with that decision, we escalated it to an election supervisor who served as a chief voter review panel, which was not in place in our voter review panels as stated by our Constitution in DeKalb County. Essentially, she overruled me.
Ms.
So it was
McCarthy.
a 4-to-1 situation. Yes?
Ms. McCarthy, I apologize for having to cut you off, but we're already back up over to our original time, and we would welcome you back to testify some more very enlightening testimony you provided today. I don't see any questions, but I do want to thank you for being here. We have Miss Ashley. Is it Giles or Gillis?
It's Gillis. It's Gillis. Hi, my name is
from
Ashley
Spalding
Gillis.
County. Is set at 2:30. I'm gonna let you go ahead, Miss Gillis.
Hi, I'm Ashley Gillis. I'm actually from Lamar County.
And they had it wrong. I'm sorry.
GOP chair, and I teach therapeutic writing for children with autism and disabilities, and I appreciate you giving me the time to speak. I'm going to go right into it, but first I'd like to back up to Lamar County during the primary. During the primary, a Lamar County Elections Board member reported a technician from Dominion apparently ran about 150 absentee ballots through a tabulation scanner twice after our local tech went home sick. That technician was fired. Friday, this was during the primary, a Dominion executive came in to help start over. He determined that the fired tech had also not cleaned the scanner as he should have after every 500 ballots, which led to overvotes and other problems. We noticed it when some of the popular judges got more votes than we had ballots, and we should have caught this earlier, said an elections board member. This was reported by multiple witnesses to this, as well as our election superintendent in Lamar. So some of these issues were reported to the Secretary of State's office during the primary, and they let Dominion have 100% control over fixing these issues. Now I'm going to fast forward to the election. On November 5th, I was sent to Spalding County as a fully credentialed by the Georgia Republican Party to be an observer of canvassing ballots. It was approximately 6:30 p.m. We were locked out. A lawyer was sent up there to see if we could gain access, and we were denied access. I called the Secretary of State. There was no answer. I had to make a report with the Spalding County Sheriff's Office. The Sheriff's Office said that they had no jurisdiction, but they would let me complete an incident report. This is still an ongoing investigation with the Secretary of State. Upon further research, I discovered that I would have to get a writ of mandamus to be allowed entrance to canvassing of ballots. At that time, the court was closed and much time was wasted. There needs to be an easier remedy to gain access and to be able to carry out our rights as monitors when there's canvassing of ballots or when ballots are being handled during this process. I have it on video. We were definitely locked out. We could not get in. And also in that incident report, you will also see that there was sensitive voter information found in a dumpster nearby. Now I'm going to go to the hand recount audit. During the hand recount audit, I was credentialed as a vote review panelist. So on Friday, October 13th, I was credentialed as a vote review panelist for Spalding County during the hand recount audit. I was instructed by the superintendent to fill out the Arlo form wrong. I'm not the type of person that's going to sign my name to anything. So I stepped out into the main lobby to pull up the instructions on my cell phone to show the others. While I was out there, I noticed some men with book bags wearing a VOV insignia on their shirts. It didn't stand out very well, but you could see it was on different places on their shirts. And the emblem was also on their book bags. I asked them where they were from, and they said they were from the Secretary of State's office. I asked a few more questions just about stuff that would be on the voter review panel, and their answers were congruent with something that would be the Secretary of State's protocol. I went back to the room on the vote review panel and discussed it with my peers, and we all agreed to fill out the Arlo form as directed per the instructions, not per the superintendent. The men came in and took out SD cards or something that was 1 inch by 1 inch. It was black, about 1/4 inch thick with gold prongs on the side of it. And they stayed about 15 minutes and then they left. During this audit process, no presidential totals were coming back on the batch forms. The batch forms were incomplete, and the supervisor remarked that no totals were to be given out until the Secretary of State released them. A witness in the other room told me that they were not even able to observe the numbers being written down as they were instructed by the staff to keep them covered. I reported this to the Secretary of State on my way home, as well as the GOP. I was asked by an investigator to make a statement, which was not needed because I was told that the Secretary of State sent them out there for a forensic audit. The next day was Saturday. Still no presidential totals were coming back. And a man wearing the same insignia on the shirt came in and was introduced to me as an Arlo auditor. He worked for Arlo. I thought Arlo was a software, and I didn't realize Arlo had employees. So now things are coming back with multiple batch numbers on them more than once. So we'd have like 2 coming back that said batch 1. We started using the timestamp of when they came back on our form to keep them separate because you would not know what batch it came from. Everything was entered by the Arlo employee into Arlo and was viewed from a distance of over 20 feet away so you could not see the screen. Sunday, the Arlo employees returned as well. Still no presidential totals on the batch sheets, and most were labeled batch 1. Ballots were now coming back on plain copy paper and not the card stock. On Tuesday, November 17th, I went to pick up the totals or retrieve the totals for the hand recount audit and was told by the supervisors that they were using the election result numbers per the email from the Secretary of State. So she handed me election results dated November 9th at 8:46 a.m. Again, that day was November 17th and it was after 10 o'clock. This whole process did not seem to coincide with the instructions that were given by the Secretary of State's office. I spoke with the Muskogee County Board of Elections supervisor. Her name is Nancy, and she confirmed that what I witnessed was not congruent to the protocol. And for the hand audit, the county employees were supposed to be entering information into the Arlo software program. This was also confirmed by Pike County and Lamar County Board of Elections officials. Spalding County came out with the exact same numbers during the hand recount audit as they did for the election. There was multiple vote review panels, and even on the Secretary of State's website, it says that, you know, there was going to be human error in this, and their numbers came out perfect. What concerns me also is that Pro V&V has vested interest in Dominion products. Does helping with this audit violate Pro V&V's contract with the FEC now that they're helping input numbers into a CISA/voting work software? As of today, I have asked the Georgia GOP, I've asked the Secretary of State these questions, and I have not gotten a response to any of this and why there was somebody in Spalding County entering the numbers instead of the Spalding County employees.
Well, thank you. I'm going to take that pause as you have finished your testimony.
That's correct.
Yes, ma'am. Well,
that's correct.
Have you signed affidavits for all of this, or?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. Very good. Well, we'll make sure that we try to follow up with the appropriate authorities, you know, as we've stated consistently through this process. And I don't see any questions. So without any questions, I believe, is it Ms. Voiles? Welcome back.
Thank you.
Hey, good to have you again.
Good to be here.
Turn it over to you.
Thank you. I want to start by saying that I really believe that free and fair elections are the cornerstone of our constitutional republic. And we have simple protections like voter ID, updated voter registration lists, which is a big one for me, that make perfect sense if we truly believe that every legal vote must count. And I think our right to vote has been preserved by the lives and blood and sacrifice of our patriots from the American Revolution up through the civil rights marches and throughout our history. And it's for that reason that I'm here today, because I think we need to make sure those sacrifices were not in vain. For those reasons, I've been a poll manager for over 20 years. Elections must be held in a manner to ensure the highest confidence of those who are entitled to legally cast a vote. And this is something I believe we need to get our hands on immediately for the upcoming January election. In those years, those 20 years, I have never seen such a lack of organization and preparation. I'm a dual poll manager in Fulton County. There was a total lack of chain of custody. Serial numbers were missing. Poll pads were tagged correctly for my poll, but they were programmed for Adams Park Library, which is over 25 miles away. This is where we discovered the polls and the machines were connected to the internet. They were programmed just as easily and remotely as perhaps my Apple computer would be programmed from somebody someplace else if I have an issue. And then where I want to spend the majority of my time, however, is on Friday, November 13th, my area supervisor for Fulton County elections sent an email requesting managers and assistant managers to help perform an audit at the Georgia World Congress Center. We had to commit to Saturday through Wednesday, 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. because of the multitude of work that had to be done. I reported early Saturday morning and watched a short training video on the procedures and processes. After a logistical delay, we were finally seated. They didn't have enough tables for everybody. I was table number 136, and there were 2 auditors at each table, and we were tasked with simply counting the votes that we were to be given from different polling locations and absentee ballots. Our first box was already ready for us. It was a corrugated cardboard box, and here again, the chain of custody was non-existent. It was taped with clear packing tape. It did have the secretary's seal kind of affixed to the top, not totally, but there were no signatures on it. And it was, you know, it didn't tell us who handled the box last. In our box, after it was opened and we broke the seal, we had 800 absentee style ballots in this box. These are the same type ballots that are used for provisional. That's why I'm saying style. It was to concentrate, and this is where I want to concentrate the balance of my time, on a batch of pristine, stark, white ballots squeezed about 2/3 of the way into the box. Every other batch had 100 of these AB style ballots, and up to this point, they showed normal use, normal wear and tear. I shouldn't use the word tear, but normal little curling of the page. This particular batch had 110 ballots and was marked as State Farm Arena. That told us that's where that originated. These ballots were noticeably different in appearance, in feel. They had never been folded in any way in order to put them into an envelope as either an absentee ballot or a provisional ballot would have been done. These same provisional ballots that we received, though, on election day are totally blank. These were scored so the voter could easily know how to fold the ballot, but none of them had been folded. You could run your hand over and, you know, barely see where it should be folded, but it had never been folded at all. Ballots that come out of the envelope, once they come to your house, you pull them out and you can tell they've got like an accordion. There are 3 places where they fold. There was an alarming peculiarity beside the appearance of the unique way that, and that was that they were copied. I'm not speaking of how ballots are sometimes duplicated if they will not go through a scanner or have perhaps come from overseas, which would not have affected these anyway. These came from State Farm Arena. So they were not overseas, they were not military ballots. Out of these, there were 106 obvious copies of the first ballot. On the first ballot for Joseph R. Biden, there was a slight little eclipse where it had not been bubbled in all the way. Every other candidate on there had similar traits to them, not as stark as that little white eclipse that was in there. These ballots, excuse me, were exact duplicates of the original one. All 106 of these ballots were for Joseph R. Biden, 2 were for Donald Trump, and 1 was for Joe Jorgensen. The 106 were identical. I can't stress that enough, including flaws and other peculiar marks on the paper. There was another issue about one of them. All of us have had been in a hurry and lifted the lid to the copy machine a little too fast, and we've seen the copy that is produced slightly askew, even though the paper is right. The photographic image just isn't quite right. On that one paper, we had one of these 106 where it was a tad bit askew. So out of these 110 ballots, it was just really stunning that so many were for Biden, and even more egregious was so many copied from one original. When we left about 4:30, we were told that there were still many ballots to get through, but we would be done sometime later on Monday. The next morning, we were back at the appointed time on Sunday. Far fewer people were in the Georgia World Congress Center. Most of the other people had been Fulton County employees, and they were not there on this particular Sunday. So even though we arrived first, before the appointed time, before 7 o'clock in the morning, and other people arrived after us, we did not receive our ballot box until others received theirs. Now, the box we received on Sunday morning was of the typical kind that we have in our ballot box polls in Fulton County. They're a fabric style, roughly a cube with zippers, a pull handle, and wheels that is sealed before we take them in to the service center. So the next morning, as we're waiting for ours, the gals behind us got over 3,000 ballots. The gals in front of us got over 6,000 ballots. We finally got our box. I peered inside expecting to see an enormous amount. We had 60. They were from the Quality Living Center in South Atlanta. Now, as I mentioned, this box was the type that we have seen before in the State Farm, but it was not the hard type that we saw with ballots in it being pulled from under the table. Those are typically our supply boxes. Our box was the type that was standard issue used in precincts. So when I opened this box of 60 ballots, they were of the BMD, the ballot marking device, the Dominion machines from the Quality Living Center. And they had 58 for Biden and 2 for Trump. I have long been concerned, even from personal experience, about the number of people in facilities for recovery, rehab, group homes for seniors, and far too often ballots are requested for these people without their knowledge or without the help of any family member. These seemed a tad bit suspicious to us. We have a duty to ensure that all our eligible Americans are able to vote their own ballot, and that votes are not stolen or diluted by fraud or even administrative errors. You have any questions?
I do see Representative Turner. Did you have a question?
I do. Hi, Susie.
Hi, Scott.
How are you?
I'm well, thanks. I hope you are too.
Thank you for being here. We've known each other for a long time, so I'm glad to see you here today. My question is, when you saw and your suspicions became aroused, how did you react? Were you reporting that to anybody?
Are you talking about
when you saw the pristine ballots that appeared to be photocopied? Did you report that, or how did you handle that?
Well, initially I said that I had a very odd sense of ballots, but there really was no avenue at the Georgia World Congress Center, anybody in Fulton County, to actually take those. We would hold up our little card that said we have a question, but they did not seem to be as alarmed over some of the things that we were alarmed with. So I allowed my concerns to be taken care of through an affidavit.
So the next step would be, at any point in time, have you been in contact with anybody at Secretary of State's office or any other law enforcement type of folks to let them know what you saw?
Yes and yes. I did let the Secretary of State's office know, and I have not heard back from them. I even called them the morning of the election. I was so concerned about the lack of chain of custody. To have no seals on machines, to have no machines locked, anybody could have tampered with those machines at any time. And then when we discovered they could be used and things could be changed via the internet, that was even more disturbing, that things were not that secure.
So nobody from the Secretary of State's office responded to your complaint?
No.
Thank you, ma'am.
Can I elaborate one more time on that, Scott?
Chairman?
Yes, Ms. Voiles, we do have one other question, and I know we're a little long, but please, I think this is important. Representative Taylor, you can just ask your question after Ms. Voiles finishes.
It's short. I just want to say I'm very well aware that both the Secretary and Gabe Sterling are aware of my affidavit, and neither of them have contacted me, and I know them personally, to say, hey, we want to hear about your concerns.
Representative Taylor? Did you still have a question? I'm not hearing anything. Ms. Voiles, thank you again so much for being here. Appreciate your testimony, and we wish you well. I'm going to move to trying to give Representative Taylor a minute, but Mr. Mark Amick, say that right at all? Or
thank you.
Got several poll watchers. Thank you again, Ms. Wolf.
Sure, it's Amick.
Amick, excuse me, Mr. Amick, I'm gonna let you go.
All right. First, I'll say thank everyone for the opportunity to share my experiences and recommendations with you today to help ensure that we have integrity with our elections here in Georgia. It also appears that my video is not working as fate would have it, so I do apologize for that. But we'll continue to move forward here. So my role in this past election and the recount and the runoff has been as a statewide poll watcher. That is different than a precinct poll watcher in that I'm enabled to go to any polling location, and that's relevant in this particular instance because I'm going to share some experiences in my testimony citing some different examples that I have seen throughout the election process here. So quickly, one example is that on election day, I was not allowed to enter into Birmingham Falls Elementary, the polling location there in Fulton, Georgia. I was wearing my state-issued badge and letter from the Secretary of State. I presented that to the poll manager, and I was not allowed to enter the voting location to watch the process. The poll manager and I went around on it for maybe 3 times where I pointed out the specific language. She did not believe that I was authorized or did not allow me the opportunity to enter, so I was not allowed to do that. Instead of escalating it, I decided to move on and not make a bigger thing out of it at that time. The next instances that occurred that morning were both in Roswell, where I was informed that there were Democrat poll watchers who were engaging with voters outside of the polling locations, that being at Mimosa Elementary and Esther Jackson. And when I arrived, and both of those were validated. So when I arrived at Mimosa Elementary, the poll watchers were engaging with voters, both leaving the location and entering between the parking lot and the school themselves, or the school itself. At Esther Jackson, I was able to verify that the poll watchers there were actually outside the location collecting voter data and voter information upon entering the location. There was one outside the door and then one who was working the line, so to speak. And the poll manager at the time was distracted a little bit because there was equipment that was not working, and she was working to solve that issue. She was not aware of that. And once she reeled that in. But there were people who were Democrat poll watchers who were gathering information according to the manager and another supervisor who were on site. Moving ahead to November 6th at State Farm Arena, on that particular day, they were processing the provisional as well as military and Uakava ballots. A couple things of note there. Of course, the first is with regards to the observation and the ability to observe the process. This was consistent through all absentee ballots. The room was a kind of a dog-legged shape, and you were pinned to the back corner or back part of the short end of that dog leg, and it did not allow you the opportunity to really meaningfully watch that process. You were easily a good 15 feet away from the nearest table. There was voting equipment that was in the way. There were concrete poles that were structural that were in the way. And the room dog-legged around, so you couldn't see the tables, you couldn't see other equipment. And there was a door that we are told of that is supposedly where they were bringing in the ballots, but we were not able to see that as well. I will note for the record that on the 4th, November 4th that is, and on the 6th, while I was there on each of those days, that I not at any time saw the workers pull bins or suitcases or anything out from underneath the tables as normal operating procedure. Moving ahead into something that Marcy McCarthy touched base on earlier, and that is a concern over the processing of the military and Uakava ballots. I had flagged this as being as a concern, and I'll get into that in a minute here. The day after, according to the one thing I'm going to clarify for everybody and for everyone here is that the process, according to Rick Barron, who's with Fulton County there, as explained to myself and a few others, what they do is they will mail a form, they will email a form to military members or other overseas citizens. They will then print that form, mark that form with their intended choices, and then mail that back to the county. The county then processes it much like they would with an absentee. However, it goes through that process that Marcy mentioned with regards to duplication. I too had flagged that as a real problem because where we're at, we cannot see that process. So a worker, a Fulton County worker, takes that form and then is supposed to duplicate that form onto a ballot with the intended choices of that voter. That is not something that we are able to observe or watch firsthand. You can see it from a distance, but you cannot see whether it's authentic or validated or any parent accountability with regards to the voter's intent of casting that ballot. Same thing, the second point with regards to concern in that process is once that duplication is done, then that goes through to another individual who actually casts the ballot. There too, you are not allowed to observe or watch that process. They're behind the typical voting machine. You are not allowed to see how they vote. At any of those points, it would be seemingly and unfortunately easy to make a change without any accountability or verification or authentication in that process. And that is something that needs to change. Moving ahead to DeKalb County on November 15th, this was the date of the first recount or audit, as it was. The observation was limited at that time to one observer per 10 tables. However, they were set up in sections of 16 tables. So clearly that doesn't make sense and led to a number of conflicts and confusion. So while I do believe we need more hands-on observation, setting it up like that just only led to other problems that were unnecessary. The biggest thing that came out of DeKalb, from my experience, was an attempt to inflate the vote count for Joe Biden by 9,626 votes. Having grown frustrated with sitting and trying to watch the recount process, I decided to move somewhere where I thought or hoped that I could add a little bit more value in my role, and went to the table and the location where the workers were entering in the sheets with the recount tallies into the Arlo system. Of course, we had to stay 6 or more feet back behind them. You're not able to see what is input into the computer screen. However, at this particular batch of papers, I was able to read the batch number, essentially a box number, the table color and table number, and the vote totals for Joe Biden and President Trump. I started making notes of it because I thought it might be helpful in case there was an opportunity or a need for an audit to confirm if what was actually submitted was entered into the system. It was during this process that I started to see a pattern and kind of an expectation with regards to the final tally, which I would gauge or ballpark to be around 1,500 total in a ballot box. What came through that caught my attention that we flagged was one that was 10,707 for Joe Biden. I've turned this in as an affidavit, so I won't go into all the details, but I flagged that, worked with the DeKalb County election officials to make sure that I was a part of, to oversee the recount, which was conducted. And that vote total for Joe Biden ended up being 1,081 and not 10,707. That was not a simple decimal. That was not misreading of a number. Somebody wrote that down. Actually, I take that back. 2 people wrote that down and signed off on it as being counted and authentic. I don't know, that has been turned in supposedly for investigation. I too have not been contacted with regards to my input if someone wanted to gain some insight. But sir, obviously we have some concerns about that. We have concerns about what other ballot boxes would these people have counted? Are they going to be allowed to count and continue in the recount, or excuse me, not the recount, but the runoff election? So some real problems there with regards to DeKalb County and that attempted inflation of 9,626 votes. Going into just a few recommendations here real quickly, one thing that would help there, as well as other locations, is we have to have meaningful observation. We really do. And if that means that we get state issued N95 masks to be able to get up close, to be able to watch what is going on, we need to be able to do that. Clearly, this had a role in some different processes where it breaks down, and people, I think, took advantage of that. We need to look at posting and making available on large screens for transparency the vote totals that are coming in. So both at State Farm Arena and in DeKalb in this instance, in State Farm, we did not know what ballots were being counted, what was coming in, what the final results were, or anything of that nature. There should be TV monitors that say, here's what's coming in, here's the count, and here's the results. Same thing at DeKalb County. It needs to be really big. Have someone verify with watchers that are able to determine what's on the sheets of paper to be turned in, and then have it up on the big screen. So that way everyone can see, here's the batch, here's the total for each candidate, and here's the results. So that needs to be open and transparent. Bipartisan participation, as Marcy mentioned earlier, and particularly with the process for military and UOCAVA ballots, would be essential to transparency and authenticity. And we have bipartisan participation throughout different parts of the process. There's no reason why we can't have that here. I would say that we need to provide notice to the county chairs of respective parties, whatever it may be, those are of interest, so that they have at least 48 hours of notice of when a count or opportunity to watch a process is going to take place. Too often, what I found through this over the past few weeks was that the notice was limited and people were scrambling for staffing. There needs to be a minimum threshold, and I'm suggesting at least 48 hours, but that can be determined at another point. Just a couple last bullets. One is I'd like to suggest that there's also fraud awareness training. There's nothing on the Secretary of State's website with regards to that. I think that needs to be part of the curriculum, as well as part of the oath, which is signed by the poll manager and clerks in the locations that they understand that voter fraud is a federal crime, punishable by X years in jail and X fine per offense. I think that can go a long way for deterring people and creating awareness.
Mr. Meek, I'm going to have to, we're going about 15 minutes, so we're several over. And not that you don't have very good suggestions. We appreciate that you offering them up, but perhaps we can get a list of those in writing.
Yes, absolutely. I'll get that to you. Can I make one last point for 15 seconds?
Please.
Yes. So I have friends, which was not part of my role here, but I have friends just in my neighborhood that had votes taken from them because they handed the ballots, their kids, young 20-somethings and in college that voted, and they handed the ballot to a worker thinking they were doing the right thing, and their votes or ballots did not get cast. We need to have signs on that equipment that says, do not hand your vote to a worker or cast your own ballot, something to that effect, so we don't lose those people and their right to vote. Thank you very much, the committee. I appreciate it, and I'll turn it back to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Nguyen, you had a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did have a question, but this was actually for Ms. Boyles, if that's okay.
Yeah, if we could, quick question.
Yeah,
sure.
Thank you for testifying, Ms. Boyles. I just had a question about the quality living home that you mentioned. What was your specific concern around that?
My specific concern was these were ballot marking devices for years. We have been asking up in North, for years, I mean like 25 years, we have been asking in North Fulton County for at least a voting unit of the various kinds we've had since then to come to our independent living facilities and have never gotten them. My specific concern with those quality living center ballots is it's a recovery center, and they were 2 in order. Out of the 60 ballots, the first 58 were for Joseph R. Biden, and the last 2 were for Donald J. Trump. That's, as a poll manager, that's very unusual, especially to see that many for one candidate in order, and then subsequent for another in order.
Ms. Boyles, have you personally visited that home? I did just look it up, and it appears that it looks like a senior living home on Campbellton Road, which we know if you look at the statistics for voter turnout in those specific areas, they are overwhelmingly Biden votes. And there are 359 folks that are registered there. So I'm not sure if it was just a feeling that you had, or did you have any kind of evidence to back up?
No, I have not visited it. I can assure you that I will be soon, but I do have personal evidence where family members of our own have had absentee ballots ordered for them when they have been in a rehab facility, either for a stroke or for a knee repair, and it was voted for them by that person in the facility. I know someone else just this past election whose mother had one voted for her. It's just a very large concern for me that it's an area we're not watching, to have people's votes mitigated by somebody else voting for them.
I do understand that we have laws that enable voters to.
Representative Nguyen, I'm going to move on to Ms. Susie. I'm going to move on to Ms. Susie right now.
Have a family member assist you.
Thank you. Miss Susie, I think you were next. At 3 o'clock. We're 10 minutes behind. We'll try to allow some additional time to to talk, or Mr. Susi, I'm sorry, I apologize if that's.
I wouldn't be looking misses. So.
Please go ahead and begin, and I'll try to redirect later if we have some time.
Absolutely. So just really quickly, I wanted to get started off by saying thank you for having me here today. I did speak before the state legislature last week, and it was brought into question the fact that we were not under oath. And I know that someone pretty vocally voiced that we may not have been telling the truth in our testimony. But I just want to point out for everybody really quickly that I do have a sworn affidavit in front of me, and I've sworn under penalty of perjury that the statements that I'm giving today are true, and I will continue to testify this, and I'm willing to go under oath if that needed to be done. So I just wanted to point that out really quickly. I serve as a recount monitor in Cobb County and in Fulton County. I started off in Cobb, and while there's a lot of issues with Cobb County, just for the sake of time, I'll be mostly focusing on Fulton County. But I did just want to share one or two quick things in Cobb County that kind of speaks to the hostility and the tone that was given towards the recount monitors, such as myself. I was at table 18. This was on the 14th, I believe. It was the first day that I went, the first day of the recount. And I was observing one table. I was there for about 5 minutes. And within the span of 3 minutes, everybody here should be aware of the procedure that the first auditor will call out what the ballot is selected for. Then the second one will confirm it and place it in the respective bin. Well, 3 times in 3 minutes from 2:09 to 2:12, the first auditor called out and wrongly attributed 3 votes that were supposed to go for President Trump and called them out for Joe Biden. So that happened 3 times in 3 minutes. Now, the second person, the system worked. The second person caught them. But my concern is, does this always happen? Is it always corrected? Because this is just while I'm standing there. The only reason I left that table is because at another table, I was told that one of the auditors was not double checking her counterpart. She was just simply taking them, placing them into the bin. This was table 17. Very quickly, I just want to get through this. I walked over there, observed that she was not. I was told that I'm supposed to mention this to the members of the GOP who were present, and they would pass it along to the election officials. I did so. They spoke to her. I could see them talk to her, and she looking over at me. Well, when I came back around the room again, I noticed that she was still not checking, second checking the votes. As she noticed me coming up behind her, she started to exaggeratedly raise the ballots to her face, but I was satisfied with this. I'm content. All I want is for her to be double checking the ballots. But I noticed as I walked away that she was staring at me as she was being handed more ballots. And so her and other people began to get increasingly aware of me, staring me down, pointing me out, calling their bosses over, stuff of that nature. And so that's, for some reason, I haven't done anything. I haven't touched anybody. All I'm there to do is to write down, observe, and I'm not even supposed to speak to these people. So I've not even spoken to them. As I came back around the room, I got up behind the same individual and heard her say to the other monitor, the other auditor, and this is a quote, she said, "I'm paid by the taxpayer and this effing a-hole wants to come in here and watch me." Now, obviously she didn't censor herself, but for sake of being in this meeting, I'll censor that. And my issue with that is the tone, I guess, that she had and the just overall sentiment towards us. You know, I'm a taxpayer. I'm lawfully allowed to be here. I've gone through the process. I have the letter that allows me to be on the floor. And to see, you know, the tone that they had towards us. The other things that we noticed at Cobb County, and we had this confirmed at Gwinnett County. This was, when I say we, I'm referring to me and my brother who also attended. In Gwinnett County, there was not supposed to be any blue or black pins on the table. And in Cobb County, I think it's tables 27, 28, 29, 31, and 36 all had blue or black pins on their tables while they were handling absentee ballots. So the concern for this is this produces the ability to make an overvote, which very quickly, I just want to say that they were having overvotes, which were already supposed to have been sorted out of Hall C and taken to Hall B for adjudication. This is per Janine Eveler, who was the lady in charge there. Those overvotes were already sorted out, yet they continued to have overvotes turning up in Hall C. So this really begs into question, you know, the potentiality of having the pins on the table with those and us only being allowed 4 monitors, that you could change it. But I know that we're short on time, so I just wanted to go on to Fulton County very quickly. I still have this piece of paper right here. And what this piece of paper is it is the letter that allows me to come out onto the floor at the recount. This is allowing me to get up close and personal to observe the counting tables. I still have this letter that's supposed to be surrendered because no one asked who I was. No one confirmed who I was when I got there. There was no security. I simply walked into the basement of the World Congress Center. There was a notepad where I could sign my name if I wanted to or didn't. And there was no one to confirm. And this really disturbing lack of security is very important, because within just a minute of me being on the recount floor, and again, this is all sworn to in my affidavit, and I will swear to it again, a man walked up to me. They have runners who are supposed to take the suitcases to the auditing tables for them to count the ballots. They check them out at the front of the room. They bring them out to him. So this man comes up to me with the suitcase ballots, and he said, "Hey, I was supposed to take these to table 96, but they already have a suitcase of ballots there." He then rolled the suitcase forward and asked me if I could take it. So he's offering me a suitcase of ballots. And with the security in the room, I just want to let everybody make sure it's perfectly clear. Very easily could I, or someone like myself who was in that position, could have walked out of that room with those ballots. And this is a large number of ballots in that suitcase. So the other question this begs is, why did table 96 already have a suitcase full of ballots when they're supposed to be checked out one at a time? And again, no one here ever confirmed who I was. I had constantly auditors asking me questions as if I was a recount official, asking me what to do with the ballots, how they could get more ballots, asking me questions about ballots. Now, I'm following my side of the rules that I'm not supposed to speak to them, so I would simply put my hands up. But I have at no point was ever confirmed who I was, being out on this floor, being as close as possible to these ballots. And you mentioned Susie Voiles was talking about these pristine ballots. I would like to say I was there while she was receiving one such batch of those ballots, the perfectly flat ballots. And I do have images of those ballots. I have pictures of those ballots that I would be more than happy to share with anybody here who would like to see those. Other things that I was able to document is that there was no, at the front of the room were all these ballot storage, ballot transport cases, I believe is what they refer to them as, were stored. There was a back hall that there was no security. Auditors could simply walk into the restroom. There was exit doors. No one was checking on the comings and goings of anybody. And I know I've repeated this several times, but no one confirmed who I was when I was there. One of the only brief incidences of communication that I had was when they asked me to step away from Susie Voiles' table because we were observing. I don't know what the issue was there. But they're at another point, they have actual batch numbers on the piece of paper where it is written down what batch they're working on. So us as monitors, we started recording those batch numbers. Well, the auditors started flipping over their pieces of paper so that we could not see the specific batch number. And when I asked one of the election officials, I said, "Hey, we're not supposed to talk to these people. How am I supposed to see this batch number? Is there a way I can communicate them to show them to me?" His reply was, "Well, you're not supposed to be close enough to see the batch number." So this is all being branded as an audit, when I can tell you that's not at all the case, when we're not allowed to observe certain things, not see it. But fair enough, what I was able to observe was pretty disturbing. There are several tables that I have images of these, and I'd be happy to share them with you. One extremely egregious example was, it was an 8 to 10 inch tall stack of ballots that went only for Biden, and there is not a single Trump vote. So this is several thousand ballots that are represented here. These are not sorted in any way, but as the people are going through, they're placing them on the pile for Biden, and there is not a single Trump vote out of it. And I work with consumer data in my job, and I can just tell you that the odds of 100 percentile like that is, we're wary if anything approaches the 90th percentile. So for you to tell me that a certain area has voted 100% with not a single vote for President Trump, I just find that very hard to believe. So I'd be happy to answer any questions you have. I've tried to reach out to people about this, and it's just now some people have started to answer or listen, but I only showed up as a representative, as a volunteer to go to this process to see it for myself. And I'm not some super sleuth. I'm not some detective, but I was able to just walk out there and immediately stumble into a bunch of very glaringly apparent issues. And again, I'll mention at the state legislature where they were saying that, well, we just don't know what we're looking at. We don't understand how this process is supposed to work. One, I find that a little bit condescending, this whole technocratic, autocratic idea that we are just, the plebeian fools who don't know what's better for us. But I may not work in elections, but I'm not a mechanic. But if your car is billowing smoke going down the highway, I can tell you have an issue. So the people claiming that everything was done above board here, I'm not even going to go as far to say that it was malice. I may have my personal opinions on that, but just the gross negligence, the disdain for the ballots, and how this was all carried out in this recount it's really been absurd, and it's been a shame.
Well,
So-
thank you, Mr. Susie. I appreciate you being with us today. And you said you have signed affidavits that.
Absolutely, and I've got these images that I can actually show them right now, but I don't know how you guys would feel about that. But I actually have the pictures of Susie Voyles' ballots that you can see. They are flat ballots.
Please forward that on to us so that we
Absolutely
can make it available. And thank you again very much for coming. We will probably like to hear back from you at some point in the future.
Hey, I'm ready to talk. Whoever wants to talk.
I don't see any questions, so we're going to move on to Mr. Luke Martin.
No questions.
Oh, Representative Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Susie.
Absolutely.
You said just towards the end of your testimony there that people are just now starting, but you didn't specify who, as far as getting back in touch with you regarding some of these issues.
No one from the Secretary of State's, if that's what you're trying to ascertain from that. No one in an official capacity has really reached out to. Just some people have been interested in hearing the story when I was called to the state legislature, but nobody in an official capacity has reached out to take my affidavit, my concerns.
Did you have any executive branch interactions with anyone? Did you complain to investigators, or have you contacted the Secretary of State's office to issue your complaint?
So I have called several of the numbers that I was told, and I've emailed my affidavits and my complaints to a lot of people, and I've had no follow-up.
Among those, a lot of people, I'm sorry for being very specific. Among those, a lot of people were the Secretary of State's office?
The Secretary of State, I was never given access to that, but I know that my complaint was passed along by someone, supposedly. I spoke to several GOP people as well.
Thank you, Mr. Susie. Mr. Martin, Floyd County, are you ready, sir?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Luke Martin. I am the Floyd County Republican Party chairman. And during the November 3rd election and the recount and the audit that followed the election, I served as a partisan observer. I appreciate the opportunity to appear before this committee, and I'm happy to testify because here in Floyd County, we experienced some real tangible issues that resulted in about 3,000 ballots that were not counted on election night, and they weren't discovered until much later. So I hope to bring that perspective to you, that there really is a problem out there that resulted in lawfully cast ballots not being counted. But first, just on election night, or even prior, our Board of Elections, our elections office failed to notify both parties about when they were going to begin counting the absentee ballots. So they were counted without any kind of partisan or public observation. And that's not for our lack of trying either. Me and representatives of the Democratic Party appeared at the election board meetings. We were told they'll get the dates to us. That just never happened. So that's how we started out, not being able to observe absentee ballots, period. On election night, we tried to enter into the county administration building where the elections office is and where they were counting the ballots, and the doors were locked. I don't think that they locked the doors on purpose or out of malice at all. I just think that they didn't understand their responsibilities to the public and to the parties to allow the observation. We were eventually able to get in, and we had observers in the administration building. But again, that's just kind of building on to some of the failures with our office. They ran into some significant problems on election night. Basically, the people who were actually counting the ballots, the chief clerk and the computer tech, the Dominion tech, whenever we'd have a write-in ballot and it would go to the machine, it would kick out the whole ballot basically, and it was supposed to count everything but the write-in race and leave that write-in for adjudication if necessary, but instead they didn't know how basically to sort it. And there was an ability to sort it. Other counties, had write-ins as well, but basically our people were untrained and didn't understand how to use the system, and in some cases their own system, because the Dominion tech was there. So on election night, we only had about 17% of our ballots reporting, and I think we had about 40,000 votes cast. So only about 17% on election night, and that's unfortunately not unusual for us in Floyd County. We're typically one of the last in the state. So there was that issue, but in eventually the vote totals were certified and the risk limiting audit was ordered, and that happened. The elections office was very good about allowing the partisan observation for the hand count, the audit. So I'll give them credit for that. And during certification of those results or review of those results, they found 2,700 roughly ballots that weren't counted. So representatives from the Republican Party, the public, the Democratic Party, we all rushed to the elections office to see what was going on. And so basically what we figured out our actual problem was why these ballots weren't counted. It came from an early voting precinct, one of our 2 early voting precincts that were open at the time. And the scanner, you cast your vote, the printer right by the box prints out your vote, you take it to the scanner and you scan it through. Well, that scanner apparently wasn't working. The elections office knew it wasn't working, so that data was not getting transferred to the memory card. So what they did was they allowed that scanner, that box, to get full, and then they removed those ballots, approximately 5,000 of them, and then we're going to put them through scanner number 2. And they did that. They scanned those ballots. We still don't know if someone just forgot to scan half of them, a human error, or if they were scanned and then somehow not counted in the system. We're really not sure. We weren't able to figure that out. But basically, yeah, they weren't counted. The risk limiting audit, the hand count, discovered that. So what we did was the Secretary of State's office allowed us to recertify those totals with the appropriate amount. So we did that. Thankfully, those were caught. But we ended up with another problem during this recount. Just a few weeks ago, we discovered that in the risk limiting audit, they counted 300 ballots twice. And so the certified totals we got wrong twice, both times we certified it. So basically what happened was we had 2 early voting precincts. As I said before, there was a box of those paper ballots. They counted them twice, one for each early voting precinct. So our hand count revealed 2,700 uncounted ballots, but then the certified total was 3,060 higher than the machine certified totals from election day. So we messed that up twice in Floyd County, and that's I believe human error. I think it was a lack of training and education from our elections office that led to those errors, and that's really why I wanted to testify today, because I understand the absentee ballot process. I understand how the signatures are verified, and I understand why the Secretary of State is not calling for a signature audit. Basically, our law doesn't provide any instructions on who pays for it, how to do it, what happens if a certain percentage of signatures are rejected in the signature audit. So what I saw on election night, the audit, the hand count, and in my dealings with the elections office was that human error can lead to some serious problems. It led to roughly 3,000 uncounted ballots. And unfortunately, those same people who did that are the ones responsible for the final tabulation of the signatures. When the absentee ballots come in, they're the ones verifying it. I think the public and the parties just need an opportunity to be able to observe that. And I would ask this committee to recommend some changes to our laws in that respect. I think we need to have the ability to conduct a signature audit. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. I have a couple of questions if you are willing to take Representative Oliver. You had a question?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Am I remembering correctly that the election director of Floyd County was fired after this election of November 3rd? Am I remembering that correctly?
Yes, ma'am, he was.
Is that evidence that the system worked, that your election board took action, or do you oppose him being fired?
I think that was a step in the right direction. He basically was new in the office. He had only been around for this election cycle. Our problems lasted before him, and since he's been gone, we counted the 300 votes twice. So we still continue to have problems, but I am grateful that the board took that step, and I think it was a step in the right direction.
You supported the step and they took responsible action in your view?
Yes.
Thank you.
Representative Lumsden had a question. Do you still have a question, Representative Lumsden?
Okay, do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
All right. No, I was just going to ask Mr. Martin the things that he observed relative to the things going on in Floyd County had more to do with the lack of training or lack of process, more so than just and human error, more than the system itself. Is that my understanding of what you've told us here today?
Yes, sir. I think the problems that I saw, even starting from the failure to notify the public and the parties about when they were counting absentee ballots, that was out of a lack of training and education on behalf of the elections office. They didn't know how important that was, and it just wasn't on their list of priorities. I think on election night, when they were trying to sort out the write-in issue in the computers, it was because they didn't know the settings basically to check. So they weren't trained on that. I know for a fact, because I was there, they tried to get in touch with the Secretary of State's office that night. I was there when they were trying to call them. They didn't receive any help in troubleshooting that issue on election night, so it wasn't resolved until later. But yes, sir, Representative Lumsden, I believe that our issues in Floyd County are the result of a lack of training and education in our elections office.
All right, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Martin. Appreciate you being with us today. Going to move on to Mrs. Giddens out of Ware County, another poll watcher. Ms. Giddens, are you with us? I know you were having some technical difficulties. It looks like maybe we need to, can we unmute her? There we go. Ms. Giddens, are you with us?
Hey, yes, Deborah Giddens, I'm from Ware County. Are you able to hear me now?
Yes, ma'am. Please, thank you for being with us. Please continue.
Well, in Ware County, I'm the secretary of the Ware County Republican Party. I'm a member of the state committee of the Georgia GOP, and I'm also an officer of the 1st Congressional District Republican Party. And I have been a poll watcher for early voting for the November 3rd general election, and I also was a poll watcher on election day. In Ware County, a number of Republicans have had concerns about whether or not all the signatures on the absentee ballots were verified. And in a conversation when I've been down at the Board of Elections office, because I was there many occasions, that's primarily where I worked during early voting, I chatted with the supervisor about were the signatures being checked. Well, I never really got a straight answer, but on Wednesday, December 2nd, which was a little over a week ago, I had a meeting with the Ware County Supervisor of Elections in his office down at the board. And so I asked him whether or not, that I wanted to know for sure whether or not all of the signatures on the absentee ballots for the November 3rd election were checked and verified. And so he stated to me that most all of the signatures were checked. And he stated that sometimes they really got behind because they had a lot of people in line to vote for early voting. And then like the post office would deliver a large number of ballots all at once, and they got behind and they weren't able to check all of them. So, my issue and my concern is that the checking and verifications of the signatures on the absentee ballots. So be open for questions if anybody has a question. It was my understanding that all of the signatures are supposed to be verified, but in my county, just most all of them were.
Any questions from committee members? I'm not seeing anybody. Ms. Giddens, thank you for being with us today, and thank you for being concise and with your testimony.
And Our numbers, I assume, are certified by now because we got different numbers every time, each of the 3 times that they were counted. Election night, the hand count, and then the machine recount. But I think all of that was, I guess, reconciled, and the numbers should have been turned in for certification at the Secretary of State's office.
Well, all right, got it. Well, thank you again. Did you have anything else to add, Ms. Giddens?
Thank you for allowing me to speak today, and I'll be glad to answer any questions at any time if there are any questions. And thank you for allowing me to speak.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, and we'll circle back up with you if anybody does present any at a later date or later today. I believe next is Miss Jan Barton out of Cobb County. Ms. Barton, are you on? I see her. We may have to unmute her. Ms. Barton.
Oh, hello. I apologize. I thought I was unmuted. Here I am. Thank
Technology
you so much.
can mess us all up sometimes, zooming in. So thanks for being with us. And you want to tell us a little bit about your situation?
Yes, sir. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Jan Barton. I live in Marietta, Georgia, in Cobb County. I was an observer for the recent recounts. I'm here today to testify that our voting system is broken, and I appreciate the opportunity to tell my story. I will briefly cover 4 personal examples of why our sacred right to vote is in question. And I must say, the very idea that Georgians are expected to use the same flawed voting machines and flawed process for the runoff election and any future elections is unreasonable and a threat to secure elections. I have 4 points. Number 1, the objectionable activities that happened in Cobb County, including the shredding of white privacy envelopes for absentee ballots. I had an email from Cobb Election Director Janine Eveler confirming that was quote unquote all that they shredded, that no ballots were shredded. However, the white privacy envelope is part of the package of items required by Georgia law to be saved for 21 months after an election. Otherwise, how can we be certain each ballot arrived in the mail rather than by some other devious means? The election director's first statement appeared in East Cobb News on November 20th. The shredding activity occurred on November 18th. The timing of shredding alone did not make for good optics. Why then? Number 2, I was an observer of the second recount, the rescanning of ballots in Cobb County on Tuesday, December 1st. We were not allowed to be close to the tables. I think the closest one to me was about 10 feet away. At 2:39 p.m., I noted this in my notes, I observed a very flat, perfect stack of what I was told were absentee ballots with no folds being scanned. They were perfect. I was not able to take a photo quickly enough before they put them back in the box, but I did make note of the batch and the box number. If election workers have nothing to hide and everything is perfectly above board, why are observers kept so far away from the activities and not allowed to ask questions? Number 3, I also helped an independent team working to document the new hand counts in the first audit. It was those numbers that discovered the Ware County anomaly. Many volunteers and many hours went into efforts to protect our votes. Isn't it a shame that we have to do that and that we cannot trust our voting system? Number 4, and final point and a few closing points after this. On Tuesday this week, I found out that my name and information were unmasked as part of the hammer and scorecard operation that Sidney Powell and others have mentioned. This was presented on the Brannon House show. Dennis Montgomery is the brilliant guy who created Hammer and Scorecard to protect American citizens. Hello?
Mr. Chairman.
Hello?
Turner?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. And I don't mean to be rude here, but is it really the intention of our committee at this point, you know, to hear testimony about Hammer and Scorecard, a fantastical conspiracy theory? I would rather use our time in a more effective way, frankly.
Excuse me.
Well, Representative Turner, hold on just a second. Let me jump in here real quick. I know that we don't necessarily always see things exactly the same way, any of us on this call, but you know, Ms. Barton, I know that that you're testifying, I think, to what you believe to be accurate. We will let you finish your time, and then if there are questions, then we can do that. You can do that at that time. Thank you.
All right. I do totally resent being interrupted and just discounted in that manner. In conclusion, we cannot trust our current voting system. Our entire free republic is in danger. The irregularities in our voting system and processes must be remedied before this runoff election. We ask that our legislators do the right thing and hold a special session and put forth the right electors as provided in the U.S. Constitution. We also ask that you consider using a hand-marked paper ballot system. Procedures are already in place for emergency paper ballots. The scanners will work with that process. The touch screens can be removed. This process meets Georgia law for a reliable paper trail, and every voter will know that their vote was counted. Your actions can save our free republic and ensure the sacred right to vote. This is our time to say what President Reagan called that shining city on the hill. We ask our legislators to do the right thing. The world is watching. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Barton. I believe our next person to testify is Mrs. Sherry Okun from DeKalb County. Is that, I probably did not get that pronunciation right either.
Yes, but somebody stopped my video, so I need to be able to show, I need to start my video.
Huh.
Okay, there we go. How you doing? Thank you guys so much for letting me be here. Can you hear me and see me?
Yes, ma'am. This is, tell us where you're from and you may proceed.
Okay, great. I'm from Dunwoody, Atlanta, DeKalb County. So a family member and I voted early and in person on October 19th at the Dunwoody Library in DeKalb County. You know, I'm going to share my screen because I got a couple things to host disabled participants. I need to be able to share my screen to show you guys a couple things. Can the host allow me to share my screen, Molly?
Yes, we would just, you know, make sure we don't, again, mention names when we're doing some of those things, testimony, or show them.
You should have access now.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Can.
Okay, so let's see if I can share my screen. That's not what I wanted to show you. Okay, so when we voted early, we voted on these touch screens, just like you're seeing here. The piece of paper came out, and right after that, a poll worker said to me, well, greeted us and looked at our ballots. And he said to me, I'm sorry, I don't mean to be looking at who you voted for, even though it was showing right on the top of my screen. I'm right on the top of my piece of paper ballot, but I need to see the QR code on top of it to see which scanner to send you to. The same poll worker did this to everybody that was there. My family member and I were both sent to the same scanner. The other people in our fairly blue district before me and after me were directed to the other scanner after the poll worker looked at their ballots. We both voted for Trump. They probably didn't. I attended the Sidney Powell rally at Wills Park last week or whenever it was. And I got up and asked the audience, hundreds of people were there, if anyone else had had this experience, because one of the congressmen recently told me it was illegal for them to be looking at my ballot. And many people, I'd say 1 out of 20 raised their hand. Many people came up to me afterwards and said that it happened to them. A woman told me that she took her 85-year-old mother to her precinct, and it happened at her mother's precinct where they looked at the top of the paper to tell them which scanner to use. But it didn't happen at her own precinct because there was only one scanner. So after I spoke at that rally, several of my friends, some of which are from Dunwoody and voted at the same place that I did, the Dunwoody Library, texted and called me and said, yeah, that happened to me. It was very strange. So, you know, it's illegal, and there must be good reason for this. I strongly encourage every one of you, and I hope I don't get cut off here because this is factual information. I encourage every one of you to look at the Democracy Suite ImageCast Central User Guide, May 31st, 2019, on the Secretary of State's website. It is right here, okay? This is it. And you will notice that on page 18, it instructs users how to re-zero the tabulator to, quote, clear the scanned ballot results and remove all processed batches. Chapter 4, page 24, right here, is entitled Poll Worker Mode, and it allows Dominion workers to set the scanners to either accept, this is, quote, accept or discard batches, end quote, while it's running, which kind of sounds a lot like what may have happened in Floyd County, and we don't know how many other counties. So page 25 and 26 instruct users how to manually discard batches. Are y'all there? Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
We've got you.
Okay, good. So I want to continue. So with the batches,
Oh, we lost your audio. We lost your audio.
To the bottom, were emptied without following procedure, chain of custody, and that the ballots, which are basically pieces of paper with our picks on them but no signature, were taken out. The ballots that were taken out were not labeled or locked, and some of them were stored in unmonitored warehouses in Fulton County haphazardly. And even that some of those bags of ballots were put in the back of a Dominion worker's car. So when in our history, I ask you guys, when in our history has a voting booth company been present at our polling places, let alone managing them, and holding power over these election officials, staying after they have left for the night in our townships, our cities, our counties, and all across the states in America? When has that ever happened? Never. And how were the Dominion friends, I heard people testify to, Dominion friends and family allowed on site and our sacrosanct voting process to quote unquote help? So now I'm going to move on to something else. There was illegal curing of ballots occurring after the election. Let's go to Gil Freeman's, well, let's go to this real quick. Gil Freeman at Gil for Georgia posted this on November 4th. 40,000 rejected vote by mail ballots in DeKalb County need to be cured by Friday, or they will be tossed, mismatched signatures, etc. Now, when you look on he deleted this tweet, but if you look up online on factcheck.com, they say it's not true. That didn't happen. Well, here's Gil Freeman's Twitter page, live Twitter page right here. So we go to November 4th and look at what we have. We have him saying, help voters over the next few days to cure their absentee ballots and provisional ballots so that every vote is counted. We're recruiting canvassers. So you click on this and look where it takes you.
Ms. Okun,
Yeah.
if you please, we're trying not to share names.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
But I need to show you this because it's very important. On November 4th, the Georgia Democrats created this Georgia Cure Canvasser Recruitment Phone Bank. Help us recruit Cure canvassers in Georgia. All you need to join is a computer and a telephone. We will be calling on volunteers in Georgia and asking them to knock on doors to help voters through the process of curing their ballots. The deadline to cure ballots is Friday, November 6th. Let's fight. Okay, so that's this, okay? And Georgia code, as you all know, it allows ballots the chance to be cured for certain reasons, failure to sign oath, various things. So right out of 419C2, to facilitate cures, Georgia law allows the relevant election official to notify the voter in writing. This is a quote right from our laws. The Board of Registrars or absentee ballot clerk shall promptly notify the elector of such a rejection, a copy of which notification shall be retained in the files of the Board of Registrars or the absentee ballot clerk for at least 2 years. If they want to cure their ballots, they have to fill out an affidavit with a provisional ballot. So volunteer canvassers are not, and phone bank callers and door knockers set up by the Georgia Democrat Party after the election ended on November 3rd to canvass Georgia. That's illegal. Who gave the Democrats the names, addresses, and phone numbers of the Georgia absentee voters that had not returned ballots? I mean, that had not filled out their ballots correctly. I'm wondering if it's the same people that gave those names to the ACLU. On November 6th, Hillary Clinton.
Okun, I don't mean to interrupt you. We've got a minute or two.
Okay, so all right, I'll finish real quick. I went to this on November 6th. Hillary Clinton posted this. I went to this site, democrats.org/Georgia-ballot. I went there. It asked me to upload my signature. It asked me to upload my voter information on my signature. Just to be clear, it did not take me to the SOS website to see if my absentee ballot was cured or was accepted. It asked, so they were literally, the Democrats were literally November 4th, 6th, 5th, procuring people. I know people who went to this site and uploaded their signatures, and there's nothing in Georgia law that allows for an electronic upload of signatures to cure an absentee ballot. It's affidavit only. And the next thing I'm going to show you and tell you is that the day after the election, a family member called me, texted me, and let me know that they checked my absentee ballot status and it showed unavailable. That family members also showed unavailable on the SOS system. We checked several other Republican voters that we know, and every one of them showed absentee ballot status is not available. Then we checked several Democrats that we know, and every single one of them showed accepted. My question is, why And at Wills Park, many people also told me that they had the same issue. They're Republicans and they voted, and it showed the day after the election that their absentee ballot status was unavailable. So that's a little scary. The last thing I'm going to tell you is that most, if not all years that I voted prior to 2016, I voted Democrat. My initial registration would have been Democrat. Can you all hear me?
Yes, ma'am. We're kind of at 13 minutes.
Okay,
you know,
so I just want, so the family member that lives in my house is a registered Republican. I received calls and texts nonstop prior to the election from Democrats and quote unquote nonpartisan groups using Stacey Abrams' name in the headline urging me to vote. They knew my name and my voter information. My family member, the Republican, received no calls or texts from the Democrat Party or the purported nonpartisan groups. And this is the kicker. I, as the registered Democrat, received at least 8 absentee ballot applications to my house, to me only. They were perforated with 2 ballot applications on every single one of them. And my family member, the Republican, received, and that was all from the Secretary of State's office. My family member, the Republican, received nothing, 0, nothing from the SOS. And that's it. That's my testimony. I'm sorry if but you guys, I mean, the Georgia Democrat Party created a canvassing group to knock on doors after the election to cure ballots, to make phone calls, and that is illegal.
Mr. Kuhn, I appreciate your time. I will say this and kind of reiterate it, that I regret that we don't have, so many, we only have so many slots and so much time.
Oh, yeah. I just want to make sure you guys realize, because there's no law and order. There's none.
Right. So we got Mr. Joe Sapp with from Pulaski County. Mr. Sapp, are you with us?
I am Representative Blackman. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You're welcome to proceed.
Okay. Yeah, I was asked to get on the call today, the meeting, to discuss a phone call that I had several days prior to the election. I'm in the physical therapy business, and anytime that I get a number from a restricted, call from a restricted number, I answer it, because more than likely it's a physician with some concern or whatever. So I answered a restricted call, and the lady proceeded to tell me who she was with. I couldn't remember the name of the organization. And she called, she said, "Is this Joseph?" And I said, "Yes, this is Joseph Sapp." And she says, "I'm calling to see, we noticed that your absentee ballot has not been received yet." And I was, at the time, I knew that I had not requested an absentee ballot, but I put 2 and 2 together that my son, who is also Joseph Sapp, that lives in, he's a senior at UGA, she was referring to him. And she says something to the effect of Athens. And she says, "Have you sent your absentee ballot in yet?" And I said, "Correct. Yes, as far as I'm concerned, they should be receiving it." And she says, "Well, if it hasn't been sent yet," she said, "I'll be glad to send a representative by to get that ballot from you and put it in one of the drop boxes if you're unable." And at the time, I didn't think anything about it. I just said, "No, it's no big deal. We got it covered." And that was pretty much the essence of that conversation. However, again, after the election, speaking with different people, I was like, that didn't seem right. So I called my son and I asked him, and, he said that a lot of his friends in Athens had received.
Mr. Sapp, your audio went out.
Can you hear me?
We missed the last few seconds, but yes, sir, now we can.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, I was just saying that my son had a lot of his friends had received the similar calls, and I think that they were just kind of going after his age demographic, trying to get those absentee ballots in, and whether they were trying to control what was on those absentee ballots or not, I don't know, but it was definitely unnerving that this lady even had that information and called me and asked it to come pick the ballot up. Sorry.
No, thank you. It's an interesting testimony. Was there any questions from the committee members? Representative Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Sapp.
Yes.
For sharing your story.
Yes, sir.
And the same question I've asked several other witnesses. Have you, first of all, did you record the phone number of the person that was sending that information to you? Or
No, it came through. Again, it was listed as restricted. I mean, I don't answer phone calls if it comes from a number that I do not recognize or any potential spam. But if it says restricted, I always answer it because odds are it's a physician. So I happen to answer this. I went back and looked through my phone records, on my phone. And again, it doesn't give a phone number. I haven't gone back and looked at my phone records, through Verizon. I don't know if that's something that can be traced in any way to come back to a specific phone number, but right now there's no phone number.
And outside of the hearing today, have you reported this to any authority?
Not to any authority. I've spoken to a few representatives and just friends of mine that would be in the know-how, but I would be glad to do that and be under oath in doing so, but I haven't done that yet, but I will if you think it would help.
I would encourage you to do that if you believe that the law has been broken. I think that's the appropriate way to proceed. That's me personally.
Sure.
You do what you need to, sir. Thank you for your questions, for answering the questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sapp. Appreciate you being on with us today.
Great,
and,
thanks a lot.
We can help get you an affidavit if that's what you'd like to do is sign.
I will. I'll follow back up. I appreciate it a lot.
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Next, we have Eli Balloon is a voter out of Spalding County. Are you with us, sir?
Yes, it's ma'am. Sorry. Can you hear me?
Again. I'm so sorry. So sorry. Ms. Balloon, am I saying that correctly?
That's
Did I do something or we lose?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, good now. Yes, ma'am.
I'm so sorry.
No. Excuse me.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
So I might just have to.
We can hear you.
Okay. So, okay, perfect. On November 3rd, election day, my husband and I went to vote. And we actually had to go to two different locations. I went to the senior center, and upon arrival, we got there, and we were told that all of Spalding County's system, I don't know, electric system, or their system went down. So we were told that we had to fill out a provisional ballot, which was fine at the time, or it seemed fine at the time. I mean, I thought it was a little interesting, but no surprise. So so we did that. And then my husband, he had to go across the way to the Lutheran church. And once he got there, he said the system had gotten back up. So he did it electronically. And I had gone to check my vote, kind of similar story to maybe some other people, check my vote on the GA, check your status. And it doesn't show that I voted. So, nor my husband, nor a lot of other people that I voted on election day in Spalding County. So, but other people who had voted, because I had checked a lot of people's ballots, they'd asked me to, because I was curious. So, like some friends of mine and like a mother figure, and all their statuses showed that they had voted and that their vote had been counted. And still to this day, my vote doesn't show that it's been counted. So I have been in contact with my local representative quite a few times to really just to find out, like, how do I find out if my vote counted or my husband's vote counted? I did call the elections office probably every 3 or 4 days to check. They told me the day after, 2 days after maybe, election day, that it was going to take them 14 days to get any sort of information, or that my vote would be posted, which it still has never posted. So, so I don't know. I'm still kind of looking for answers. I'm not sure that my vote has been counted still. And also, subsequently, my mother was here from Florida, and I used to live in Florida 5 years ago. She said, because now I have been receiving absentee applications for the runoffs, and receiving like 2 and 3 in the mail here. And my mother was up here visiting us because I just had a baby. And she said, that's really funny, because before the presidential election, you had received a ton of absentee ballots applications down in Florida, which I just thought, to me, it's just an unsolicited, like, I didn't ask for. I've never voted absentee ballot ever. The last time I voted was here in Griffin, or here in Spalding County. So it was just a little, again, odd to me. And I'm still kind of digging and trying to figure out where my vote is. And that's pretty much it.
Well, thank you, and congratulations. Did I hear you say you just had a baby?
Yes, thank you.
Congratulations, y'all. Thanks again for being with us today. Is there anybody who has a question? I'm not seeing any. Well,
I have how do I?
Yes, ma'am.
Can I ask a question?
Oh,
do you
sure.
know? So sorry. How do I get more information, or where do I go? Who do I ask? Because to find out if my vote, where my vote is. Again, I said I called my state representative. I called the elections office, but I'm not making a little bit of headway. This seems like it's headway to me, like today, which I'm very grateful for. But I'm not very versed in all of this, but I'm also very curious as to where my personal vote is. Selfishly.
Well, Molly, if you'll get a link, we'll email her, and My Voter Page is a good start. Representative Turner, you wanted to?
Yeah, if I might, election day voting is not showing up on absentee. I believe the concern here is you're looking for an absentee ballot, and you're actually checking, or you're looking for an election day ballot that was cast, and you're looking on the absentee ballot page. Unless I'm misunderstanding, but that's the reason why you won't find an election day cast ballot on the absentee database.
Okay, even if it's a provisional?
Yes, ma'am. It's handled differently than an absentee. It's a different process, but you would be able to determine through asking your local elections office if your ballot counted.
Can I go there in person?
You can go there in person, or call them, or email them, and they'll be able to tell you the status of your vote.
Okay, and they can show me, because I want to see it.
Well, they won't be able to show you your personal ballot.
Not your ballot.
Not your ballot, but that you did cast a ballot.
Yes, that's what I mean.
Yes, ma'am. They'll be able to tell you that.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Representative Turner. Thank you, Ms. Falloon. Next, Representative Wynn had contacted me. I know we were asking for recommendations this week from committee members, and we had not received any from our Democratic colleagues, but she did contact me, and we had somebody from Fulton County that was a late ad, and so I wanted to ask, is it Miss Cooley? Cooney, I'm sorry, if she's with us, and
I am.
If she could testify, please you may proceed, Miss Cooney. Thanks for being with us.
All right. Tell me what you would
what kind of remarks you would like from me, which I have not. Do you want recommendations? Do you want findings? Do you want a narrative?
Well, if you want to just tell us, first of all, who you are, maybe what kind of, if you're a poll watcher, if you have some election experience, worker or volunteer, and then maybe if you witnessed anything or had any testimony that would be, relevant to anything we might want to look at moving forward regarding fixes to our current election law.
All right. My name is Mary Carol Cooney. That's a double first name. And I am the chairperson of the Fulton County Board of Elections. I have served in that capacity for just shy of 7 years, and this is my second presidential election that I have conducted as chairperson. I do not have any firsthand knowledge, that is to say, things that happened to me or that I have personally witnessed comparable to the other speakers that I have heard within the last hour. So there are two things I could tell you, and you can tell me if you are interested in either of them. And one of them is what my board is doing or prepared to do about similar complaints that have, and other observations that have been made to us in this morning at our monthly election board meeting and in the recent past. I can tell you about that. And I can also give you a reason why I'm not going to be very satisfactory, but what I think we have to keep in mind about what fixes to make to the system. Now, I will assume you will just let me speak. So,
yes, ma'am.
Cut me right out.
Yes, ma'am.
I listened to our own public comments this morning, and I read many emails that we also received concerning the conduct of the November 3rd elections. I read and heard concerns about alleged illegalities, lax practices, insecurity of ballots, and some specific things like suitcases of ballots hidden under tables, water leaks, counting ballots without partisan party observers being present, and lawsuits that have been filed. We take those seriously. I take them seriously. What can we do? We want to know what was wrong or lax or negligent, and at least ensure that going forward, these things are fixed and will not be repeated. But what we need to do in reviewing what happened that was bad is to review it well. A fundamental principle of investigations and of democratic government is that you don't investigate yourselves. What you get if you do that is what's called measurement bias. The person taking the measurement has a bias one way or another, and it does not do well for an impartial conclusion. A local government agency is not authorized or compelled by law to issue subpoenas, compel testimonies, cross-examine witnesses, issue rulings, or impose penalties. The Secretary of State's office is. Routinely, after any election, the Secretary of State notifies my board of alleged misfeasance, nonfeasance, or neglect. We appear before them and we either enter into a consent order or tell them that we want to have a trial. We do not have the authority or resources, and we certainly have nobody on our staff who is designated as an investigator to do what would be required to do it well. I'm reluctant to undertake what cannot be done well. Given this determination by me, I made inquiries of the Secretary of State's office and spoke with their chief investigator, as well as with members of our staff who have been questioned by either the Secretary of State's office or the GBI. In speaking with the Secretary of State's office, I learned that they are conducting 250 investigations right now, only a very small portion of which pertain to Fulton County. I asked specific questions about specific complaints brought to my attention and allegations made And I was told as to each of them that they were under active investigation. This is where it should be. Moreover, I am informed that they are nearing the end of what they need to do, although I am not putting any deadlines on them. So I think that we are being investigated. We are being investigated by the entity that has that power and authority. And I will also tell you, based on the discussion among members of my board, that this should and will not be where the matter rests. My board put me on notice this morning that whatever happens will be immediately shared with the board, and we will make up our minds as to what we need to do. We want the, I also, as board chairman, at the end of the year, think about what our board needs to do better in the coming year. And I thought about undertaking that discussion. And at this year's end, I came up with a couple of things that will make us perform better. One is to have elections without brand new voting infrastructure and software, which is what we had this year and with which we had considerable difficulties. I would want us to have elections without a pandemic. This really was an obstacle for us. You may have heard that we actually had staff members die, and yet their compatriots went right back to our offices and kept working. Nonetheless, it very much slowed us down. We would like elections without 100,000 voters deciding to use absentee ballots for the first time, as facilitated by the state, but not facilitated and not put into place with any time or prior planning by us. All of these things would make elections better. There are things that you have heard, and I'm sure you will hear about illegalities, but I would ask you to consider what the obstacles under which we operated, and whether those obstacles can be alleviated in the coming year by some time to put procedures into place. That's it.
Thank you, Ms. Cooney. Do you mind if we take will you take a couple questions?
Sure.
Chairman Powell, do you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have a question of this person testifying, but I would like to make a comment before we finish the day.
Yes, sir. We'll allow the committee members to enter some comments in before we adjourn. I know Secretary Williamson, you had a question? You're muted, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Carol Cooney, thank you for your testimony. Mine's a very simple question. Would you have any objection at all to having bipartisan signature observers for the signature verifications on the inbound ballots in the upcoming election as requested by many members of the General Assembly?
By bipartisan observers, I assume you are meaning 2 observers.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. We discussed that this morning. Easier said than done. Definite problems with getting it done for the January 5th election, and that comes down to money, time, and space. We will need to have twice as many observers as we have had in the last election. We will need to find them, put them in place, and we will need to ensure that they have enough space in the places that we have set up to do so. Now, do I know the answers as to whether those obstacles can be overcome? I do not, but I do know that they are real obstacles, and we need, well, as I said, I have a bias, and it is that if I'm going to undertake something, I want it done well. And it is not 100% certain at this time that we can do this in the near term.
Do you have any objection at all into at least exploring that? Do you have any philosophical objection?
It is being done as we speak. This was why I could not appear earlier. It was the subject of our discussion this morning.
So you support the concept as long as the money and time and adequate spacing is available?
I don't know why not at this time. Perfect. But as with everything, I would like to have it in front of me. But we seriously discussed that, and there are several members of our board who really want to move forward with it, and I support them.
Thank you.
Representative Jones had a question, and then we'll move on to Mr. Favorito.
Thank you, Chairman Blackman. Ma'am, thank you so much for your candor. It's actually highly appreciated. Your demeanor could have been completely different, but instead you were very open. So I thank you for that. My question is this: as this committee is reflecting on November 3rd, thinking about January 5th to Representative Williamson's question, and then also getting prepared to see what we should be doing to get prepared for 2022, given the fact that you head up the largest county within the state of Georgia, do you look at other states, other counties that are in similar size, similar demographics, and see who is basically doing the best practice to see what you could possibly bring to Fulton and maybe even recommend to the entire state? Or is that something that isn't necessarily done within your purview?
It is not necessarily done within our purview. We have looked at agencies from other states, and let me tell you what I mean. The business of absentee by mail is actually pretty new to Georgia. I have discovered that it is really in the western states that those have been put into practice, places like Utah and Colorado. I have not spoken with the heads of local county election boards in those states or in others out west, but I have spoken to persons who have undertaken that function. And one of them, actually several of them, have said to me that it takes years to have a good absentee by mail function in place. And we have listened to them. Whether we accept what they say, we have not done yet, because we were, as I said a little bit earlier, kind of thrown into it in the middle. But we have spoken to them. When we hired our present elections director, I also became aware, he was from Texas. We seem to be looking to people from the West. I found that in different regions of the country, there are different systems in place. And we hired him because at that time, Fulton County and the state had hardly any early voting. So we addressed early voting. I think we've got some great early voting this time. We are going to have 30 early voting locations on before the January 5th election, plus buses, which you may have heard of, RVs to go where there's a specific need, plus outreach places. We're going to have 38 drop boxes. We're going to cover that. But there are other things that we don't have. We are aware. I told my husband this would happen, and I am sorry. And we do know some things, but not anything I can tell you definitively or conclusively that we have learned that we will adopt. We only know them.
Thank you. And if I could just ask, notwithstanding the K-9, and you don't need to answer an email to the chairman, would be perfectly fine. But what I'd love to get is just a very quick answer to these two things. One, you just mentioned 35 plus boxes. Are they all being under video surveillance? And two, could you please ask Fulton's attorneys under which part of the code section are the buses authorized? And if you could just get that, again, I don't want to take too much time, Mr.
Easy
Chairman.
answer to the second one. I don't know how the two outreach buses are authorized. Really, outreach RVs, they're very big. For the first question about the drop boxes, there are 38 of those, and those are authorized under Rule 183-1-14 14-0.6-14 of the State Election Board rules, which is entitled Secure Absentee Ballot Drop Boxes, which lays it all out for us.
Correct. I appreciate that. And if you could send that, I'm fully aware of that section. And if you could send things to the chairman, I would appreciate it. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you. Ms. Cooney, is that right though? It's a mobile polling location?
It is a mobile polling location, and we have 2 of them, and we can use them for well, we have 2 things in mind. One is if there is an emergency, and we do have emergencies. We do have sewer backups in polling places, things like that. We can dispatch a bus there so that people can vote instead of simply being turned away. And also, if we are aware of very long lines, we can dispatch one of those RVs. I have not actually voted in one, but I have seen one in operation at Morningside Baptist Church in Midtown, and it was functioning beautifully prior to the November election.
Representative Nguyen and Representative Oliver have asked to ask questions. Representative Nguyen, you had a question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Cooney, I was just going to ask, there are a lot of allegations that were made about Fulton County elections, both in testimony in this committee today and you know, all over the news cycle. So would you be willing to send the members of the committee in writing just the response that Fulton County has in regards to those specific allegations? You named some of them today, the water break, the disruption of counting of the ballots, but specifically, if you're able to answer one question for me today, one of the allegations is there were truckloads of fake ballots that were added to Fulton County's election result. Can you respond to that allegation specifically?
I just spoke to you about my reluctance to do so when somebody with credentials has undertaken that. And I know that specific question is under investigation by the Secretary of State's office. I think that it is nearing conclusion. I will find out where it is. But the thing about the Secretary of State's office that is better situated than us is their ability to identify and talk to a number of witnesses, to review videotape, which may or may not have been doctored, and come to conclusions which we simply do not. But I will get you an answer to that. I hope that is sufficient.
Thank you.
Representative Oliver.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want my friends on the committee to know that Mary Carol Cooney has a long civic career, president of the League of Women Voters, senior counsel to the city of Atlanta for decades. Mary Carol, you're aware that there's an existing court order on review of exact match signatures. And as a lawyer with a whole lot more skill than I, you would recognize that we could not change the terms of that existing court order in any way.
That's correct.
So the discussion about exact match signatures reviews really can't go forward until that court order is somehow amended, which of course cannot happen before January 5th. Secondly, changing the rules about review of exact match signatures would create a different set of circumstances for some voters than other voters, an equal protection argument that you would be nervous about, I'm sure, if the rules were changed.
I think that's called leading the witness, but I will accept that. No, I think that is correct. And let me, I made a notation when Representative Jones said we're here on November the 3rd talking about an election on January the 5th. No, we're here on December the 10th talking about an election that starts on December the 14th. In terms of what we can do to change things, that is not very much at this date. We would certainly want to have all of our staff trained to do whatever a court or any other entity with authority like the State Election Board has told us to do. And I will say, having received some last minute orders or rules, that it is very difficult for us to get to the entirety, and sometimes as many as 2,000 employees, to get the word to them in time to make a meaningful difference. So we appreciate I appreciate our looking at a horizon other than January the 5th.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I would imagine we'd probably have more questions for you at some point, Ms. Cooney, but our time is short, and have some interest in the county there in which you chair. So thank you for being on with us. Mr. Favorito, you and Mr. Cross are last, and I'm gonna turn it over to y'all. If you don't mind, please be as concise as you can. The hour's late. I know we've been here a long time, and I know y'all have waited a while as well. So,
Mr. Chairman, thank you for. I need to share my screen, and it's disabled.
I just reiterate, we're asking folks not to show any names.
You should have access to share your screen now.
Mr. Chairman, I'm assuming that you can see my screen, so and I appreciate happy to be back with you again this year. I'm going to be as fast as I possibly can. Most of you know me, Mailin Voting. I'm a career IT professional, co-founder of Voter GA, and I'm also the elections director of the Constitution Party of Georgia. Voter GA is a nonpartisan organization that we've kind of led the election integrity movement here for 16 years. I think the real question that we need to answer today is is there compelling evidence of Georgia election fraud in the 2020 general election? That's what I think we should be here for. Just to recap, how did we get here very, very quickly? On one slide, I wrote to the Secretary of State and system evaluators back in 2002 that they were evaluating possibly unconstitutional systems that could not produce verifiable, auditable, and recount-capable results. The General Assembly legalized voting that could not be audited back then, and the Secretary of State ignored warnings, purchased the Debo DRE system. In 2009, the Georgia Supreme Court denied our constitutional claims. And in 2019, the U.S. District Court essentially reversed them and said that, yes, in fact, our old systems were unconstitutional. And I was right when I said that 17 years earlier. But the General Assembly legalized a new system that hides votes in barcodes. If you remember that with House Bill 316 last year, that we adamantly opposed. The Secretary of State purchased the Dominion Democracy Suite 5.5 DMD system, and the U.S. District Court has already found that it does not meet Georgia law. So with that in mind, what are my roles? My roles in this election were as a State Farm Arena observer, a Fulton tabulation observer, an audit monitor, and a recount monitor in both Fulton and DeKalb counties. I'm going to skip State Farm for a minute. Fulton tabulation, as a tabulation observer, I noticed an abnormal 20,000 vote spike in Fulton County for former Vice President Joe Biden. I have an affidavit in on that. As soon as I saw that on the 5th of November, I notified elections director, the board, election board, the attorney for Fulton County, and I made an ORR, open records request for the interim results to the board that for Chairman Cooney, Chairman Cooney chairs. I have never received a response from that one on November 5th. Moving to audit monitor, as I was an audit monitor, we noticed there were 3 boxes of 100% Biden ballots, which we thought were extremely usual. We thought we'd at least have a few in there that were different. But the thing that disturbed me most was that 4 auditors detected potentially fraudulent absentee ballots when they were auditing the hand count. They said this because they were not creased from being mailed. They were not marked with a writing instrument. They seemed to be marked with toner, and there were differences in ballot stock. I filed an open records request to view these ballots in custody of the elections, again with the board and the county attorney and the elections director and their open records request processor, but I was ignored. If we could see the ballots, I think it would resolve the dispute and we would know who won the election. But since we still can't see them, the question becomes, in my mind, how could the audit counters have found invalid ballots? So I want to race through a few slides about the State Farm Arena where I was an observer to give you a little bit of an idea. And then I want to make a couple, 3 conclusions on that, and then we're done. So this is the ballot processing room. It's very hard to understand this because it's a curved room. I tried to lay out the slides so that you could see what's going on, but there's very poor visibility from the observation area. This is where the entry door for the public entry door. There's the observation area. There's another door back here on the other side, but you can't really see much between those 2 areas. The room curves like that. So you remember at 6:07 a.m., I'm going to run through the chronology very quickly. There was a leaky toilet that was falsely reported as a water main break, and the supervisor delayed starting of the mail-in ballot processing for 2 hours. The closest toilet in that room would be back behind this wall here. But I do not know if that was the correct toilet or not. Fast forward to 8:22 a.m., a woman with blonde braids brings in a skirted table into the room. The room itself, I believe, violates Georgia law for transparency, but the skirted table, I would think, certainly should do that. At 9:30 a.m., after the delay from the water main break that never really was a water main break, it was just a leaky toilet or urinal, urinal, ballot processing began and it continued through the day. At 10 p.m., everything seems to be normal. The same woman in blonde braids, now dressed differently, came out, changed clothes with a different change of clothes, announced that the processing will stop for the night. You can see back here, the observers are present at that time. The observers are still present at 10:40, but everything has been closed up here. The monitors still stayed. And at 10:55, the monitors and the Fox 5 reporter leave, but the 4 workers still remain, at least 4, maybe more. 11:03, the woman in the blonde braids begins to pull out suitcases from underneath this skirted table. 11:04, another suitcase goes out. And 11:05, the supervisor pulls out another suitcase from under the skirted table. 11:10, the scanning of these ballots continue back here in this area where there's at least 4 scanners. They do about 3,000 an hour. The scanning continued for approximately 2 hours with no one present, all in violation of Georgia law, as near as I can tell. At 12:55, the scanners leave. After scanning approximately 15 to 20,000 ballots onto memory cards. And 1:35, 40 minutes later, there is a tremendous spike in the votes for Joe Biden, 100,000 vote spike. See how inconsistent this is with everything else. This is the time over here on the left-hand side. And this is the votes that went up, the Biden's change and Trump's change by time frame of each of these feeds. David Cross is our next speaker. He's going to go much further into detail on this. At 1:40 a.m., the monitors return after being notified that the counting was still going on. 15 to 20,000 or maybe even more illegal ballots have now been scanned for tabulation for the results. So There are a few couple of questions. I just want to make a few couple of questions and then I'll take questions. Some of the things I've heard, which are really good questions. If fraudulent ballots were scanned, why do the number of ballots cast match the number of voters voted? That's a great question. Well, first of all, they didn't actually balance. Fulton was out of balance by 300 plus. They called a special meeting and eventually returned to the State Farm Arena. Some other considerations as to why these might eventually balance. The ballot processing supervisor controls the absentee ballot tracking list. I don't think you should have the ballot processing supervisor controlling the ballot tracking list. That's a security issue. You might remember many people came to the polls and they were told that they had already voted by absentee ballot. It's pretty easy. I'm not being accusatory, but it's pretty easy to check somebody off the list if you wanted to insert a ballot. But probably more importantly, and you've already heard this testimony earlier today, Dominion has a security flaw that allows memory cards to be substituted. One of the previous witnesses pointed this out in the manual. It was a known issue with Texas, and that's why they rejected the Dominion system before we bought it. And we did put the Secretary of State on notice for that before the purchase. So there's a couple of questions here that was raised by the Secretary of State's IG. Did monitors decide to leave on their own? The video shows that the processing cease announcement, it shows it was clearly made. We can go back and look at that further if you want to. There are 2 affidavits from the monitors who confirmed that announcement. The scanning stopped before the monitors left. You saw that on the video. And the monitors returned after finding out the counting continued. Another thing that we've heard from the Secretary of State's office is that this is normal ballot processing. Well, I beg your pardon, skirted tables are not normal ballot processing. We didn't see any skirted tables in the audit or the recount that I can recall. Ballots are not hidden under tables. The normal process is they get them from the wall. You saw the wall. I can go back and show you that a little bit more later if you want to see about one interest of time. I'm moving as fast as I can. These ballots do not appear to me to be in standard suitcases. Most of the absentee ballots I saw as an observer were in boxes. They were not in suitcases. In fact, all that I can recall. The ballots were scanned onto memory cards after the monitors had left. That's a direct violation of Georgia law. I don't think anybody's going to refute that. And of course, even the curvature of the room is an issue of obstructive view. So our question really is, why is the Secretary of State's office in a cover-up over this? And I'm going to avoid getting into the history of the false information that the Secretary of State has issued over the last few years. You might remember they said that these machines would cost less than hand-marked paper ballots. I think Fulton County can attest to the fact that that was not true. So that leaves us with a serious question now. I'm going to sum up with the compelling evidence, and I'll let you, everybody can make their own decision. But the auditors, we have 4 affidavits of auditors that claimed they made fraudulent ballots. I know all these people, I've seen them, and I have their affidavits. The monitors were told that the processing would stop, but it continued. There's 2 affidavits sworn for that one. The election feed shows a huge spike in Biden votes after the ballots processed. You've got 2 affidavits on that. David is going to talk to that election line feed a lot more. I think you'll be interested in that. Fulton County has refused to show us the ballots to resolve the issue. And I've put in the open records request to do that. That would solve the problem. We could find out who won for sure, and everybody would be satisfied. It would either be one of the other 2 candidates. You've got the video evidence. We looked at that. And you might want to check this out, but there is one of the ladies who's on the in the video has literally confessed to this on social media and prayed for forgiveness and told the public she's lying up. Now, I don't know if that is an accurate account, but it looks to me to be accurate. You can decide for yourself. I don't trust everything on social media, obviously, but it looks real to me. So I want to give you my nonpartisan perspective in conclusion. I think y'all know me very well. I fought against this bill last year with everything I had, the House Bill 316. I joined with all the Democrats and that who opposed that bill, and they were absolutely right. And I didn't vote for either one of these two candidates. We, as a Constitution Party representative, we ran our own write-in candidate. We couldn't get the candidate on the ballot because they wouldn't allow it. But I didn't vote for either one of these two candidates. I don't have a dog in this hunt. But my nonpartisan perspective is that this steal is in fact real, and the Georgia electors belong to the President of the United States. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Mr. Cross, we'll do a couple of questions. We're long here. Mr. Cross, do you have something that you can share in a couple of minutes time, sir?
Yes, very quickly. I need to share my screen.
Can we share his screen?
Okay. 1 second. Okay. So, all right. So on the night of November 3rd, I learned that there were several states that had halted ballot counting due to glitches. And just real quickly, my name is David Cross. I own an investment management company in Duluth, Georgia, and I'm a resident of Gwinnett County. So again, on November 3rd, I learned that there were several states that had halted ballot counting, including Fulton County and in Georgia, and because of glitches with the counting devices. The next day, it seemed that Vice President Biden's votes in Georgia had magically catapulted by over 100,000 votes in the dead of night. And what you can see is it happened at 1:34, which ties in exactly with the timing of the folks that were on the security video feed. I also learned that Biden's votes had catapulted by over 100,000 votes in Wisconsin and Michigan. And there were statistical flukes in Pennsylvania as well too. Again, you can see Michigan here at 5:31, Wisconsin at 3:42 in the morning. I found the Edison Research data, pulled it all down. That's the most comprehensive data that's out there. It's not perfect, but it is the most comprehensive that's out there, and it is time-stamped. I also found that the data was time-stamped London time. So sometimes you might find these things and they look like it's got a weird time on it. You have to adjust it for the time zones. But it was pretty easy to spot states that were using Dominion systems because they all seem to have these anomalies. All right, so that got me interested in visiting down at the second recount on November 24th. And when I got down there, I observed that ballots were being run through high-speed scanners, but I couldn't see what the vote tally was for any candidate. You could not get close enough to the screens. You couldn't see it. The font was really tiny. I also observed that there was no hand counting going on, or to compare machine count versus hand count. That concerned me because I've also seen video evidence of high-speed scanners making counting errors on both small and large batches. Because I did not have a way to compare the physical versus machine counts, I began to inspect other areas of the vote counting space, including the ballot transport bags. Those are those black suitcases. I identified 9 ballot transport bags that were not secure, and they were missing their red security zip tabs. These things are made out of metal. If you want to get into one, you've got to cut it with tin snips or some strong scissors. Some of the ballot transport bags had numbers of ballots inside printed on the top of the bag. Some did not. I noticed that one bag indicated that it had 3,400 ballots on the inside. If you have 9 bags, and we assume that maybe there's some that have 0 and others that have 3,400 in them, that's an average of 1,700 bags. At 9 bags, that's 15,300 ballots that do not have proof of claim or proof of chain of custody. So 15,300 votes represents over 2.5% of Fulton County's votes, more than the difference between Biden and Trump, and more than the margin of victory in the election. Because of the failure of the chain of custody, I think Fulton County's results cannot be verified and probably should be vacated. The ballot transport bags that I saw, here's one that has no security tab on it. You can see right here that the yellow bar or the yellow arrow. There's no tab like the one on the left. Here's a close-up of the actual tag for this one. But I had noticed, I notified 3 of the recount witnesses, including Garland, about the unsecured ballot transport bags. I was told it's not possible. Those are all, they all have security tabs on them. I walked over to the other election witnesses, showed them, you know, when I got back. And when I walked over, I approached the ballot transport bags. And when I did that, I used my foot to point at one of the bags that had no security tag. When I did that, I was immediately accused of kicking the bag and told that I must leave by a hostile employee, I presume from Fulton County. Before I left, I notified a member of the press, Melina Weiskup, and her photographer about the unsecured ballot transport bag. I told them I was being ejected and asked if they could document it, and they did. Photographs were taken by her photographer, and a news story was shown on I think it was NTD. Of the ballot suitcases in the security video that Garland showed, only one potentially had a security tab because it looked like somebody had to cut one off, but none of the others did. And you can tell because the case is open without anyone having to cut tabs.
Mr. Cross, can you wrap it up in about a minute's time, please?
Very last sentence. So in conclusion, because of the irregularities and the total disregard for the chain of custody of the ballots, I believe the ballots for Fulton County could and should be disregarded in their entirety. If they are not disregarded, then a forensic inspection of the ballots should be performed, or at least the images of the ballots should be released to the public. Trustworthy elections are essential to our democracy. 30 years from now, what will you tell your children and your grandchildren that you did to defend democracy in 2020? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross and Mr. Favorito. Representative Turner, I know you had one question, and then we're going to go to summaries from members.
Yeah, my question is for Mr. Favorito. Mr. Favorito, if you wouldn't mind sharing your screen again and pulling up your slide set and go specifically to the slide where the unnamed lady is pulling the skirted table out onto the floor.
Yes, give me just a second. I'll close that out.
Mr. Garth, while you're doing that, maybe you can tell us what time did you arrive as an observer at the State Farm Arena?
I was there twice, but I am not testifying to that. What is on the clips? I'm just simply recapping what the Senate has already seen and what shocked us so vividly. I'm trying to add a little context so that you understand what's going on there based on my role as an observer. Sorry, I'm just about ready to come back up here. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So Representative Turner, where did you want to go to?
Where she's pulling the table out onto the floor. I believe it might be the previous one from here. There, that's the one right there. So at 8:22 a.m., she brings this out. Were there observers in the room at this time?
Well, that's what I was getting to earlier. That's a great question. I don't, if I can back up a slide, I'll show you. That appears to be over in this area, and the observers are over in this area. And this gets to the point that I was making, and thank you for raising it. You really can't quite see from the observation area this full room because it curves around. So I don't think, possibly part of that table may have been visible based on my experience in the room, but I can almost surely say that all of it was not.
So go back to that slide with where she's moving the table out. At 8:22 a.m., she's pushing this table into position where it stays for the rest of the time, and all the other slides and all the other videos. And later on in the evening, we see people pulling the ballot boxes out from underneath that table. At this point in time, when she's placing that there are no ballot boxes, and it's pretty obvious that there are no ballot boxes present when she places the table there. Correct?
As far, nothing is really obvious, Representative Turner, because of this situation, but I think you'd have to watch the entire video. This is just one slide from it.
Sure. And people have watched the entire video, and I'm not sure what time the ballot boxes were placed there, but it wasn't before observers were in the room.
So I'm not aware that the entire video is even available. I have not seen it, but I would like to watch the whole thing.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate y'all's testimony. Thank you for that, Mr. Favorito, Mr. Cross. Again, I wish we could have afforded everybody a lot more time. I know everybody's very sincere with their testimony, but we tried to get as many people as we possibly could that were suggested and submitted testimony via email. So just wanted to I think Chairman Powell has asked to go first, but we'll subcommittee chair for elections, and then we'll work our way through. If y'all can let me know who would like to make a few comments in closing here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And first, I want to thank you for chairing this meeting today. This 7+ hours has been very enlightening. I want to thank each and every one of the people that testified today. More important, I want to thank all the committee members. At the start of this discussion this morning, I had resolved myself that we needed an audit. There has not been an audit done. There's only been a recount, but there's been no actual audit done on what I perceive as the #1 area that needed to be looked at, and that was these absentee mail-in votes. For the last 5 weeks, myself, as well as most of the members of the legislature, has heard from constituents. There's been every type of conspiracy theory in the world, and I have tried to keep my mind open until I could see some evidence. That's the reason that I put so much strong faith that we do need a professional audit done. But after hearing a lot of the testimony today, that audit needs to be a step further. Not only is there a need for an audit if we can figure out who is the responsible party that can prompt such an audit, whether it takes an order from a superior court judge or otherwise, but it needs to be done. And it needs to be done post haste. But after the testimony that I have heard today, I'm even more decided that possibly that we also need to have a GBI investigation needs to be called in. One on the tape on the arena business, but also as a separate independent set of eyes, but also an audit to look at these absentee ballots, because you don't just pull hundreds of ballots out that have no creases in them. These ballots are mailed in and they're folded and placed in the envelope and signed. So to me, and I do appreciate the members of the committee of the other party, but to me, given the number of people in this state that feel that this election was not handled properly, for the sake of for the stability and the sake of this state, to reinforce the confidence in this election process, I think it would be just as important to the members of the Democratic Party as to the Republican Party to be sure that we get down to this to try to reinstill the confidence and the faith. If not, there'll be an ongoing and continual fight from hereafter. Now, that being said, anybody that can hear what I'm saying that has a legal mind to tell me what would be the process that we need to call for a verifiable audit of these ballots that I've referred to, the absentee ballots. And secondly, to call in the GBI investigation on several of these things that need to be addressed from a separate independent audit, because this is just as important as any other type of public safety matter, because this is a basis in the foundations of our democracy.
Mr. Chairman, we'll work on getting those to you. I know that a number of different bodies have requested that similar ballot envelope audit, and then we can try to differentiate, you know, some of the testimony as to what might need
ballots in. And
if I may add one last question to the chair.
Yes, sir.
There was such a flood of information that came out today that needs to be verified. Not that I don't believe anyone, but I do believe in truth, but verified. But there was a lot of things that came out today that we need to look into. One is the uniformity of these election boards, to be sure they're uniform or ever how they're appointed or chosen. Secondly, we need to look at this. Something that stood in my mind since the first testimony this morning was private money that has gone to finance some of the activities of the election boards. That is something that is paramount in my mind that needs to be looked at, because if you follow the money, then you can generally follow whatever corruption there may be. Thank you.
Thank you. Leader Trammell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And, you know, this is the 37th day after the election, and there have been court challenges filed in 8 states. In 55 to date, 55 court cases have been dismissed because there's no there. This in Georgia, we had an initial count. Joe Biden was the president elected in Georgia. We had a hand count audit, a risk limiting audit for a second count of 5 million ballots. Joe Biden was the president elected in Georgia. We had a machine recount pursuant to statute. And for a third time, Joe Biden was elected in Georgia. Multiple cases have been dismissed here in Georgia, dismissing some of the very allegations that have been raised in this committee. But I want to say, I understand losing elections is hard. Believe me, I have a unique perspective on this committee about losing elections. And elected officials have a responsibility. They have a responsibility to the institution and to the democratic process. And that is, when you lose a competitive, narrow election, your responsibility is to make sure that you don't burn down the building on the way out. And that's what we're seeing at the presidential level. And I know 2020 has been a tough year. And I just want to say one other thing about something that deeply troubles me that happened this morning, and I hope is never normalized. I hope that every member of this committee disavows this specific testimony. But we heard a witness come before the Governmental Affairs Committee and allege that the governor of this state, a governor who I might add 38 days ago was on television for my opponent. So I'm in a unique position here, say that the governor, the lieutenant governor, and the secretary of state were engaged in an active crime of a cover-up of a crime. This is just absolute insanity. And we can't countenance it as a committee because it's absolutely insane and absurd. And giving more fuel to this fire will do no one any good. So I won't be there when you take up these in 2021, but I would say this, that changing the rules simply because you lose an election is not good policy. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield for the final time.
Representative Jones, you've got your hand up. Vice Chairman Jones. Thank you, Leader Trammell.
Thank you, Chairman Blackman. I appreciate that. There are two things that I'd like to cover very quickly. I know everyone wants to basically be able to adjourn, but there's two things. I'll send it via email if you're interested. There was an opportunity in terms of the conversation that occurred this morning. We needed to go into recess just because of obligations that people had, and I completely respect that. But there was a conversation being had on commercial mail receiving agencies. I think one of the things that needs to be definitely understood by this committee, and to Leader Trammell's point, it will be something that we need to look at, not just in terms of what the registration looks like for January 5th, notwithstanding the comments of a previous witness, but also what we need to be doing past January 5th. And that's this. We know that 20% of the CMRA, in terms of our concern around the registration, came from only 3 facilities, even though we know 340 facilities based on the data basically contain registrants from businesses. And one of them, the first one here, is the one that's on Peachtree Street. The second one here is on 10th Street, and the third on West Paces Ferry. Why do I mention this? It's not to give UPS any type of publicity, but rather to make sure that the committee is aware that these are in fact standalone or inside of a strip plaza and not at the bottom or the basement of a multifamily unit. I respect the individual who mentioned that, but at the same time, I just want to make sure when you look at the data, it's about 95%, give or take, I'm rounding, that would be inside of, I'll say, a traditional UPS store, FedEx store, mailbox, etc., not in a multifamily. I'm happy to get you guys the data. I'm happy to get that through email because I think the entire committee is entitled to that, but just because of time, I won't do the entire blowout procedure. Secondly, I think it's imperative, to Leader Trammell's point, I will acknowledge that there should not be sour grapes, but I do believe that an audit is absolutely essential. Every business audits every year, at least those with good business practices. And I think in this case, I think it is good to take a look back and understand what went right, what went wrong, and what can we improve. And I think that's imperative. So as I look at it, if you look at the data, and I want to thank individuals out of Forsyth County who have helped me put this together, it's imperative that we look at the registration process, and it's imperative that we look at mail. And the reason we have to look at the registration process is because we have a significant challenge with basically the national change of address. When you look at what occurred over the past 10 years, we have seen a move from active to inactive based on the NCOA. We have seen that traditionally on the monthly basis, especially over the past 24 months. We have seen that, 24 months prior to April 19th, April 2019, you saw approximately 4,200 people come off of active into inactive based on the NCOA permanent address change outside of the state. That dropped precipitously in April of 2019, down to about 100 to 150 per month. Now, there could be a good reason. We know that there are federal court decisions that could have driven that. We know Eric could have driven that. I will get the data to this committee and make sure that you have it, but I think it's something that we need to be looking at. I think the second thing we need to be looking at is we know that based on the ballot request forms that were sent out by the Secretary of State, about 6.9 million, we know that about 25,000 of those had put in permanent address changes outside of the state, but still voted. Again, I'm not suggesting anything nefarious. I'm not suggesting that all 25,000 of those individuals should not have voted. But what I'm saying is it's imperative for us to take a look and peek under. To Chairman Powell's point, if it's the GBI, fine. If it's another third-party entity, I'm open to that. I do not believe it has to be us, but I do believe for us not to look at it, I think absolutely does not go in terms of the oath that we took to our oath office and making sure that we have the sanctity of the vote. The last thing I'll mention, even though I have like 6 points that I'll email to each and every one of you, is the fact that we need to be concerned, and I do not believe it's a huge number, but we know through the data that after November 3rd, people have moved out of our state, have registered in new states, but are still registered here. Again, I'm not suggesting those individuals are planning on voting in Georgia. They may not have just taken the time to take their registration off. But the SOS have not removed them, and maybe they haven't gone through the national address database yet. But we need to be looking at data anomalies like this to ensure that from a registration standpoint, the right people who are qualified, and we want all qualified citizens to vote. And we also want to make sure that mail is protected. So I'll get this data to the group. I want to be completely transparent with you, not looking to hide anything, but I do think, and I have several other points, but for the purposes of time, I won't say them, but I think it's imperative that we look at each and every one of them as a committee. Thank you, Chairman Blackman.
Thank you very much, Representative Jones. Representative Nguyen.
Did you put your hand up?
It's been up.
You keep saying Representative Darling Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know we've heard a lot of testimony today, and there's a lot of information for the members of the committee to process. But I do want to be clear about the testimony that we have heard today, which has been unsubstantiated and rejected in courts all across our country, including in Georgia, and including by judges that were appointed by the president. The election that was conducted in the state of Georgia on November was the most secure election we've had in the state of Georgia, and we have no evidence of voter fraud, as backed up by the Secretary of State and the Lieutenant Governor. This morning, we heard testimony to try to undermine the use of absentee ballots without any substantiated evidence. And I'd like to remind the members of the committee that this was a Republican passed initiative, the No Excuse Absentee Ballot. I know Chairman Powell didn't vote for it, but there are sitting members of our Republican legislature, including on this committee, who did vote to pass that. Taking away the right to vote by mail with no excuse is simply a voter suppression tactic. And I'd like to remind the members of the committee, the reason we saw so many Georgians use absentee ballots this year is because we are in the middle of a pandemic that is still going on, a pandemic that has taken the lives of nearly 300,000 people across our country. And while we did hear changes or suggestions on changes for the absentee ballot process, I am curious as to why we have not addressed any changes that we could potentially make to the Dominion voting machines, which Republican members insisted on passing as well. We know when the Dominion machine legislation was brought up for consideration, it was the Democratic members who voted against that legislation. A potential way to address some of the concerns of vulnerability with the elections machines would be to move to a hand-marked paper ballot system, a proposal I think would be supported by both Republicans and Democrats. And I'd finally just like to close by thanking election workers who have worked through a pandemic, countless hours, 3 different recounts, who have faced threats and who have worked, who are continuing to work because we are still in elections right now. And I'd like to thank them for the hard work that they've done because I know that they are under a tremendous amount of stress. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Nguyen. Chair Lady Taylor.
Hi, are you there? Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I agree with much of what has been said today. It was very informative. Some of this I had seen and heard before. I don't know how anyone could have watched this and not seen the problems that we have had in this election cycle. There are many things that we need to do. I have a lot of questions, particularly for me, is the mobile voting, this outreach. I would like to know why this wasn't offered in other counties. Perhaps it was. Who paid for it? Were there bipartisan people on this van that went? Did they vote by machine? How is the eligibility check? There are so many questions in that. But for me, I live in rural communities where it is very difficult. And during a pandemic, for people to come in, we had a large increased number in our ballots. But I will tell you, if my small rural counties can do it correctly without these problems, I don't understand why we can't run a ballot in a larger community that has so many more assets and resources than we have in rural Georgia. To walk away from this now, I don't think any of us can. At this point in time, I think we need to learn more. And I think there's a lot more thought that needs to be into this. Frankly, I would like to see better security. I think that we need to have our GBI, when they are counting ballots, I think we need to have a better security on those facilities. The watchers need to be able to watch and monitor. Too many things were hidden. I don't think this is what the people of Georgia expect in their voting. And I think it's going to be up to us to see that it can be fixed. We may not be able to fix it, of course, for this coming election that's coming up. But before we have another general election, it's going to be up to this committee. I do honor everyone that has voted, every person that has worked on this whole process. We've had dedicated people, staff, agencies, and local poll workers. Everyone has put their heart in it. We value our vote more than anything else in this country, and we've got to see that it's protected. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Shannon. Representative Shannon. Okay, we'll come back to Representative Shannon. She may have stepped away from her computer.
No, I waived, Mr. Chair, because Representative Trammell and Wynn covered everything. But thank you.
Thank you. Representative Williamson. You're muted.
I just had to unmute my microphone. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just had a couple of comments. I do, first of all, Leader Trammell, enjoyed serving with him. I do have to strongly disagree with his comment about rule changes. I've heard nothing about rule changes during this, but we certainly, and by having an audit of the signature match is only about move forward. Do we have secure absentee balloting process or not? We just need to assure the public that their vote matters and legal votes only matter. That being said, I think it's very important that we revisit the evidence presented by Mayor Giuliani today, the uncontrovertible evidence of the problems with the adjudications of ballots that was presented, that occurred in Coffee County. Unless you doubt the veracity of that statement, I would just refer the members of the committee to the affidavit that was sent by an administrative assistant of this committee at 1:24 p.m. today. And the affidavit not only verifies that they knew about this problem, but they've known about it for a while. So that I think all of us in a bipartisan manner want to make sure that there's no back doors, there's no ability for people to controvert the will of the elector or the voter by having somebody have a very clear, easy opportunity to change someone's vote. I think that goes without saying. So I would like to stress that on that note, that at some point when this committee issues a final committee report, I personally would like to have a mandated hand count in the upcoming election of paper only. We can use the ballot marking devices because the voter is able to verify on that piece of paper their intent, but drop that in the box. Do not use the scanners in this case, and do the same hand count of the absentee ballots, all of which should be confirmed by bipartisan watchers of every single ballot being counted. But that's my firm hope the committee would move forward and assure the people of Georgia that we have fair elections with only legal votes being counted. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee.
Representative Turner. Did I miss anybody? I think you'll be last, Representative Turner.
Oh boy. These may be my last words as a committee member and during a committee hearing. And I just want to start by saying thank you, Mr. Chairman, for putting up with me for all these years. And your friendship means more to me than our professional one and our professional relationship. And thank you for that. I've made some great friends in my time in office as I head out as a self-term limited legislator. I'm in a unique position in that I'm the only Republican in the entire General Assembly, in the House or the Senate, that voted against HB 316, the bill that brought the ultimately the Dominion voting machines to Georgia. Now, I'm also the guy who started this debate when I started working on bringing paper ballots back to Georgia 6 years ago, and dropped the first bill 5 years ago to that effort, and was happy to see that we were moving to paper ballots. I'll remind the committee how hard I fought for the risk limiting audit, and that there were many interests aligned to fight the existence of the risk limiting audit in Georgia. And now it's become so important that we do that. And the whole vision behind all of that was to create a voting system that was 100% verifiable from beginning to end. And it's important that we verify every aspect of it so that we can identify areas for improvement. Those may be regulation or rules changes, but they could also be legislative changes. But we have to check. We have to check everything. And to this point, we haven't. And that's what's disappointing to me. And I'm most disappointed, frankly. And I have friends, dear friends, some I call brother, who work in the Secretary of State's office. And for them to go and have a press conference today and spend 40 minutes in front of television cameras and not come and answer our questions today is completely unacceptable to me, not as a state rep or a member of this committee, but as a Georgian. I am beside myself that they would not bother to come talk to us. I think it shows a heightened amount of disrespect to this committee and this body, and it's not acceptable. To that end, over the Thanksgiving weekend, I authored a letter and had 20 plus, some members of this committee even signed a letter to the Secretary of State asking for a signature audit because it has to be checked. Now, state law requires us to keep that for 2 years, and it's implied that so that people can go back and look at those things. But the problem is that after certification, you're going to need a court order. So I won't be here to introduce that bill, but if I was coming back, I'd be dropping a bill on January 11th stating that we're opening that process up so that we can look at it. We didn't go through the RLA process and recount the ballots because of specific instances of fraud. It was to validate the system. We need to do that with the signature audits as well. And so I sit here in amazement as I watch the tables flip from my unique perspective as the only Republican who voted against the bill. Watching my friends who are Republicans saying, well, there's problems in the system now. These were things that I tried to bring up at the time. And watching my friends on the left who were saying there are going to be problems in the system now saying, oh, everything's okay. The truth is probably in the middle. And it has been really hard to hold that candle of truth in front of the tsunami of misinformation that has been brought from everywhere. And when we have hammer and scorecard accusations, as one person tried to testify today, all we're doing is feeding this conspiracy theory stuff, and it's making it really hard to focus on the areas that actually need to be improved. Of all the stuff that we heard today, there were two things that stood out for me personally. And that is, we had a data analyst come and bring findings that matched a different data analyst's findings. And these two gentlemen never knew the other was doing the work, but the numbers matched. And you need to dig in on that because that's 15,000 potential people who voted in this election that shouldn't have. And we should be honest enough with ourselves to look at this process. I've defended this process from the beginning, even though I voted against the bill, because I believe that it was intended to be 100% verifiable. And so when you have independent auditors who have taken it upon themselves to look at our data, voting rule cleanup must be a priority. That's not changing the rules, that's doing a job. Somebody needs to do that and they need to start doing it right away. And secondly is the issue around the signature match audit. I think if it has to be addressed legislatively, it should. And I'm just going to, one more thing, Mr. Chairman, we talked about this last evening. It pains me to bring this up, but the changing nature of the information that we've been getting as legislators from the Secretary of State's office has been most disappointing. I'm going to hold up a hard copy of a memo that we all got as members of the legislature dated November 12th from the Secretary of State's office. It has a signature on it. On that day, he sent us a frequently asked questions memo. And in it, it said, did Fulton County count ballots without observation? It says this particular issue remains under investigation. The Secretary of State's office had a state election monitor and a state post certified investigator who remained with Fulton County workers, even though some party appointed poll watchers may have left. Since both the observer and the investigator remained with Fulton County workers, scanning was observed by the Secretary of State's office at all times. And it's in bold letters. I'm going to read that again. Since both observer and investigator remained with Fulton County workers, scanning was observed by the Secretary of State's office at all times, in bold letters. That same exact language appears on a second memo from the Secretary of State's office on November 19th, which will be in your email if you kept it. Then the video comes, and there's no observer in the video. Now, I have some other issues with the video that shows at State Farm Arena where the observers were out of the room and the ballot counting resumed. I don't think that is as inflammatory as people have seen it to be, but this is my problem with it. There was nobody from the Secretary of State in that video when they restarted counting. And we were told twice, and I repeated this in public multiple times because I believe the Secretary of State's office when they told us that there was an investigator and an observer from the office at all times, because I had gotten it twice from their office. The video comes out, he's not there. They send another email to the legislature on December 4th, debunking the claims in the video from the Senate testimony. At the very last paragraph, this is what it reads. There was about an hour that workers scanned ballots before a state monitor arrived, but video shows those moments. They changed the story without even acknowledging that they changed the story. And that damages credibility. We have to be better than that. We have to be better than that. When I saw that, I was like, that doesn't add up. And it doesn't make sense. So I started doing some even more research, and I found this factcheck.org statement that the headline is video doesn't show suitcases of illegal ballots in Georgia, which, by the way, the word suitcases is an inflammatory term. It's very obvious for anybody, a casual observer, that those are ballot boxes that look just like every other ballot box in Georgia. But that being said, what was most disappointing to me was this part of the statement. In a statement to PolitiFact or to factcheck.org, the Secretary of State's office, quote, "We have launched an investigation into why monitors from political parties left before scanning ended." The Secretary of State's office said in this statement, "While it was their right to leave early, we want to make sure they were not misled into thinking scanning had stopped for the night when it had not. Nothing we have learned from the independent monitor or our investigation have suggested any improper ballots were scanned." The monitor, who agreed to be interviewed on the condition of not being named due to death threats faced by election workers, told us he was in the room from about 8:15 p.m. and when he left and returned at 11:52. It doesn't take a whole lot of math to realize that's a lot longer than 1 hour. And then, this is the best part, the Deputy Secretary of State told factcheck.org that the monitor was not required to be there at all times, but she instructed him to return after hearing the news outlets that the county was going to cease counting for the night. This means that the Deputy Secretary of State knew the entire time that there was not an observer in the room when ballot scanning was happening, and they sent 2 memos to us saying that there was. The story doesn't add up. Somebody isn't telling the truth. And it's not acceptable, Mr. Chairman. And I'm sorry I won't be here to help you clean up this mess, but there it is.
Thank you, Representative Turner. I do want to thank everybody for their service to this committee. Thank you for your patience. And this was a very long day. And obviously, elections can be very intense regarding their discussion. But the people I've talked to, and friends of mine and others, they know that the person they want to win is not always going to win. They just want to know the person that does win the election is the one who got the most legally and legitimately cast votes. So let's continue to work towards that end. Thank you again, all of you. Again, this is our first meeting of this particular investigation, not our last. Have a good evening. God bless. We stand adjourned.